Maraming salamat. So for the meantime, sit back and relax and enjoy the coffee that we have on that table po. Maraming salamat.
In very special circumstances. With the help of experts at Cyber Control, veterans of the Israeli security forces, the connection between these two have formed a unique synergy for this cyber battlefield, the first ever of its kind. We offer you the best and only solution for all of these threats: defense. The question you need to ask yourself now is, do you want to be safe or do you want to be sorry? You can ignore this reality, convince yourself that it won't happen to you, but don't be surprised when you wake up and it's too late. Cyberchip. Expect the unexpected.
Simplicity, reliability, security. SonicWall Wireless Solutions combines fast 802.11 AC Wave 2 access points with next-generation security, easy zero-touch deployment, and cloud-based management. So you can enable fast, reliable wireless access without sacrificing wireless security. And the Sonic Express mobile app helps you monitor your network and easily onboard wireless access points. You can install Sonic Wave 200 series wireless access points anywhere you need Wi-Fi coverage, with indoor ceiling and wall mount options, and ruggedized versions for outdoor installations. Sonic Wave access points operate using power over Ethernet, and mesh technology gives nearly limitless options for extending your wireless network by eliminating network cabling requirements. SonicWall also provides best-in-class wireless security through advanced security services. This level of protection is provided by the access point before unknown attacks can reach your wireless users or IoT devices using SonicWall's Capture Advanced Threat Protection. SonicWall's content filtering also lets you block inappropriate, unproductive, and malicious web content right from the access point, while Advanced Wireless Intrusion Detection dedicates a separate radio to scan your network for rogue access points. You can also save up to tens of thousands of dollars and avoid the complexity of physical wireless controllers by managing your entire wireless infrastructure through Capture Security Center, SonicWall's single sign-on cloud-based management portal. And SonicWall Wireless Network Manager provides integrated management of Sonic Wave access points and SonicWall switches for unified visibility and management of the network. Wireless Network Manager also includes SonicWall Wi-Fi Planner, an advanced wireless network design tool that lets you upload a floor plan and develop an optimized access point map based on your environment. Adding SonicWall wireless access points to your network and managing them is simple with SonicWall zero-touch deployment and the Sonic Express mobile app. Just scan the QR code, and the access point is automatically added to your SonicWall network infrastructure and is ready for management. Trust SonicWall for the secure, cost-effective wireless access your organization needs.
If somebody would ask me to describe the voltage data privacy and protection portfolio, I would say we're probably one of the broadest portfolios in the market when it comes to data management. But you can't manage any data if you don't know where your data is, what risks you have, and who got access to it. So normally where we start is that we use our data discovery capabilities, where we can scan basically any kind of repository, analyze the environment, and identify what kind of data you have. If you have raw data, you most likely would like to delete it. If you have sensitive data, you most likely want to archive it, move it, or protect it. And when it comes to protection, we have many different kind of techniques that we can use on different kind of use cases. But if it's one thing I would like to send you along with, is our capability to embrace the power of your data, increase the security around the data, at the same time that you can gain business value to use it for BI teams, data analytics, data monetization, migration to the cloud, or in a test environment. We can't wait to meet you. We would love to be a part of your journey to become more cyber resilient.
Greeting to everyone, we are Cybersecurity Group CEISSAFP. In today's video we will talk about public Wi-Fi. Public Wi-Fi can be found in popular public places like airports, coffee shops, malls, restaurants, schools and hotels. But little do you know that public Wi-Fi networks can easily be intercepted by cyber criminals. If you use a public Wi-Fi, your personal data could be at risk. Many people will select a Wi-Fi hotspot if its name sounds appropriate, and almost anyone can set up malicious hotspots that seem legitimate. These hotspots are meant to trick you into connecting to them. Cyber criminals can set up a rogue hotspot and record unencrypted information passing through it. To create the fake access point, attackers usually set up their own free Wi-Fi hotspots with the name of a nearby business, like a coffee shop or restaurant. And once you connect to this fake Wi-Fi network, everything you do online is monitored by cyber criminals who scan your activity for banking and social media login information. Luckily, there are ways to stay safe on public Wi-Fi. For security, use a virtual private network or VPN. Even if the cyber criminal positions himself in the middle of your connection, your data will be strongly encrypted. Turn off sharing. Be sure to turn off sharing while you're on public Wi-Fi. If you leave it on while in a public place, cyber criminals can easily gain access to sensitive personal information and files. Turn off Wi-Fi when you're done. Even if you have it actively connected to a network, the Wi-Fi hardware in your computer can still be transmitting data with any network, and if you are through using the internet, ensure that your Wi-Fi is turned off. Use two-factor authentication, an extra layer of protection used to ensure the security of online accounts beyond just a username and password. Understanding public Wi-Fi risks will ensure your important data doesn't fall into malicious hands. Follow these tips and stay protected with a trusted internet security software in order to stay safe on public Wi-Fi.
Also, exchanging money, playing games, reading news, shopping, and doing everything we associate with the internet today. Other devices started talking to the network too. Phones and cars and refrigerators and elevators and power plants and much, much more. But the ease of all those devices talking to each other came at a price: security. One computer could send another instructions to delete everything on it or take it over. We call these viruses and malware. Or one person could steal another's identity by guessing, cracking, or extracting a password. Vulnerabilities such as these will never completely go away because they're built into the internet's very architecture. Criminals use them to steal billions of dollars, governments use them for surveillance, and hacktivists use them to further their political goals. Between 2004 and 2013, over 1 billion records of personal information were stolen or leaked through data breaches of major organizations. As a thought experiment, let's imagine what a perfectly secure internet might look like. Users would not be allowed to download or install anything onto their computers. All internet traffic would be monitored and regulated by bots and humans, massively limiting the number of websites you could visit. In order to log on to a website, you'd have to type in a 100-character password, submit a genetic sample, and whistle a tune. The servers that hold data would be kept in heavily armed fortresses on the moon. And even with all these safeguards in place, some clever hacker would almost certainly still find a way in. The good news is, even with our flawed internet, there are simple things you can do to protect yourself. and there are a lot of people committed to making the internet more secure. In Nova's cybersecurity lab, you'll play as one of these people, protecting a company that's the target of increasingly sophisticated cyber attacks. You must continuously strengthen your defenses to thwart these attackers. You'll do this by completing challenges that will give you basic coding abilities, help you spot scams designed to trick you into giving up your secrets, and teach you how passwords are cracked and strengthened. The house that is the internet may be built on a shaky foundation, but it's been a home to innovation and an unprecedented free exchange of ideas. It's up to us to make it livable in spite of its flaws.
Looking for a complete protection for your home and business? Or looking for a public address system to give you an immediate way to address everyone in a given venue? Or maybe you need a LED wall for advertising purposes? How about solar products and street lights? Or want to make the road intersection safer for vehicles and pedestrians by installing a traffic lights? I think you're looking for someone who can design and build it for you. NCM IT Solutions is one of industry leader in IT and security. NCM has wide variety of products including CCTV, public address system, LED wall, solar products, traffic lights, and a lot more. NCM, providing new ways and solutions.
We are an in-house group of engineers, computer scientists, artists, and business professionals. We innovate affordable solutions using the best technologies and uplift the lives of the Filipinos through technology. We watch technology evolve for over 7 years. By customizing and developing software systems, mobile apps, design and installation of data centers and network, developing APIs to bring older systems to the modern tech world. Revolve is also a registered Internet Service Provider, ISP, by National Telecommunications Office, NTC. All developed systems are copyrighted. Servers are hosted on ISO-certified data centers with triple redundancies. We take pride in our homegrown talents that can deliver software from scratch, set up network and communications infrastructures from the ground up, and deliver IT services. We give solutions with practical simplicity and reliable competence through technology, and bring you to the next level. Let's get started. Visit us at www.revolve.com.
Whether they're working from the office, from home, or via public hotspots, the abundance and convenience of cloud and SaaS technologies gives your employees limitless access to vast resources, accelerating the anywhere, anytime work paradigm. This can boost workforce productivity, but also adds dangerous new vectors for cyber attacks, especially if employees visit unsafe websites, use unauthorized web apps, or download infected files. So it's important to be able to see and respond to these risks before they become security incidents. SonicWall Analytics provides insight into hidden threats across your entire network ecosystem, so you can quickly mitigate risks to your networks, applications, and users, and do it all from a single pane of glass interface. SonicWall's high-performance analytics engine collects, combines, processes, and then loads massive amounts of enriched firewall data at scale, giving you full security transparency via an executive dashboard, along with the ability to create reports that are customized to your specific needs. Analytics enables complete control of your security data by aggregating it into a comprehensive snapshot of your security posture. You can view data in context to investigate hidden risks and take early action. Stream real-time analytics to an interactive dashboard, accurately triage user activities, perform deep dive analysis through a single pane of glass visual display, and rapidly detect and remediate security issues. Analytics also allows you to drill down on historical records, so you can easily pivot and zero in on critical data points. This enables you to perform detailed traffic analysis, security gap and anomaly discovery, and establish evidence-backed policy-controlled security measures. SonicWall Analytics enables your security analysts to see everything, everywhere, and become better risk managers, while your incident responders can focus their valuable time on remediating the security risks that matter most, instead of reacting to every alert and event. To learn more, visit sonicwall.com/analytics.
Email is amazing. It's an indispensable, non-invasive communication tool for anyone, any place, anytime. It is a digital parcel delivery service, sending files to clinch the next business deal. It's also your identity, allowing others to know that the message is from you. Email is amazing, and everyone is using it, but that's also why it's so vulnerable. Truth be told, your email isn't just between you and the recipient. It's everywhere, making it prone to hacking or man-in-the-middle attacks. Your email needs to be securely encrypted from the source to its final destination. Introducing Secure Age Secure Email, an end-to-end encrypted email solution ensuring authenticity and privacy without getting in the way of efficiently sending email. Email is encrypted in motion and at rest without requiring users to know anything about keys or key management. The encrypted email can only be opened by the intended recipients. Nobody else will be able to view the content, no matter where that email travels or is stored. Before hitting the send button, select a label to classify your email, such as restricted or even confidential. You can define your own. The label determines how the email and attachments are treated when sent, stored, forwarded, or replied to. Classification and security settings of the sender show up in the email header to ensure its integrity and authenticity. And with digital rights management options, you can control what happens on the recipient side. Privacy doesn't have to be difficult or disruptive. Secure Email is easy to install and use. It works with industry standard email clients and is compliant with the world's most stringent security standards. Secure Age Secure Email. Encrypted email made easier. Schedule a no obligations demo or proof of concept today. For more information, visit www.secureage.com/secure-email.
Hacking is hard. Ransomware is relatively easy because most people are bad at security.
These people are committing kidnapping against your digital selves, and they're able to exploit that for a lot of money.
The financial impacts of these types of attacks can really set companies back, and for many small businesses, might be the difference between staying in business or not.
Cybersecurity is too complex and too difficult to be effectively managed by the vast majority of organizations in the world. They don't want to become cybersecurity experts. They just want to be secure.
We can't just trust the product to protect us anymore. The internet itself, as robust as it was designed to be, is actually quite a fragile system. We need to combat it with a human skill set.
We deliver the outcome of cybersecurity to keep our customers secure while they go about their real business.
Most organizations simply don't have the resources to fight the type of cyber threats we're seeing today.
Context is king in cybersecurity. With our adaptive cybersecurity ecosystem, everything is interconnected. It's systems that we run, it's the software as a service that we're consuming. All of these systems are interacting with each other to deliver these superior outcomes.
Our entire product portfolio is managed natively in Sophos Central, from endpoint to firewall, cloud security, email and mobile security.
This leverages the power of cloud computing to be able to aggregate together mass volumes of information within this one operating environment, where you do the work of weaving together the context from all the different data sources.
We can manage a customer's cybersecurity environment entirely on behalf of the customer or in cooperation with the customer or anything in between.
The complexity of cybersecurity is growing, and it really takes a team of experts that also provide that 24/7 protection.
The threat landscape is simply too big and too complex. Cybersecurity as a service is a critical tool for organizations to be able to mitigate as much of that as they possibly can.
With Sophos Central, we can see all the time all our IT infrastructure. Because Sophos, I'm able to have time to make players better. I have no risk at my IT infrastructure. They have complete security.
Sophos allowed me to do more with less people.
Now, I've got a whole bench of NTR specialists who are part of my team. And I get all of their knowledge and all of their resources to assist me in providing the security that's necessary.
We have over 500,000 organizations today using our products. We're already delivering this capability at scale. The breadth and strength of our product portfolio, the seamless combination of products and services. There's just no other vendor in the world better positioned to deliver on this opportunity of cybersecurity as a service than Sophos.
show me the money. That is what the intruder says to all your applications, trying to make a way into the deepest assets you actually have. What to do? Well, work with your code. Try to build secure software. And one of the easiest ways to do that is to look at Fortify, the tool that actually helps you to put in security in the speed of DevOps. Who can do that? On top, well, take a look at the Magic Quadrant. Year by year by year by year, we're always there. We do build secure code. Use us.
Okay, this seems pretty cool and all, but it would be kind of lame if it doesn't have exploit.
This might look like a scene from an action movie, but this is happening every day, and all it takes is a press of a button. Unlike regular terrorism, which is out in the open, cyber attacks are unexpected, unseen, unapproachable, unknown. Do you feel safe? When Brazil was under a cyber attack, they were forced to shut down their electricity supply. The whole city was without electricity for months. This could have been avoided if only they were ready for such an attack. Saudi Arabian oil giant Aramco was forced to shut off its internal network for more than a week. Over 30,000 of Aramco's computers were infected in seconds, wiping their hard drives. The damage was huge. The company lost hundreds of millions of dollars. Cyber attacks can occur and affects gas, oil, transportation services, banks, hospitals, pharmaceutical industries, etc. All are open for cyber attack. The solution is defense. CyberGym provides you the perfect defense against a cyber attack. Industrial control, engineering know-how, software, hardware, operational process. CyberGym's training arena offers you the top cyber protection technology available with realistic scenarios that will train you for a real cyber attack. CyberGym's vision is to prepare you for the most complex cyber attack scenarios by gaining practical skills, knowledge, and experience. By practicing in a real-life technological environment where your staff will be trained to protect your systems, your organization, and your clients from cyber threats. Cyber Gym's training consists of realistic, tailor-made cyber war scenarios, as realistic as they get, customized for your organization. During your training, you will be part of the defense team, in charge of protecting your organization from any sort of cyber attack. The hackers, the red team, are the attackers who won't stop until it's game over for you. And the Cyber Gym experts, the white team, will supervise and guide both teams during the training session. Everything is caught on tape and used for debriefing and improving your skills against cyber attacks. In one training session, we give you the experience, tools, and skills that your organization needs. With over 90 years of accumulated experience in generation, transmission, and distribution of electricity in very special circumstances. With the help of experts at Cyber Control, veterans of the Israeli security forces, the connection between these two have formed a unique synergy for this cyber battlefield, the first ever of its kind. We offer you the best and only solution for all of these threats: defense. The question you need to ask yourself now is, do you want to be safe or do you want to be sorry? You can ignore this reality. Convince yourself that it won't happen to you. But don't be surprised when you wake up and it's too late. Cyber Gym. Expect the unexpected.
This morning and just so we still have 5 minutes before we start with this last day of our conference. We acknowledge those who, and we actually give gratitude for those who still come here for this last day of our cybersecurity conference. And before we start again, we would like to thank our sponsors: Brainstorm Technologies Incorporated, NetPlay Incorporated, Sophos, Connex Philippines Incorporated, Macrologic Diversified,
Secure Age Technology Private Limited,
Redenta,
Cisco Systems Philippines,
Revolve
Solutions Incorporated,
Citrix Computer Corporation,
Fortinet Security Philippines Incorporated,
Trellix,
Wide Integrated Solutions Expert Corp or WISE Corp,
Handling Incorporated,
Microfocus,
Sophos Information Technology Services Philippines or SitesPhil,
TechEd Global Academy,
Contact Point Incorporated,
Microsoft Philippines,
Ardent Networks Incorporated,
Sonic Wall,
Bitdefender,
IP Systems Incorporated,
3Layer Technologies,
and Red Rock IT Security.
This day we're gonna have a raffle again for a television or the TV. So please stay with us until the end of the activity para at least kayo po siguro maaari maging pinakamaswerte sa araw na to for another television to be raffled. So again po, for the television, for the raffle of the television, That would be for those on physical attendance po. Okay po, maraming salamat. Again, we're so grateful for those who are with us today until this last day of our cybersecurity conference. Thank you again for coming with us for this conference. Once again, a very pleasant morning to each and everyone. Good morning, partner.
Good morning, partner. And welcome to our third day.
And last day of this cybersecurity conference of CEISSAFP. And apparently, we would like also wanted to greet syempre yung ating mga online YouTubers na nanonood sa atin, na very fanatic when it comes to YouTube, as well as actually we're still on an FB Live. So thank you very much for those who actually join us, as well as for those who are joining us via Zoom. Thank you very much. At most importantly, dito sa ating mga kasama na nandito ngayon sa social hall natin.
Yes.
Di ba, partner? So, may we request now for other participants to kindly settle down as we will now start with our cybersecurity conference for this day. And allow us to introduce our the first two speaker for this morning. One of our speakers has been 15 years of experience in the field of cybersecurity across network security and compliance domains and worked extensively with customers and partners as as a trusted advisor. He is actually deeply technical and very hands-on with all solutions he drives. One of our speakers for this first on this early morning is Mr. Rocky the technical specialist of Microsoft Philippines. And together with him is no other than Mr. Dino Flores, the solution area specialist for modern work of Microsoft Philippines. Dino Flores is currently a solution area specialist for modern work in Microsoft Philippines. He has held various roles as engineer, consultant, architect, and solutions lead in Microsoft and Microsoft partner community. He has experience in sales and delivery of Microsoft on-premises and cloud solutions locally and across Asia Pacific. He is a Microsoft, Google, and AWS certified professional. Outside work, Dino enjoys water activities like swimming, scuba diving, and surfing. He is also leading a group of professionals in Victory Christian Church. Again, our two speakers about for this morning is Mr. Rocky and Dino Flores. A big round of applause for them, please.
So thank you for the wonderful introduction. So again, good morning, everyone. So we're here with my partner, Mr. Dino, to share about you the Zero Trust journey with Microsoft. So before we start that, so I just want to give a quick overview of threat landscape. Ano na ba ngayon, anong nangyayari in terms of cybersecurity. So first, late last year, it was Forrester who released a study that since pandemic began, around 300% of organization, either enterprise, government, agencies, has been shifted to modern or work from home setup. So with this regard, with the work from home, the cybersecurity incident also exponentially increasing. So maybe later we can talk about why this number, exponential growth of cybersecurity happened in this time. Then late last year also, Microsoft released a research study that cybersecurity or cyber incident become more sophisticated and more become stealth. So it means medyo mahirap siya i-prevent. So the number one incident in cybersecurity right now is phishing. So 70% of data breaches due to phishing. So as we all know naman, maraming way of phishing, di ba? So merong email, file transfer, and a lot of common scenario. So this is just a tip of the iceberg, kung sabihin natin. Marami pang mga consideration and incident na hindi na-divulge. So speaking of phishing, 230% password spray. So ano ibig sabihin nun? Nanakawin yung mga credentials natin using brute force attack, phishing emails, and marami pang iba. And 78 gig of uploaded files. Ito yung mga rogue applications. So yung mga users natin, kung mag-send sila ng file to Dropbox or yung mga unsanctioned locations. 5 billion driven detected by Microsoft since 2020. So if you can see the number of sign-in attack. So it's really huge, right? So 1 out of 3 enterprise, regardless of government or private entity, na be-breach dahil sa phishing. So this is some of the few incident na nakikita ni Microsoft, and not only Microsoft but the entire cybersecurity community. So just to give a brief background why we need to protect our assets from the attacker. So as we all know, our IT environment or IT security is very complex. It's hard to guard. Kung meron tayo mga protection, the attackers one step ahead, finding ways or vulnerabilities how to breach our organization. So devices, users, and other applications are main consideration. Second, the thinking before that if we have a firewall, we have a close organization, we already safe is true. Way back before, na lahat tayo seated in one room, in one office, na protected din ng IPS, firewall, etc. and marami pang ibang mga security protection. But the attacker shifted their paradigm. They are now trying to breach based on user credential. So in my previous slide, di ba? Yung numbers speak itself sa incident, yung sa phishing or the credential attacks. So they're shifted to identity attacks. So kung makukuha natin yung password. So right now marami sa atin working from home. So ano yung level of security natin ngayon? Only the password or the username and the password credential. So yun na lang yung level of security. So that's why the zero trust framework today, it's really working and it's really fit to secure our hybrid environment. So with the zero trust, it's stated the three foundation. Verify explicitly, useless privileges, and always think there's a breach or assume breaches. So verifying explicitly, ano yung dapat gagawin natin? We need to have additional layer above the user's credential. Ano ibig sabihin? Multi-factor authentication. So, kung makuha yung password natin, merong SMS alert or merong keycards to authenticate the user. Kung siya ba talaga si Juan de la Cruz, for example lang. And device health using the proper OS. So, it's very credential to use legit OS because sabi nga nila, there's no such thing as free. Kung may free yun, may for sure, 80% to 90% may backdoor yun. And services or workload content, pagdating naman sa data. So yung mga emails na nare-receive natin, hindi natin alam na may payloads na pala yun. So how do we see it na meron pala? So later we can discuss also that one. Classification, this is part of the data information or information protection na dapat yung mga files natin sa any agency, kung mapunta man sa either outside the agency or to a certain person, dapat encrypted. So how do we encrypt our data? List privileges. So different person, different work or job level. So we need to classify kung ano yung time, ano yung pwede lang i-access niya within our organization. We need to set privileges. That's the point of list privileges access. And on the data protection against out-of-band vector. So we need to classify, for example, HR from finance and accounting. So we need to have a segmentation, not only on network, but also on the data per se. The third principle, assume breach. So we have all these security controls in place. But how do we know there's a breach in our network? So dito papasok yung mga CEISSAFP natin. Information event monitoring. And we have the encryption in all sessions. So the VPN, the most common connectivity we do, it's okay, it's encrypted, but we need to also to encrypt the content or the file. Analytics. So this is what I'm referring the CEISSAFP portion. So we have the firewall, we have the endpoint, we have all the controls, but we need to consolidate in a bigger picture. So how we can stitch the story. Saan ba nanggaling yung attack? Saan ba dapat i-strengthen ko yung policy? So that's why the third foundation of zero trust is we need to assume breaches. Parang it's not a paranoia, but it's need to be more one step ahead. Okay? So the zero trust, it comes to strategy. So business assets. So I mentioned the user's identity, the files or the information, where the files are located at rest, at motion, or any state of the data we need to protect and encrypt. So some of the technical initiatives we do for zero trust is the user access. So again, password and the multi-factor authentication. So we need to explicitly validate. Kung si Juan de la Cruz ba is nag-access dun sa Salesforce, for example, it's really the Juan de la Cruz. modern security operation, or the SecOps. So, na-mention ko on the third foundation, assume breach, we need to have a visibility on the top of all the controls. And the data center. So, mostly of the agency or the enterprise, they are doing the hybrid. They have the on-prem server and they also have the backup on the cloud. So the main reason there is if in case yung mga on-prem files na ransomware or na encrypt, at least I have the backup on the cloud or vice versa. So we need to have monitor and protection all the time to prevent from any cybersecurity incident. So we have some plan together, the Microsoft Rapid Modernization Plan. So I always keep repeating the user account. So that's the first principle of Zero Trust. So it requires multi-factor authentication, endpoint or end devices need to have a proper OS, patches, and endpoints solution, the security. Application-wise, we need to encrypt or enable the Azure AD per se. Why? So we need to justify kung sino ba talaga yung mga user na pwede lang na makapag-connect on the application. On the data compliance governance, so na-mention ko kanina, the ransomware, the most common incident kahit saan, kahit anong verticals yan. So we need to ensure the full backup legitimacy. We have the, for example, every 3 months tinitest natin yung backup natin kung gumagana ba. Because sometimes we're very confident that we have a backup, but sometimes it not run on the production. The third one, modern security operation to streamline the visibility. So any organization, the most common na nakikita namin is the visibility. You have the tool, but you don't have the people. So paano natin siya i-match? So we need to have some sort of automation. So hindi palagi na yung person nakatutok lang sa monitor, but with the help of the SOAR, orchestration and automation and response, so automated na, may playbooks na tayo. If there's something bad IP reputation coming to our network, automatic ibablock ni firewall yan. So that's very basic, but it helps in a real production environment, right? And the last part, as needed, parang if we can further improve our infrastructure, so yung segmentation, security hygiene, DevOps integration if we're doing our own application in our agencies. And the operational technology and Internet of Things. So why Internet of Things? There's some incident na yung hacking nagsimula sa fax machine. So they exploit the OS because ito yung mga any device have an IP address considered IoT. And this device have an OS. So ito naman yung mga router natin sa bahay, hindi naman pinapatch natin kung may mga common vulnerability exploit. So ito yung mga weakest link na hindi natin nakikita minsan. So that's why as part of our recommendation, as needed, we need to secure our IoT devices. Okay. So with Microsoft Zero Trust journey, so we are proactively designed and tailored on each foundation, the 3 foundation, and we will segmentize the 3 into 6 foundation. So number 1, the identities. So ito yung mga credentials natin. Second, device and endpoint, data, application, infrastructure, and network. So this is the 6 foundation interconnected. If you can see in the middle, security policy enforcement. So we need to have a collaboration of all foundation to have a centralized policy. So kahit si user, kung connect siya kay infrastructure, to have a file server connectivity, dapat meron tayong in place na enforcement in between. So any lateral movement can be seen and can be protected. So with Microsoft's journey to Zero Trust, using our technology, using our security controls, H6 Foundation, we have a corresponding technology to address those area, like Azure AD. So way back before, we have the Active Directory on-prem, but now we have the Azure AD for the SaaS application integration. We have the endpoint, we have the Defender family, information protection for data classification, cloud security. So later we will have a journey with my partner, Mr. Dino. He will elaborate more on the journey, how we can help and how Microsoft address those pain points along the way. So, assume breach, yung third foundation with the zero trust, we need to have on the top an SIEM. Ito yung parang collector of all the events, all the activities within our environment. And as you heard, also the XDR. So the XDR will help to prevent on the control level. So control level, ibig sabihin, sa mga user, sa mga devices, network lateral movement, and this XDR will talk to the SIEM to have a complete full picture and to provide a level of protection. So this is the cycle how Microsoft addressed the assume breach foundation. So as I mentioned, it will collect the security data or event. So SIEM Azure Sentinel using the machine learning and AI capability of Microsoft to detect and to tell us ano yung mga alert fatigue, ano yung mga top level alerts that we need to act immediately. So 90% of this one, ito yung mga noise on the event. So we will remove that one, we will focus on the 10% na ito yung majority na bigyan ng oras natin. So that's in response, rapidly action. So below, we have the Microsoft Defender. So as I mentioned, so with Microsoft, we have a suite called Defender Family. So we cover the 6 foundation from identities, endpoint, application, email, which is very important to secure, and the document information protection, and the cloud application, as we call the CASB. And also on the cloud infrastructure, we have the Azure Defender. So the entire architecture of Microsoft, so ito siya. So we have the prevention and we have the visibility on top in the SIEM and the SOAR for the automation and response. And we also have the partnership with the ecosystem of the cybersecurity community. So we're sharing feeds from other vendor to collaborate to provide a much higher success rate in terms of preventing any cybersecurity attack. So what should be in the top of mind as a zero trust foundation? So by the way, zero trust is not a solution, but it's a framework. So first, we need to modernize our identity and the endpoint, our devices. Because going back to the work from home or a hybrid setup, anywhere, you can work, coffee shop, at home. So para may level of security tayo. So transform employee experience. So secure all application. So secure application, it means our people can work properly and can do more. So with my partner, will provide us the inputs and insight how to have a journey on the zero trust in the modern work era.
Thanks, Rocky. So I'm Dino. Siguro, before I go into my presentation, gusto ko kayong tanongin, sino sa inyo dito yung na-hack na? Meron na bang na-hack dito? Let's say yung account nyo or Facebook or corporate account nyo, for example, sa organization. Di ba? Meron palang second question. Sino dito yung na-hack na kayo pero hindi nyo pa alam? And kasi there are actually sites. Meron mga sites ngayon. You can visit haveyoubeenpawned.com where you can check your account. I was surprised. I typed my email address dino.flores@something.com. And pag check ko doon, I didn't know na hack na pala yung account ko. So it's well, I was surprised. Sabi ko, hindi wala naman nakaalam nito ah. But it's basically siguro when I sign up in some of the websites. Pero bakit siya important? Why do you think important yun whether you know na hack if your account is hacked or not? Kasi I think Rocky showed it earlier. Nakita naman natin there's a lot of attacks right now. It's targeting organizations. It's targeting individual accounts. It's targeting individual accounts to access organization. Diba? I'm pretty sure na narinig niyo na banks in the Philippines. Multiple banks na hack na. And what's the implication? Kasi pinag-usapan namin kanina ni Commander. Dino, gusto namin mag-implement ng security solution but the problem is it's very costly. Napakamahal niya. Totoo naman, there's a cost, especially in day one. But the problem is, tinanong ko si Commander pabalik. Commander, sige, mahal siya. Pero have you thought about what if mahack kayo? Kasi nung mga nahack na organization, I will not name it kasi nasa public tayo. it cost them 50 million US dollars. It cost them 100 million US dollars. Di ba? Parang, come to think of it, yung investment usually that you put when you apply yung mga security solutions is, I would say, less, way less kapag na-impact kayo ng breach. That's what we are parang discussing this with the customer. Mas mura siya to prevent rather than huli na. Nakuha na yung money and you need to basically implement it. Lalabas pa doon, madodoble pa or 10 times more yung ano. And that's important. Kaya ako siya na tinanong kanina is maybe you don't know na nahack na yung account nyo and still continue silang nahahack. You don't know yung account nyo ginagamit nila multiple times. And so, bakit siya important? It's important because especially right now, nung pandemic, most of us are working from home. Binigyan tayo ng access siguro ng mga organization natin palabas. Even though meron tayong, kahit na merong internet access lang, you are able to access your email. You're able to access your other productivity tools. But the question is, ang tanong is, yung mga tamang tao ba yung naka-access ng data nyo? And so we've done that research as mentioned by Rocky. We also know that you are security experts. Our intent right now is to share with you how Microsoft can help you. Paano kayo matutulungan ni Microsoft with basically our solution. This is a typical journey ng customers namin who have successfully moved to security and cloud solutions. Okay? Nag-start yung requirement mainly on, Dino, kailangan namin ng productivity tools. We need to empower employees. Discussion din yan currently with the organizations that nag-participating here. Kailangan namin ng email. But more than that, more than giving them the communication tool, there's also a need to make sure na protected yung yung infrastructure in environment. Why is that important? Kasi there is a study by Verizon. Among the security, maraming pillars na pinakita si Rocky kanina, 'di ba? May identity, may endpoint, may application, may information. Among the layers, you guess, alin doon yung laging na-attack ni user, ni hacker? Meron ba nakakaalam? So, sige, I'll not put you on the spot. I will answer the question. Among dun sa layers, ang pinakamadalas ma-hack, 90% of the time is basically identity. Yung credential nyo. Kasi once may access si user dun sa credential nyo, he can access everything. Di ba? Kapag nakuha ko yung username account nyo, I can basically do everything dun sa, especially kapag administrator kayo. Di ba? Especially pag administrator kayo, if I have access to that, I can do a lot of things sa environment nyo. Imagine yung cost nun sa organization. Kaya it's very important to pay attention doon sa identity. There are solutions right now na ginagamit. I'm not sure na kung narinig nyo na yung multi-factor authentication. Wherein kapag nag-login kayo, you will be presented by another question. Diba? Apart from username and password, tatanungin kayo, can you put Dino your biometric? I-ano mo nga yung yung kamay mo. Or pwedeng sometimes facial recognition, sometimes mag-SMS yan dun sa cellphone mo to validate. Okay? Is it extra step? Yes, mas matrabaho siya sa user. Pero is it safe? Definitely mas safe siya. Kasi imagine nakuha yung account nyo, lahat na ng data nyo makukuha. But if merong extra layer, which is yung mobile phone or yung facial recognition nyo, the hacker will not be able to do that. Our recommendation at the very least is to implement that. Yung let's do identity. Let's make sure na kahit mahirap siya, let's work with our organization kasi as mentioned, babalik ulit tayo, what if nagkaroon ng breach? Mas mahal yon sa organization rather than yung mga employees will comply with basically the requirements. Meron ding mga tool, let's say facial recognition, thumbprint, it's basically easier. Kasi kapag cellphone, nag-text ka pa magta-type ka pa ng number dun sa login mo But yung facial recognition in let's say yung yung thumb mark, it's easier for the system to allow you to do such thing. And so what we are saying is we can help you dun sa entire journey. Ang daming pwedeng gawin. When we talk about security, super dami. Identity pa lang, ang dami ng technology. When we talk about information protection, yung ano ng data, that's another layer. Okay? So what we can show is how Microsoft can help you. Kasi normally, you will buy different product isa-isa. Diba? Ito yung typical journey eh. Mag-implement ka ng identity solution para isang account na lang yung gamit ni user for all the application, whether ano yan, corporate yan or hosted sa ibang solution. Right now, because of the pandemic, ang daming devices na ginagamit ni user. Gumagamit siya ng laptop, gumagamit siya ng mobile phone, gumagamit siya ng tablet. So imagine, hindi na design yung application. Dati kasi, you adjust allow or disallow user eh. But what if ang dami niyang devices? Paano makokontrol? O dapat yung mga company device lang yung pwede mag-login sa company data. And so how do you control that? So that's possible now. And then you give them all the things that they need to be productive sa work. Kailangan nila ng email, kailangan nila ng application, etc., etc. And what we are saying is in Microsoft, instead of having multiple vendors dito, like this, diba? Usually may a set of vendors ka dito, another for this. What we're saying is we can help you consolidate this in a single platform, in our Microsoft platform. You might be using already Microsoft. Meron kayo sigurong Windows. Meron kayong Office. Ang beauty niyan is we can extend that. Yung identity service namin is one of the mature and leaders also dun sa market. And so we can work with you to be able to do that. Okay, so we have this Microsoft 365 solution. Yan, so we presented this multiple times. The idea is to help you consolidate yung mga requirements nyo. I know popular kami sa paggamit nyo with Windows, paggamit nyo ng Office. But we are actually beyond that. Pwede namin kayong tulungan even dun sa journey nyo from the beginning. Yung identity, for example, yung credentials nyo. How do we help you make sure na every login ng mga users, every time na nag-login kayo, is secure? Kasi as mentioned, yun yung pinaka-critical na portion, di ba? More than 90% as per Verizon, yun yung cost ng security, that's the cost of security breach. So imagine kapag na protect natin yun, you are protecting 90% of the potential breach organization nyo. But it doesn't mean na hindi na natin siya gagawin doon sa iba. Okay? Sige, ito. So allow me to show this this slide. Ito yung typical, not sure kung nakikita niyo siya properly. Itong diagram na to, what it shows is the typical hacking ng attacker. Yung attacker, yung tinatawag natin yung mga bad actors, okay? Normally, you can do it from left to right. Iyan ko na yung para hindi mahirap. Oops, sorry. From left to right, ang ibig sabihin niyan, how do they penetrate the system? My goal here is not to tell you the process, but more of to tell you kung anong Microsoft solution yung responsible for that. Okay? Yung sa left side, normally, magpe-penetrate sila using yung credential, yung email nyo. What will they normally do is mag-attach sila ng malicious link. May merong link doon na pala siya. Malicious pala. Pupunta pala sila sa fake website. Or it can also be an attachment. May attachment yung email. Diba? And then what it does is may link doon ulit na pwede nyong i-click para pumunta kayo dun sa false website. So that's normally what they do. And dito pa lang ang dami organizations can do already something to prevent this. So what we can do is to help you block this already. Para kasi minsan hindi nakikita siya ni user eh. Hindi nakikita ni user na yung link pala na i-click niya is basically malicious. What we can do is to help block that. Para bago pa i-click ni user, what it does is it will check muna with Microsoft servers whether the link is legitimate or not. So if hindi siya legit, then basically iba-block siya ni Microsoft. So marami na kayong mabablock na attempts ng mga ng mga attackers doon. Whether it's inside the email, yung link, or basically even attachment. Sometimes pa nga file yan na it will run. Okay? And so that's the first portion, yung sa email platform. The second is, let's say for some reason nakapasok si attacker, nakapasok siya sa layer. Yan. Kaya important na hindi lang natin siya i-secure ng isang layer. Kasi as mentioned by Rocky, super dami. Yung ito platform, yung nasa orange, then marami pang other layers. Ang important is we have multiple layer of protection para kahit ma-compromise yung isang layer, there's still additional layer of protection. Okay? Kasi very common naman yan eh. Kahit na gaano ka-advance yung tools mo, sometimes yung attacker are one step ahead. They can break in. So it's important na meron tayong multiple layers para in case na makapasok sila, they will be blocked. Okay? The orange one is for the platform layer. The second is yung devices naman. Okay? For example lang, let's say nakapasok, na-click nung accidentally, na-click nung user, yung employee nyo, yung link or yung file. So pupunta naman siya sa device. Pupunta siya dun sa gamit niyang device, whether it's a laptop, whether it's a mobile phone. So what it does, it will try to infect the device. So nandun naman siya sa green portion. Yun. So what we can help you with, dati kasi we have antivirus solution. Diba? May mga antivirus solution that will check malware. But what we have noticed is yung antivirus is not enough. Kasi siya, masyadong basic sometimes, mga based sa behavior. Based siya sa signature lang. But yung mga ginagawa ni attackers are unpredictable. Okay, so what we need to do is to have an intelligent system to do that. If nakarinig na kayo ng EDR, endpoint detection and response. So those are types of tool na nakakapag-prevent ng mga we call them zero-day attack. Yung mga advanced attack na hindi kaya ng antivirus. Yun. So imagine if hindi nakapasok siya, for example, yung 90%, let's say mga 1% nakapasok, you can still block them dun sa green layer, dun sa endpoint. Ang idea niya is hindi na siya lalabas. Para hanggang dun sa machine mo na lang, hindi na siya lalabas sa network nyo within the organization. Okay? Okay. And then siguro you will tell me, okay Dino, sige, super advanced nung nakapasok pa rin siya. Na-penetrate pa rin niya yung green. Okay? Next layer naman that we can talk or discuss is the identity portion, yung credential ni user. Here, we can help you protect kasi we are strong dito sa identity yung credential nyo. We have on-premise solution and we also have basically cloud solution. We can help you protect kahit alin yung investment nyo dyan. So, for administrators, yan sila yung nagmamanage yan, you will be able to relate. For end users, ito yung nag-store nung credentials nyo. So those are the identity. Ang sinasabi natin is we can help you filter, let's say, kung sino yung pwedeng mag-log in sa organization. Yan. So para pag na-compromise yung endpoint, you still have the third layer which is identity. Ito yung sinasabi ko na more than 90% of the attack or breach are being compromised due to bad credential. Yung sa pangatlo. And yung last two layers, application and information. These are also critical. Yung information protection, in my experience sa Microsoft, super daming companies that we've helped during this pandemic. Kasi ito yung last layer of protection mo eh. Ito yung wherein you will protect the actual file. Sige, sabihin na natin na na-hack yung basically email. Pero hacking email might not be sufficient. Wala naman sila makukuha sa email. Normally, they will attack your organization for the purpose of, let's say, getting IPs, getting files, etc. So yun yung last layer. Kaya organizations like ako, ang marami experience sa government sector and even financial institution, ang key na pinoprotect nila is the information or the file. You protect the files, the folders, para in case ma-hack yung system mo, ma-hack yung device, the file are still protected. Naka-embed dun sa file yung yung protection. Okay? What we've seen is that or before pre-pandemic, common na organizations will implement I'm not sure kung narinig nyo na yung data leakage or data leak protection na let's say if there are information na important sa organization, let's say sa Navy or sa AFP or sa PNP, there are some information or files na ayon yung lumabas ng organization. Di ba? Pero yung mga employees and users, when they send emails, minsan nakakalimutan nila, and minsan accidentally natatype nila yung outside the organization. Nakakapag-type sila maybe from vendors. Okay, what will happen is, ano na yun, data leakage na yun, lumabas na may, okay lang sana kung hindi important yung file eh. What if it's a confidential file that you basically leak outside your organization? And so, that's the importance of information protection, wherein you have classification of data, classification of files, so that, let's say, kapag accidentally na-send siya ng employees outside your organization, hindi siya mababasa nung unintended recipients automatically. And so we have such technology that we've implemented sa during the pandemic. I'm talking about financial institution, government agencies, and even enterprise who use our solution to protect that. Kasi nga, para in case ma-penetrate ng user, ng attacker yung multiple layers, still the file is protected. Yan. So itong diagram na to may be some, I don't know kung nakikita niyo or not eh. Maybe too much, or I don't know, maybe for technical maybe kulang din. But this is important kasi this will show you na maraming layers na kailangan yung i-protect. Okay? And security is not just protecting one layer. Kasi kapag na-compromise yun, makukuha niyo yung data nyo. But what you can do is to protect multiple layers so that yung attacker, hindi siya madadalian to penetrate your data. And this is where Microsoft is strong at. To protecting. We can help you kung gusto nyo lang i-protect some layers, and we can also protect you when you want to protect the entire platform of your organization. Okay? And so this is the one that I'm talking about in terms of information protection. Okay, yung information protection, hindi lang siya about blocking yung documents or files that the user will send outside the organization. And essentially, ang nakikita namin na requirements with other organization is to help you discover ano ba yung mga files within the within the organization, within your company. Okay? And then helping you classify the documents. Yung classification, it can be manual na gagawin ni user, or it can also be automated na you have policies to be able to detect. Let's say, for example, meron nang nakita na AFP confidential dun sa document. Then what it does is it will automatically tag the documents as confidential. Para kapag sinend siya ng mga employees nyo, your employees try to share that outside the organization, mabablock sila. Hindi siya ma-share outside the organization. So this is, I guess, powerful na nakita namin with other organization for the purpose of preventing any data leakage and also helping you classify kung ano yung mga documents nyo. Kasi imagine on this one, makikita nyo na if you have, let's say, 1 million files in the organization, you will be able to see on this how many ba yung confidential documents done, and how many potentially yung where users are trying to share to other people. So that can be a game changer instead of just helping you block yung mga content. And so in my discussion together with Rocky, we've covered a lot of layers. As mentioned, hindi namin goal to bore you. Gusto namin maging short and concise on this presentation. What we want to highlight is marami talagang layers ng zero trust. Diba? Babalik ako doon. You have identity, you have endpoint, you have other information, you have devices, etc., etc. And sometimes na-confuse tayo. Parang, alin ba dito yung i-protect ko? Okay? And we can work with you to identify that. Ang suggestion namin is to always try to protect all the layers and then prioritize yung mga typical ones. Let's say identity, kasi yan yung mas maraming breach na nangyayari. And here in Microsoft, basically we are here to help you. One is to be able to help you in the advanced security. Okay? And the next one, before siguro we go, we also want to help you dun sa mga basic ones. Okay? siguro reminder din, we have, marinig nyo siguro maraming updates yung mga products si Microsoft. Recently, we've launched Windows 11. We've also launched Office 365, the cloud version. I want to emphasize the importance of being up to date. Siguro yun na lang. And not using yung legacy version. Kasi meron pa bang gumagamit ng Windows XP and pababa? Yan. So we discourage that for a lot of reasons. Unang-una, security. Kasi kapag gumagamit kayo ng version na hindi na supported, marami ng vulnerabilities yun. And makakatipid kayo siguro sa pagbili ng license, but yung headache nyo to see yung mga security breach, baka more than 50 or 100 million yun. Yan. So that's one. And second is piracy. Yan. Siguro we want to highlight then, piracy, maybe hindi nyo siya ma-connect right now sa advanced security, but it can be a trigger. It can be a trigger ng advanced attack. Kasi you might get the software less price than the normal or even for free. Pero as mentioned by Rocky, it can meron siyang cost associated. Maybe libre yon or mura, pero ang implication nun is you don't know, maybe there are applications na naka-install doon sa device, doon sa operating system, di ba? Maybe those are the typical yung ginagawa yun. Maybe you get it from locations like sa Recto or sa I don't know, sa Manila, for example. You might be able to get the installer from there, but take note, we discourage you from using that for the reason of mainly security at the very least. As mentioned, typically they will contain malicious software or product that can get your data, that can compromise your identity, that can also be costly for you personally and for the organization. Yun. So gusto namin kayong tulungan to promote that. And Microsoft can partner with you also to enforce that as law enforcing body, to enforce that also to other customers. And so with that, siguro we have 6 minutes. I know we were told na we still need time in case there are questions from the audience. Yeah. So with that, salamat, good morning, and we are here to answer in case you have questions.
Thank you very much, Sir Dino, and as well as Sir Rocky. So, partner, nasan ka na? So, a while ago, mas na-struck ako dun sa sinabi kasi, di ba, it's actually interconnected with saying kanina sinabi niyo po. Parang sinasabi niyo, really, kaysa naman tayo gumastos ng mas malaki pag na-attack na tayo. Parang sinasabi niyo, in a medical field na prevention is better than cure. Di ba ho? Di ba, partner? Yes, wala pa rin mo. Ayan. Take a seat, sir, because apparently we'll have some other questions online as well as maybe with our participants here. Actually, before we go forward with that, with the questions we have online, I actually have this thing na the same questions that goes yesterday na kung kayo po ba yung inyong mga services could it still really be compatible with already the existing services or solutions that an organization could have. Do you think that your products or the solutions that you have could still be workable and compatible with what they have?
Siguro yung question can be answered multiple ways. Siguro our guidance is mainly on the supportability. Kasi normally Microsoft 365 will work with yung current version and even yung version -1. What we discourage is using the end of support version. Let's say yung as na-mention ko kanina, Windows XP, Server, Windows 7 is also end of support. Windows Server, mga 2003, 2008, yun, mga 3.1. 8.1 is still supported so far. And so our general guidance is let's stay on the supported version. Kasi once na-reach na niya yung end of life, wala nang support yun kay Microsoft by default. You may potentially work with us. Meron kaming offer din for those organization. Pero to be honest, the price of that can be more expensive than just upgrading. So, yeah. Hopefully, I was able to answer your question.
Okay, thank you very much. So, partner, I think we do have already questions online.
Yes, for our first question, are all these security features would be a separate license subscription when you acquire Microsoft 365 plan?
Yep, thanks for that question. Sige, I'll answer that. Yung next siguro kay Rocky. So Microsoft 365, yeah, we have a plan na Microsoft 365. I think there's a full product in Microsoft 365 E5 will contain all the capabilities that I mentioned earlier. Okay, but at the same time, we don't force an organization to get all yung lahat na yon. Parang we give our organization flexibility. That's the reason why nag-create din kami ng option for organization to choose kung ano lang yung kailangan nyo. Kasi maybe we are conscious then you have existing investment with other solution. Yun, so maybe we can work with you on yung mga gap nyo muna. But we are happy if you want all the solution that we presented, there is an option for you to get all of this product as a bundle. Yeah, and it will be cheaper.
Okay. Actually, that would already be my follow-up question. Tatanong ko sana, what could really be the price range of that kind of subscription or the support that they're gonna offer? Sinagot na lang niya, ayoko nang bigyan niya na pa ng kung ilang digits yon. At least sabi naman ni sir, cheaper naman daw, no?
Siguro, what I'll mention is that we have partnership then with, especially for government agencies, okay? We partner with our government sector, na to give yung best pricing for government agencies. So kapag bumibili, if government agency like AFP, Navy, PNP, if you're getting Microsoft subscription, there is a way for you to get it without doing a bid kasi na pre-bid na yun eh. And we guarantee na yun yung kasi na pre-bid na siya, nakuha na yung pinakamurang price. So you will also get the price nun. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So moving forward, we do have another question. When using anti-malware software, is up-to-date Windows Defender enough, or do I still need to invest in a licensed anti-malware software coming from Anonymous?
Okay, so I'll answer that question. So, okay, first, technically, the Windows 10, kasama na yung anti-malware doon. So, what we're showing you a while ago, the Defender family, because the anti-malware software is based on signature. Currently, na-mention kanina, sophisticated na yung mga attack. Number one, ransomware. Ransomware is not based on signature. It's more on the behavioral analysis ng isang machine. So, to answer this question, yes, you still need the add-on. We call the EDR. So, you cover both the anti-malware for the signature base and the EDR, based on the behavioral analytics, will handle that kind of scenario. So yeah, we still need. But yeah, the anti-malware still works how it designed.
I'll add in, thanks Rocky for answering. Siguro ang addition ko lang dun sa na yun, anti-malware, we've shown kanina yung Zero Trust Framework. And as mentioned, madaming layers yun. Merong identity, may endpoint, may information, may application, etc. etc. Yung anti-malware normally it's just for the endpoint, okay? To be honest, it might work kasi mapoprotect niya yung endpoint, but if you will ask me, is it enough? Depende sa requirement nyo, but in most cases we recommend protecting multiple layers. Why? Because what if na-compromise yung attack? Kasi dumarating yung time mas tumatalino yung mga attackers eh. We cannot rely on a single security. Kailangan meron tayong multiple layers of protection para in case ma-compromise yung endpoint, meron ka pa rin protection on identity, information, and other layers. Yeah.
Parang kahapon na sinabi ko, di ba, partner, na dapat we always have a reserve bullet in every war. Kasi kung wala, tapos na agad ang laban, di ba? So, partner?
Okay, next question is, what level of support do you provide for Microsoft 365 users?
Yep, we have multiple tiering of support. Okay, when you subscribe sa Microsoft 365, there is support naman. You can raise it in multiple ways. Normally, meron yung email, meron yung phone. You can also raise it in the portal. We also, for big organization, we also offer premier and unified support, wherein there's a dedicated person, parang contact person that will help you. Not just to troubleshoot but provide also proactive services. So ang sa amin is we have a variety of support. Yan, meron comes with a subscription, and there also support na that comes with for big organization as let's say yung concern nila is not just on the troubleshooting but also on proactive services, we can also provide that as an option. Yeah.
So actually siguro parang mayroon silang bundle. Kung sa pagkain, may budget meal.
Yes, may
Okay.
budget meal.
Okay, so moving forward, another question from Anonymous. How can you guarantee that our data is much secure in Microsoft compared to other vendors?
So I think this question is referring to the cloud infrastructure pertaining to Azure. So the security of Azure is a shared responsibility. Microsoft Azure will protect the infrastructure to provide you the highest SLA. I think 5 nines, 99.99 uptime. And second, it's a shared responsibility of the customer or the agency to secure their data. So both, it should be a journey together to protect the data, and while the Microsoft is handling the infrastructure, na hindi siya ma-breach and hindi siya mag-down na anytime. So that's the shared responsibility of the cloud infrastructure.
Add ko lang din, Rocky, dun sa how we can guarantee. As mentioned by Rocky, we cannot guarantee it alone. Kasi as mentioned, dalawang layer yan eh. And you have choices. Kasi may multiple layers na organization. And when you subscribe, let's say, to Microsoft or even other vendors, mamimili kayo kung alin yung portion na mapupunta sa Microsoft na manage, and there will be portion na managed by the customer or you. Yun. So definitely dun sa managed by you, we cannot guarantee that kasi nasa inyo yung dun eh. But we provide you options to be able to do that. Yan. As babalik ulit ako, if you want more better security, we implement securing multiple layers. Yun pa rin yung best.
Kumbaga, partner, they have already an all-in one.
Yes. Okay. Speaking of multiple layers, kasi may na-mention kayo kanina, sir, na pag nakalampas siya dun sa unang layer, kunwari, napunta na siya dun sa machine mo, nagkaroon lang ako ng question.
Ayun.
Sabi niya kasi hanggang sa machine na lang. So, ang naisip ko bigla, so ano na mangyayari kung nasa machine na siya? Paano na siya maaalis? Or ano na mangyayari sa kanya kung nandun na siya sa machine?
Okay, so if remember the green portion kanina, yung endpoint protection, ang ginagawa niya, it's not just to block, but also in a way to clean. Depende kung how infected na yun eh. Ideally, ang gagawin niya is it will not allow you to run the malicious application. That's one. And second is potentially if isolated na. Parang it will run in a sandbox environment na separate from your machine. So yung ginagawa, that's the reason why you get yung endpoint protection. Kasi if wala yun, imagine yung implication. It can potentially destroy your entire device. Pwedeng hindi mo na siya ma-boot. Pwedeng nakuha na ni user yung data niya, and so on and so forth. So yeah, it's important. It can, to answer your question, babalik ako, it can block and it can potentially clean yung device mo from that harmful application.
And one of the advantage on the multi-layer is you prevent the lateral movement. So for example, yung computer ni Dino na ransomware, so isolated siya. Yung sandbox na sinasabi ni Dino, hindi siya mag-scattered laterally going to me, or to the entire network. And maybe the highest possibility it will go to the server. That would be a disaster.
So bali, kunwari sir, ako non-IT, ako na user. So hindi ko naiintindihan paano ko nagagawin to kung sakali man na nandun na siya sa device or sa machine.
Correct. Dapat ang idea niyan is if you are the end user, dapat walang impact sa iyo. That the system will automatically detect it. But sa back end, makikita niya ng IT administrators, yung team nila, uy, itong machine na to, there's a potential compromise. Dapat a good system will be able to notify the administrator. Yun dapat yung nangyayari.
Thank you, sir.
So moving forward, nasagot ba partner yung mo? Yung
Yes.
yung worried at curiosity as well as pag-aagam-agam mo dyan sa isipan mo.
Yes, kasi diba yesterday sabi yung human nga yung weakest link. Okay. So kung ikaw non-IT ka, so paano ko na ba ito gagawin? Pero meron akong ganitong protection.
And that's actually why we have the ISS, CSS wall. That's their work as well. And that's the reason, and that's also the responsibility of each individual or each personal to at least have a basic knowledge if ever we were able to meet those kinds of instances, it to report immediately to those knowledgeable compared to us. So moving forward, there's another question from Anonymous. Are all the security functionalities of Microsoft 365 compliant to the Data Privacy Act regulations?
Yep, we publish this across Microsoft solution, Microsoft 365 and even Azure. We have guidance on how definitely we can comply. We have guidance to do that kasi yung compliance with Data Privacy Act, multiple layers yan. Again, meron diyang tool which is Microsoft Azure and Microsoft 365. At the same time, meron diyang people and meron diyang process. So what we're saying is the tool can comply. Pwede siya. You can do it. You can configure it to be able to comply with data privacy and we have guidance for that. But kailangan natin ng tulong ng people kasi may people portion din to be able to comply to DPA as well and also dun sa process. Kailangan natin mas streamline yung process to comply with Data Privacy Act. So our solution is portion of that and we can work with you. We've done it kasi sa other organization. Microsoft 365 is the in terms of market share. Ako, specific to financial sector, I'm handling a lot of financial sector in the Philippines. There are more banks, a lot of banks that are choosing Microsoft solution and tinulungan namin sila to comply with Data Privacy Act, DSP regulations, and so that's a testament on how Microsoft can comply. In fact, kami lang yung platform is as far as I know, wherein you can go to Microsoft 365. What you can do is there's an assessment there. Pwede mo i-click. Run Data Privacy Act. Ang gagawin niya is it's a template. I-run niya yun. It will take around 5 to 10 minutes. It will show you ano yung mga items that you need to comply with DPA or BSP. And then ipapakita niya sa'yo ano yung items na kino-comply mo at hindi. And so we are advanced. Nandun na kami sa portion na yun that we can, kasi kung gagawin mo yun, ang tagal eh. Di ba? Mag-ano ka pa ng auditor, i-check mo pa yung policies yun, etc. But using our solution, pwede mo na siyang gawin on the fly. You can run it within 5 minutes. Pwede mo nang ipakita sa boss mo, boss, ito yung compliance natin sa DPA. And then you will see it. You can run it let's say daily or every week in terms when you need it.
So parang meron siyang secure score. So once this solution Dino mentioned, it will provide you, hey, 70% na tayo. And it will provide layers or suggestion or recommendations how to fulfill the 100% compliant to a certain governance.
Hindi lang siya DPA, DPA, PSP, those are the two local ones. In addition, marami pa yan na international. ISO, NIST. Yeah. So we have templates that you can run to check whether you are compliant with the regulations.
The international governance.
Thank you very much. Sana nasagot naman Anonymous yung iyong katanungan.
So next question, can you just buy specific security feature or are all the security features have to be bought in a bundled package?
Yun. So there's an option for you to get it as a bundle. That will be cheaper rather than buying individually. And yes, you can buy it na separately. Yung kaninang boxes that I showed, yung iba-ibang colors, you can get it one at a time. Kasi we understand that there are customers na maybe you have existing investment with other solution. So we value that. You can continue that, tapos you can use Microsoft solution for some of your requirements. And so we do that.
Currently, there's a follow-up question. A while ago with your presentation, we're not able to get if you actually do have the 24/7 support for those customers that you do have.
It will vary depending on the severity. Pati yung severity ng kasi there might be some siguro there might be some issues na hindi kailangan 24/7. Kasi let's say if it's affecting, let's say single user, tapos diba then normally hindi siya severe. But when it's impacting the entire organization, then that's another discussion. That can be potential 24/7 support.
And additional din, meron si Microsoft na IR, Incident Response Team. So any agency, any customer with Microsoft na compromise, so you can call them 24/7 to ask assistance, how to mitigate the risk, how to contain the issue, and we call this a red button. So anytime any customer can use this one. And again,
so that's good to hear.
Thank you.
So any other questions that we have? How about our participants? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Sir, maraming salamat sir sa pagpa-unlock ng aming imbitasyon. I would just like to announce Sir Sunny over there is a good friend from Microsoft. Sa kanya kami nakipag-usap for this. And in-stress niya lang kanina sa akin sa labas that he will be giving the AFP an experience doon sa Microsoft 365. So, for a period of 6 months for free. So, sabi niya sa akin, sir, just give me the number. Kahit ilang libo, sir, no? Kung talagang kailangan ng AFP. So, it's a good thing. And he also, are you offering the same, sir, with our friends here? Oh, so, nag-thumbs up siya, sir. So kung na-explain naman po kanina kung ano po yung risk na tinitake natin when we're using counterfeit software. So ito po, just to experience yung Microsoft 365, Sir Sunny pledge na sa lahat ng bisita dito, government agencies, you can approach him there. There's the good-looking guy over there. Para po, just tell him, give him a number, and then he will give Microsoft 365 for 6 months free. For us to experience ko yung advantage ng collaboration, saka working as a team, using their solution. So I hope we get to, or we leverage on that offer. So, Sir Sunny, maraming salamat po. So, yun lang naman, sort of announcement lang for everybody. Doon po sa mga online, you can contact us, or kung kilala nyo po si Sir Sunny, you can contact him directly. But kung gusto nyo po, through our office, we'll just get your number, saka kung ilan ang kailangan yung accounts, and then we'll forward it to Sir Sunny. So, yun lang po. Maraming salamat po, Sir Dino. Saka Sir Ron.
Commander.
Thank you.
Salamat, everyone. We're
Thank you
still
very
here.
So napakabuti naman ng ating kaibigan from Microsoft.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Sir Sunny.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Sir Dina and Sir Rocky, for gracing this morning and share about the Microsoft journey. So napakaswerte naman ng ating mga kasama dito. At least, di ba, partner? Almost 6 months ay papa-experience ni
6 months
Microsoft.
talaga. 6 months, baka nga humirit pa 6 months and 2 days.
Hindi naman siguro. So we're done with our first topic for this morning. It's actually as we have mentioned, it's about the Microsoft journey. Now moving forward, our second resource person for this morning is a cybersecurity philanthropist and currently the chairman of the Tech Ed Global Academy and ICT CIA, as well as the CEO or chairman of Black Ops Cybersecurity Consortium. He is the new HTC of CIC. For more than 2 decades in the field, he established his credibility as a recognized top security expert and public speaker. Back with his vast experience and success in numerous private and government-related projects locally and internationally, he has also garnered numerous internationally recognized certifications, validating his expertise in the information technology and cybersecurity landscape. Because of his experience, passion, and dedication in cybersecurity, he became one of the primary go-to experts with notable skills in threat intelligence, offensive and defensive operations, counterintelligence, hybrid warfare or the gray zone, incident handling and risk assessment, as well as a strategic organizational framework modeling, helping organizations reach their objectives. Our resource person is the chairperson of the board of Tech Ed Global Academy. Join us as we welcome Irenaeus Laszlo Mark Legeza II. A big round of applause for him.
Thank you. Thank you. Magandang umaga. Thank you. Thank you, AFP, for having me here at this special event that we have, and it is an honor to be here. So a lot of familiar faces, and I'm sure a lot of you guys have already seen and know who I am. So today I'm actually going to be covering a couple of important essentials when we develop cybersecurity. As I understand, this event is solely encompassing cybersecurity. I see a lot of, how do I say, infrastructure-based solutions, cybersecurity solutions. But one of the key essentials in developing cybersecurity is designing its maturity. And maturity, let me see if I can actually get this slide working, will be discussed in a multi-phase. I do apologize, I think it's a little too small though, but will be discussed basically in a multi-phase approach. One of the key aspects here is what we refer to as the capability maturity, or the people capability maturity model. Now, to make this interactive, okay, and it's been a while since I've been doing this one, okay, mostly we've been doing virtual, those that are familiar with CyCon, of course, conducted by the CICC, or the Cybercrime Group. Let's try to make this interactive, okay, and try to see how your comments basically come in to this particular sector of how to say the maturity of an organization in terms of its cybersecurity items. So as I said, we're going to be covering quite a couple of items here: the people, the actual cybersecurity model per se, okay, which is the C2M2, and the CMMI. I'm not so sure if anybody has ever heard of CMMI, okay, which is the capability maturity model integration. All right, now, when we deal with information security, we all know that, and I'm sure everybody is familiar with the term data breach. How many here are basically familiar with the term data breach? Hands in the air. How many people are scared of data breaches? Hands in the air. How many people are scared of hackers? Hands in the air. Nobody's scared of hackers? Seriously. Okay, that's kind of interesting though. Data breaches have a major financial impact. Now, with clients that we have in Europe, even here in the Philippines, the suffered data breaches, the fines are excruciatingly high. A GDPR violation, for example, would cost you for a data breach 20 million euro. We don't have that 20 million euro in the Philippines. But we're talking about less than 2 million for data breach here. But it's not just about the financial impact or the penalty it has. It's the credibility. Now, having been doing consultancy work for pretty much 80%, 90% of government agencies here in the Philippines, from the LGU level all the way up to the national level, one of the things that I have noticed, okay, is the lack of importance that they put in cybersecurity. Now imagine if, let's say, a major government agency suffered a data breach and exposed all your data. Now, how would you feel? Would you feel confident about that agency? Or would you lose your confidence? If, let's say, a bank, okay, financial sector, fintech, loses all your money, your pension fund, everything, is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? I'd like to know. And you can't buy anything anymore. You can't pay your kids' tuition. You can't pay your monthly amortization for your car, your house. Would you be scared? Would you not be scared? I don't think anybody is scared of hackers at all, are they? You guys are really tough ones, all right? My God. You know, with the DOD, anytime you talk about hackers, okay, because I've been doing consultancy work for, or contractor work, as I said, I'm a retired guy. with the US military, UK military, with the Israeli military. When you talk about a hacker, they're more scared of hackers than they are actually of terrorists. Okay? Why? You don't know who they are. Terrorists, you have a tag, you have a face. But with hackers, you don't have a face. You don't even know the person sitting right next to you. I'm not pointing at them, okay? Right next to you is actually somebody infiltrating you because they're anonymous. So this is the risk that we're faced with, okay? Information security is a risk needed or needing proactivity. Now, by the way, you guys will be getting a copy of this slide, so I do apologize. I didn't realize that it was just way too small. When we talk about key factors influencing cybersecurity, we have internal and external influencers. Now, what are internal influencers? A lot of people, how many of you guys here have heard of ISO 27001, ISMS? Who are the techies here? How many techies are here? Okay. My God, this is a cyber conference, guys. What are you doing here? Okay, when we talk about ISO, when we talk about NIST, when we talk about these particular items, these are what we call internal factors. External factors, okay, could be in reference to what? Laws and regulations. Anybody familiar with Republic Act 10173? That's a data privacy law. 10175 is a cybercrime law, which is where we work at the CICC, okay? Now, from those internal and external influencers, we then go to another level. We have frameworks, we have methods, we have methodologies. You know, we can talk about Cisco. I've been, dealing with Cisco for more than 20 years. Even going back to the old days of Alcatel. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Alcatel, okay? Going back to how they say the 1G, 2G technology. All right, we're now going into 5G and pretty much using 5G now, and people may not even be aware of the vulnerabilities that 5G has. You can have so many different solutions, infrastructure and software-based solutions. But without understanding how it works, you fail. 99.9% of all clientele that suffer a data breach suffer it for one reason. It's not the vendor, it's the people using it. Why? They didn't get trained. They didn't understand. They were in the training, teachers talking, and they were just texting. Mobile Legends. You got to understand the frameworks. You got to understand the methods. You got to understand the methodologies. You got to understand the policies and controls. Having been doing consultancy work and, as I said, intelligence work, we're usually the organization that deals with frontline activities. We have seen what are the strengths and weaknesses of different countries. And a lot of countries basically fail on the government infrastructure because of their security controls. How many government agencies I have, and this is nothing that there's no NDA here because I'm not mentioning any government agency names. But how many government agencies I have literally with my color, okay? I don't even speak Tagalog fluently. I grew up in the Philippines, but I don't speak Tagalog fluently. Magaling lang siguro ako mangbola. Okay, which is one of the key essential items. I would literally walk in to a secretary's office, undersecretary's office, vice president, president's office of major government agencies without even being asked, why are you here? And I'm with this color. Imagine if I had pure Pinoy looks. My God, I could even plant a bomb inside, steal data inside, run hacking tools, scan the network, do lateral attacks. It's because of the security controls. We don't know what it is. Cybersecurity today is so complex that we don't even know where to start. You talk about cybersecurity specialists, but they always have the issues. They're so technical, the stakeholders don't even understand what to ask. And these technical guys are so technical, the stakeholders don't even know what they're talking about. And because of that, there's a miscommunication. Kaya walang budget. Diba? Anyways, moving forward, we have standards, we have controls, we have procedures. As you can see, there's a whole range of them right there. And you only know it if you study it. Now, a very interesting quote that we have. I'm sure a lot of you guys are familiar with Sun Tzu. Okay, The Art of War. What did he state here? Every battle is won before it is even fought. If you study the 101s of warfare, especially modern warfare, okay, there are different classifications of modern warfare today. But I had a lot of people that used to be under my command that are fighting as we speak today in Ukraine. And they said everything's different. Warfare is different. Because you're talking about intelligent weaponry. You know, there were a couple of instances where individuals that would, that couldn't resist smoking. I'm one of them. I'm a smoker myself. Would literally just go into the bushes, have a smoke. Get scanned by thermal tools, okay, equipment, and gets bombed. How many instances has that happened in Donbass? How many instances has that happened in the front lines? As I said, modern warfare is different. It's all about technology. You go with your, how do you say, lack of technological thinking, you're not going to win. The first phase of any particular attack is always a cyber attack. You guys have a case study of Ukraine. For years, Russia has been attacking Ukraine. And that's the same thing we have in Asia as we speak today. 10 years I said that, today I'm saying it again. So if you don't know how to win a battle, okay, if you don't know the strategies on what you need to do, how do you expect to win? That's the point. All right, now, majority of the time when we deal with these flaws of a system, and of course, I'm sure everybody here wearing a military uniform are very familiar with the use of a, let's say, 9mm pistol, 45mm pistol, okay? Can you give a 45 caliber 9mm pistol to a kid, a 3-year-old kid, to a 5-year-old kid? In some places, yes, but what do they need? They need what? Training. When you give, let's say, a gun to an individual, they don't even know what it is because they never seen it before. You don't know something you never were trained in. So how do you know what it is? What am I pointing here? When you're given, let's say, a computer, a cell phone, a laptop, a tablet, the tablet is like a nuclear bomb if you know how to use it. The tablet could actually protect you in your own infrastructure. But again, you need to be trained. So what's the weakest point in any organization? Now, I've lectured this one time and time and time again. Software bugs can be patched, but human bugs cannot. And what's the number one vulnerability of a human being? Can anyone tell me? Anyone at all? What's the number one vulnerability of a human being that always gets exploited? Curiosity can be stopped, can be trained. Anybody ever had frontline experience down in Mindanao? No, okay. I'm not going to push that then. Anybody ever experienced getting into a fight? Even as a kid? Okay. Now, there's always a rule that we used to follow, and that would be no mercy. So when you're in the situation, you don't have mercy, because if you have mercy, that individual would come back. They would take their revenge. The number one vulnerability of every human being is emotions. You can't stop emotions. You can be kind-hearted. You're not going to end the person. You could have emotions there where you could get exploited. An individual, if let's say I were to approach a stranger and pretend in a situation where I'm in urgent, immediate need of help, I would say 60% of the time, and I'm being very conservative, in the Philippines, they would lend you your phone or lend their phone to you. Especially pag magaling ka sa acting. Okay? They would literally give you the phone. Now, when you have the phone, what can you do? So many things. Similarly, when we do our physical vulnerability tests, again, with government institutions, we have Google. With Google, you have literally all the information there. Some people just don't know how to be able to stop web crawling, okay? Permissions are there. Documents are on the internet. If we were right now to check, let's say AFP, use basically Google Dorking, look for PDF files on AFP's website, I am sure we'll be able to find something out there. Or even an external. Since we're here in AFP, I'll talk openly about AFP. But for any other government institution, I'm sure you'll be able to find it. You'll be able to see memorandum circulars, yes? So now you have the format. Copy the format, present that at the front gate. Not necessarily AFP, depending on the protocol you have here. But when another organization, other different government departments, people that are just bystanders, regular employees, having their computers there. Meron po kami memo to double check your computer. We need to install a certain patch kasi meron tayong issue in terms of cybersecurity. Will they validate who is who? Especially if you have a fake memo and a fake ID. Can we? Do we have the capacity? So you're exploiting human vulnerability. That's my point. You're only as strong as your weakest link. So when you have somebody in your organization that says, ay, technical to, hindi ko na maintindihan, ayokong pakialaman yan, meron naman kaming IT. That person shouldn't even be touching a computer. They should be dealing with a typewriter or a pen and paper, literally. There are certain requirements you need to first pass before you're given that permission. Which is why the Department of Defense came up with numerous, standards in requiring that before you even touch a computer, you have to be certified with these level of certifications to validate if you know what you're talking about. Remember, we here, and this is nothing against third-party or vendors, okay? Because a lot of people come to me and say, Mark, is certification so important? I always tell them no. Do you need to do A+? Do you need to do certified ethical hacking? Do you need to do CEISSAFP? No, I can hack into your computer even without having those certifications. But from a company's perspective, how do they know if you're talking the truth? The certifications speak for themselves, but not in all cases. That's the reason why you have certification plus work experience. Okay, now, as indicated here, again, I do apologize, it's a little too small here for probably a lot of you. Soft skills are 54%, okay, in terms of the problem in cybersecurity. Soft skills. It's not the technology, come on, guys. Everybody's all technology driven unless you have AI. But then you still have a vulnerability period because the AI is still understanding how your system works. Wake up. It's never the vendor. It's about the people inside. 52% cloud computing. That's today's ratio. Why? For every new technology, there's a new vulnerability. Just like Tesla, when they came out with their smart cars, they had bugs, yeah? Everything that's new always has a vulnerability. It's new, that's why we call it new. It has its flaws. Now, in corporate organizations, they always skip a generation in terms of versions. Let's say 2019 of Microsoft comes out or 2022 comes out. Their 2019, they're not going to migrate it yet. They're going to give it a couple of years to mature before they do a rollout. I've never seen a major organization, Fortune 500 or government organization, that would actually implement the latest technology that comes out today or a year ago, because they know it sucks. No offense, but that's a fact. Except, of course, for cybersecurity tools. You got no choice because they're the ones obliged to send you the latest patches, the latest data. Okay, you got no choice. All right, so moving forward. Now, there's a lot of items in terms of threat landscapes, but I'm going to go into that one because I know I have a limited amount of time. When we talk about the technological consulting sector of the maturity of people, we have to understand that we go through different levels, different phases, where we attract, develop, organize, motivate, retain, okay, the workforce required for to build basically the products and deliver the services. Now, it was kind of interesting when I was browsing through YouTube. I came across a video, and I'd highly recommend, probably Moira, my executive assistant, would be able to send you guys that link, how Israel actually developed their entire cyber workforce. Because everybody goes to Israel. I don't know why. You know, the ICT goes to Israel. Israel, maganda yan. How do you know? Hindi yan US, Israel yun. Diba? You go to other departments, Israel yun. They're the best in the world. That is true. The cyber workforce of Israel is actually one of the best in the world. Why? Because they were embarrassed before. I'm not going to go into the details there, but their threat intelligence, their intelligence about a certain warfare, certain event in their history, caused a major issue. Sampal sa kamay. So what did they do? They said, never again. So what did they do? To recruit their cyber, or to build their cyber security foundation, they went out and they vetted thousands and thousands and thousands of applicants. And they only took the top. Hindi porkit lang kamag-anak kita, hire kita. Are you smart? That's how you vet. There's no friend, there's no, how do you say, enemy. Even if you're really, if you're, let's say, my biggest and number one enemy, ninakaw mo yung girlfriend ko nung high school, I will never forgive you for life. But ikaw ang pinakamataas sa score. I still hire you. Nothing personal. Because we're living in a digital world. There's no such thing as personal. Can a ransomware choose who's who that they attack? Absolutely not. So you have to develop your framework literally from the root level and work your way up. Kasi kung sino-sino lang ang hinahire, kung ano-ano lang ang output. Sometimes sucks. And that's what people hate me about. I mean, literally, people that go into positions and grow amongst the ranks, they hate me. I mean, literally, they really hate. When they see it, I say, Markin, patay tayo dyan. Because I'm not going to stop. I'm going to say, okay, you got a cyber breach, you got me in, I'll tell you the facts. Take it or leave it. Leave it, you get hacked again. Leave it, you get hacked again. I don't care. That's your problem, not my problem anymore. But you're going to see me there because That's my job at the CICC. I'm there to kick your ass. I'm there to recommend. I'm there to tell them, hey, this person is actually not doing their job. Okay, now, what you need to do then is you have to also plan and align your workforce. If you don't align who does what, and you say, okay, let's say, Moira, you're going to do this, then tomorrow you're going to do this, then tomorrow you're going to do this, and they don't have any focus. They're jack of all trades, master of none. What happens to them? They don't know what they're doing anymore. You do Microsoft, you do Cisco, you do this, take certification A, B, C, D, kasi matalino kang, galing mo eh. O ngayon, pag biglang nawala to, single point of failure. Supposed to be military guys, we should know contingencies, backup plans. All right, now, when we talk about the way how we assess, we need to follow basically a certain process flow. And this is called the PCMM, okay? The People Cybersecurity Maturity Model, or the Capability Maturity Model. We start from initial, meaning to say nothing, nada, zero. Do you know how to use Word? No, I don't know how to use Word. Do you know what a CPU is? No, I don't know what a CPU is. Do you know what a mouse is? Is it that what you type? No, that's a keyboard. That's not the mouse. Ah, it's a mouse. Oh, okay, I know what the mouse is. Mickey Mouse, the one that runs around. No, for crying out loud, that's not a Mickey Mouse. That's the one that you move around. Okay? Initial, zero knowledge. Then from there, you go over to manage. You at least have a basic understanding on how you deal with things. Okay? So basic management practices, okay? And this is where you provide compensation, training, and development. Why do you want your people to keep learning? Now remember, a lot of people, they want to keep learning because they get more M-O-N-E-Y. Money. Diba? Let's face the facts. Or they get, remember, I know with a lot of people, because I'm always being exposed, I'm not going to give you guys some of my trade secrets or what I do basically in the background there, but I know a lot of people in the government, especially AFP, PMP, you guys have been working with me quite a while. A lot of people do continuous learning. Why do they do continuous learning? Whenever I try to contact, let's say, a major, whenever I try to contact a colonel, whenever I try to contact somebody, wala po, nasa training po. Anak ng tipak. Lagi nasa training, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Bakit lagi nasa training? Ano bang ginagawa niyang trabaho? Hindi po, kailangan kasi yan para sa promotion. So they get motivated because of what? The promotion. When you get promoted, you get a higher paycheck, yeah? Let's be honest. That's why I said, I told you guys, everybody hates me. I don't think I'm going to be invited again here to AFP, but I'm telling you the actual facts. Facts are painful. Okay? That's why a lot of people, even Asek Magsaysay, she loves me because I don't hide. I won't paint a beautiful picture because you need to hear the truth. Moving forward, what do we have there? We have performance management. How many does KPI? Key performance indicators. Testing. Have you done this? Have you done this? Have you done this? How do you know if the person should actually be promoted or not? How many people ever done here Scout Ranger training? Anybody here from Scout Rangers? Nobody. Okay, fair enough. But you go through what? You have to basically finish day 1 all the way up to the end, the last day. And what's your last day? What's your KPI for your graduation as a Scout Ranger? Not a written exam test. At least from the time that I know this was happening, you go down south and you actually do a mission and you come back alive. Scout Ranger either comes home alive or comes home dead. 2 things. You come home alive, you graduate. You come home dead, kudos to you. Okay? You're one of the lucky ones. You don't have to have any more problems. That's what we always say. Okay? That's what we always say in the military. Okay, moving forward on that particular score. We talk about organizational competency framework. We have to understand the organization. We just don't hire people. We don't just train people. We don't just buy a solution. A solution is to fix a problem. What is the problem? The problem is from the root cause. Your company, your organization, your department, your sector. You don't just say, okay, I want to buy this one because, wow, I just got sold. You got sold. No, I want to buy this because I have a problem and I need a solution. Your software is what's giving me that solution. The software has to work for you, not you to work for the software. That's the reason why we never get anything to work. I heard people talking time and time again about zero trust. You guys heard about zero trust, yeah? Who's the founder of zero trust? Who created zero trust? Moira, would you like to help me out there? It's a friend of mine, but goddamn, I'm losing his name right now. Anybody? Who's the founder? Who's the creator of zero trust? We actually had a conference. I had a joint conference with him and Director Magsaysay, now ASIC Magsaysay, about, I think it was sometime last year. Okay, and John Kindervag, you're so okay, John Kindervag said, you guys got to read the white papers. He's the father of zero trust. He created zero trust. Zero trust is not about the vendor. They carry on because it's clicking. Zero trust is not something that you're supposed to dig deep into your pocket and release. Okay, because if you're doing DID, what's DID? Anybody ever heard of DID? Come on, you guys are at a cybersecurity conference. You guys should know what DID is. Defense in depth. That's DID. And what does DID do with the US, for example? DID is promoting spend billions, spend billions, spend billions. Because you keep on spending and spending. Now you have one vendor, you have another vendor, and they don't communicate with one another. You got an API issue, you got some communication issue. So what are you now stuck with? Spending money, because you now have to develop more, you have to build up more, you have to spend more. Zero trust is not about vendors, ladies and gentlemen. Zero trust is about not trusting what's coming in. So you have to find the right technology that interoperates with each other from the basic level to the technological level. And they should have interoperability. A lot of you guys may not know that term. But interoperability defines having things communicate with one another. And that's what reduces cost. Okay. We then go over from defining the organizational framework, we go over to predictability, okay? Because now when we deal with predictability, now we have already the understanding of, okay, we need this technology, vendor requires, kaya nga meron tayong TOR, di ba? Anong TOR? Terms of reference, okay? RFPs, request for proposals, RFQs, okay? I can see already my time. Go ahead, no problem. Almost done. When we deal basically with TORs, the terms of reference define what is our problem, we state what is our problem, and we request a vendor to provide the information. So when we define it there, we have the predictability as to what we need. Because remember, they always ask, okay, what is your 2023 budget? What is your 2024 budget? Okay, always a year before. How can you predict what you need if you don't even know what you need? They'd always come up with guesstimates. And I'm like, when I do, let's say these random checks, because they do ask me, Mark, double check mo yung POR namin, okay na ba to? I'd be like, how did you come up with this? Cut that out. We don't need that. Okay, it's totally different. That's not essential. Okay, so it's about knowing what you need. You have to understand first, ano bang kailangan ko? Pag naintindihan na natin anong kailangan, paano problema pag hindi natin alam kung anong kailangan natin? Diba? Why? Because of the lack of knowledge. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly go through there. So you also have here, the last option here, the last level there is optimization. Maintenance, in short. Continuous improvement. Like a Black Ops, my staff knows, I'm never content. I come up with one format. The next week, for another client, I say, I don't like the format anymore of the previous week. I want to change it. I want to improve it. They hate, my staff even hate me too, okay? Because every time I look at proposal, I always want constant improvement. I want constant development. I don't want it to stagnate. Because stagnation means you don't make yourself unique. Somebody else will copy your proposal. Somebody else will copy your solution. Okay, now, when we deal there with the two types, okay, this is kind of important here, okay, with the practices that we have with the people capability or the capability for the resources. We implement, we institutionalize, okay? These are what we refer to as the what's. So we have to understand, okay, what are the activities, okay, that should be performed? Okay, what are the activities that should be performed within the organization, and how are the practices supposedly implemented? To satisfy who? The organization. How do I implement my SOC? How do I implement my NOC? How do I train my people to be better resources to monitor what we need? Now we basically need what? Threat intelligence. We need that today more than ever. I've said that one time and time again to the brothers, to my brothers in the AFP and the PMP. We need that. Because how will you be able to defend yourself from an attack if you don't even know what the attack is? You don't know who your enemy is. Every time I talk about the attack victory framework, APTs, advanced persistent attacks, people are like looking at me, what is that? What is an APT? And there are so many different APT groups. What is the method, the skills used? Excuse me. The skills used by, let's say, for example, Chinese attackers. What is the skills used by North Korean attackers? What is the skills used by attackers coming from Iran? Hackers. How do they infiltrate your infrastructure? You got to be educated there. You got to know how that works. So those are the how factors. Those are the why factors. Almost done. 8 more minutes. Okay, I'm going to try to go as fast. Okay, so in terms of the practices, if there's no commitment, and this is what I keep telling people. Actually, pwede hanggang dito na lang sa slide na to eh. If you have no commitment, ano result? You have failed efforts. Nothing's going to happen. Don't expect that, hey, I'm just going to stand here and by some sort of miracle, I will be beside the food. That doesn't happen. If no ability, there's ineffective performance. Why is it that I keep saying, you know, we can have the best solutions in the world implemented here. But do you think the solution is enough? I mean, the software is enough. The hardware is enough. Dumating dito, high-tech equipment, hindi naman alam paano gamitin. O saan ang baksak? You guys tell me. That's the reason why I see people, numerous organizations, no offense to our business partners from the vendors, okay? But this is where the vendors actually need to push a little bit more the client. I see clients basically running Active Directory. Microsoft, anybody here knows Microsoft Active Directory? Who's Microsoft Active Directory knowledgeable? But then when you talk about GPOs, they're like, huh? Anong GPO? Ah, pwede mo pala iset ang minimum password length? Pwede mo pala iset na may complexity? Ah, pwede mo pala i-standardize ang background natin? Yeah, that goes back to Windows 2000, duh. Well, I've been certified since 1997 in Microsoft, going back to NT 3.51. I was actually the Microsoft youngest certified professional in those days. But yeah, so going back to all those days until today, you know, you got Windows 2022. You now got this cloud, which I'm still trying to get used to because it goes back to the old data set, central computing technology, because everything's now centralized or online, but on a bigger scale. But yeah, you know, whenever I talk to them and I start telling them about the security features that you have with the products that you buy, they're like, wow, I didn't realize that's free. I was just talking to another vendor buying that particular item. Libre pala dito kasi kasama sa package pala. Yeah, it's because you didn't get trained. Okay, now you're spending more money. Okay, if no measurement, there is no improvement. If somebody has one particular level and you want to have them go another level higher,
but you have no measurement, how do you determine what's the next level? Wala kang basis eh. You need a basis. And this is what we have been clamoring. Fingers crossed, hopefully with DICT, we'll be able to get the plantilla for different positions, okay, for cybersecurity. Hopefully we get that sorted out soon. But in that particular example there, okay, in that particular example, we don't have plantilla for cybersecurity professionals. For any government agency, they're like a desktop support technician type of thing. 20,000, you're going to pay me 20,000? I'm going to do red team, blue team, purple team. I'm going to hack your network, go do VAPT and that kind of stuff. I spend close to 2 million, 3 million on training, and you're paying me 20,000 a month? Hell no! I ain't going to do that. 20,000 a month. I'm going abroad. How many people do that? A lot. Kaya naiiwan tayo dito eh. Diba? That's why I look at ourselves in terms of technology. Okay, if no verification, ito na, certification. How do you know that a person's actually competent in hacking? How many people here heard of blue team, red team? You know, VAPT. Anybody ever heard here to have internal cybersecurity training? Diba? Cybersecurity pen testing. Okay. How many people come in here that say, okay, I'm a certified paper cert, sure pass, certified individual, but he doesn't even know how to use a Linux command line. I've seen VAPT professionals like that. Oh, certified ako, meron ako A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay, can you do a practical exam? Show me. Do a practical exam. Prove to me you can hack. I'll give you a box, hack the box, and tell me how many vulnerabilities you find. Busy ako. Bukas na lang. Kailangan ko muna ilabas ang kodigo ko eh. Okay? You're faced with that. So that's what I'm saying. Going back here, you need to have certification that actually proves you say who you are. Not when you Google it, makikita mo na yung sagot. Which is one of the reasons why we have been advocating and pushing cybersecurity practical validation tests at Tech and Global Academy. Okay, now I'm becoming a vendor, okay? For the past 15 minutes, I was not a vendor. Okay, I was just talking as a person working from the government. Okay, but now as a vendor, you got to choose, okay, organizations that actually deliver what they're supposed to deliver. Know what certifications your people are supposed to have to make sure they're not cheating. Okay? Because literally, you guys can go Google it. I'd like to pass brand XYZ. I'm not going to say the brands. Baka di oras matanggalan ako ng partnership dito. Okay? They're going to hate me for that. But XYZ, and say, okay, I'm going to use XYZ. Search basically dumps. You're going to see all the questions. Kabisaduhin ko nila mga sagot, ang mga questions. Kabisaduhin ko ngayon ang sagot. Ano na susunod? Take ko na yung exam kasi kabisado ko na lahat ng mga tanong na lalabas sa exam eh. And the answer basically does. And they pass. But if you do a practical exam, it's not based on how you answer the questions. It's based on how you do your job. How you document. That's the reason why one of the major certification brands, OSCP, okay, CEH, Master, CPET, okay, the eLearn Security, okay, these are all practical exams. There's no true answer, okay? You just have to find the top vulnerabilities, document it, present it, they review it, after 48 hours, you get pass or fail. Walang score. Because they want to know, can you hack or you can't hack? Can you find a vulnerability? Can you defend from an attack? Practical, not multiple choice, because you still have 25% chance of getting the right answer. Okay, so I'm not going to go any further there, but just for you guys to understand, people, management, from here, from people, CMM, you go through your workforce capability, enable that particular side, then you go into your cyber. Now you can talk about your cybersecurity maturity model. Don't start talking about cybersecurity maturity model if your people are still not developed, because that ain't gonna work unless you have a third party that is managing your infrastructure. Now, if you have a third party that's managing your infrastructure and you're dealing with confidential data, you got to have one really solid MOA, one really solid NDA, because your data classification will be violated. Actually, with the Department of Defense, if my memory serves me right, some years ago with AWS, they actually had their personnel look after where the data center is, DoD personnel, inside the AWS facility, because they don't trust even their own vendor. It's highly confidential. You don't just give it to somebody else to look after. Then from that one, you have your process capability. This will then predict your performance, or basically provide you with the performance. Now you gauge. Nasaan ang standing natin? And with that, I see my time is already up. I see everybody is all silent and saying, Mark, get off the stage. We're going to lose business. Okay, so thank you very much, everybody, for allowing me to talk. God bless you all.
Thank you, Sir Mark.
Thank you very much, Sir Mark, for sharing a very tough and very straightforward information sharing with our participants here virtually and physically. Napaka-straightforward talaga ni Sir, which is actually the good thing that we should always acquire as being individual. Kasi kung papaikot-ikotin mo, which is the good thing na minsan yun yung nawawala rin sa ating mga Pinoy eh.
Hindi ka magigising eh.
Oo. Okay, there's a lot of questions that we have here online, and let's start with Mr. Anonymous or Miss Anonymous. A lot of IT managers heavily invest more in buying technology solutions but overlooking the capacity development of their people. I think that's not actually not actually a question, but it's a comment. Okay, just for a purpose of learning discussion, kindly differentiate the information security from cyber security.
Do we have 1 hour to talk? Well, in a nutshell, information security deals with data. Information, right? Kaya nga, information security. The answer is actually in the words. Or even data security, information security, data security. When we talk about cyber security, we're talking about the infrastructure that affects cybersecurity. So that could be the physical, that could be the technological, that could be the people. So it doesn't just deal with the data, it deals with everything in totality. So that's the answer, the final answer.
So the totality, it's not only just with the data. It's kasi syempre, the data could not actually be like without the people,
Exactly.
right? And if without the equipment as well. So talaga dun nga naman yung cybersecurity would go fall. Partner?
Yes, for our next question, that does adherence to ISMS or ISO 27001 standard would make you compliant to both Data Privacy Act DPA and Cybercrime Prevention Act CPA regulations?
No, ISMS does not. But there is one that actually is referred to as ISO 27701, which is a subset of the 27000 that focuses specifically on data privacy. But there are, again, case to case. Standards only, my apologies. Standards only focus on what would be the right term here, on baselines. But every country has their own specifications that may be outside or on top of the baseline. So that would be more of a general, but then based on the country requirements, you may have to go very specific. And if we were to look at the data privacy under NPC, one of the guidelines there is they do advise that you are ISMS compliant. But apart from the ISMS, you also have to add on top of that.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, moving forward with the next one, again from Anonymous. Kindly comment if this is the right approach in prioritization of initiatives, capacity building of people, Number two is develop policies, and three, implement IT solutions. So which among those three should really be prioritized?
Yeah, well, the priority there, of course, is capability. You can't develop policies if you don't know what policies you're developing. You can't implement an IT solution if you don't know what solution you need. So definitely the approach here of 1, 2, 3 is in general correct. Capability first, after capability, policies, then infrastructure.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, next is sad reality. The most IT managers look for unicorn talents instead of developing a cybersecurity team that works in unison. Each member have different roles.
Yeah, it is sad, to be honest with you, but again, when organizations are not prioritizing capacity development, you typically see that. Okay, where you have people that aren't motivated. Sometimes I remember back in the 90s, a lot of people would willingly go for checkpoint training, and let's say Cisco training, or even take certification exams in Cisco, because they go out of the country. It's like a bonus, okay? Oh, papadala kita for checkpoint training, or papadala kita for Palo Alto training. Oh, training mo, Singapore. Okay? They would be so happy to do that. But you see, again, there has to be a motivating factor. You don't motivate the people, they're just gonna they're just gonna sit in the training room and they're just gonna be playing Dota or Mobile Legends or something, or chatting with their friends, or doing work while doing training. And this is something that I kind of feel disappointed, time and time again, when we have been conducting with CICC this combined effort for SciCon. When you say to everybody, okay, good day everybody, we're finished off our training, mapapansin mo na hindi pa nagda-drop off sa call, which means they weren't paying attention. So it is again with the individual strive. Baka naman napilit siya pumunta sa IT. You don't push somebody into a career. Otherwise, the outcome will not be good. If they love their career, they're going to be in it, especially cybersecurity, because literally it's a 24/7 job. Your learning is 24/7. Yesterday I learned about a new vulnerability. I got to study that vulnerability because I need that for my clients. And that's every single day. You lose 1 week, you lose 2 weeks, parang you're back again in the Stone Age.
So hindi na talaga lagi, kasi minsan mostly tayong Pinoy pa naman, parang other are just being na-entice lang talaga go with the training, because sabi nga kanina ni sir, that would go with the promotion, with the previous of being outside of the country, parang medyo relax ng konti, di ba? So medyo yan isa sa mga sad reality. Para bang acquiring of certificates but gaining no knowledge at all, di ba? So moving forward again from Anonymous, since you are working with CICC, how would you rate the maturity of higher management or decision makers in the Philippine government?
Talagang gusto niyo mawalan ako ng trabaho, no? No comment. Next question, please. Okay. Anonymous, ha? Hanapin kita.
Go ahead, Carter.
Okay, does CICC, DICT have a CMM that government offices can align with? Or does a CMM need to be created internally? If it needs to be internal, how to avoid biases?
Biases is hard. Time and time again, actually, a lot of people know with, of course, BPM's appoint as new president, there were new positions open. I actually applied for a couple of positions for the ICT. Unfortunately, never got the position. So as they say, it's not what you know, it's who you know. I learned that first time, so that's sad, but quite interesting. But again, people that had confidence, that knew me, basically knowing my expertise, okay, put me into the CICC. And I've been with the CICC since they actually started 2 years ago with Undersecretary Mancao. But this is still something that's being developed. I'm actually the one in charge of that one. So we'll get back to you about the CMM. But for CMM, for organizations, it has to be specific. You can't basically create a maturity model that is equal for fintech, military, and let's say some other particular organization, everything has to be designed. There is a framework, but based on the framework, you then go specific to what the organization needs. That's always the key.
So it's like parang sa tao lang, it's a way of tailor fitting it to their capacity and capabilities. Moving forward, what if your IT manager does not support your capacity building need? How to approach a boss in a way that would change this kind of mindset?
Okay, contact me. AFP knows my email address, and I'll hack your boss. Okay, kidding aside, it's actually an interesting question. Resign and find a new job. That's plain and simple. Nobody wants to develop unless you work really hard. Now, the way when I started, and a lot of people know that, I started from a really low salary. I was young. I was still not legally allowed to work. So my salary, which was an allowance, was only 4,000 a month. That goes back about 1997, 98. And uwi pa ako nun, Tagaytay, Makati. And it was the perseverance. It was my passion in IT. So it was never the basis of me having somebody tell me, do this. My father is a renowned archaeologist. He's written 30 books in archaeology, and he's a sinologue by profession, Oxford, former press guy, and a curator for a museum in the UK. And if I was to follow his footprints, footsteps, beg your pardon, I would have been an archaeologist. Again, I'm learning from the best of the best. But I chose IT. So I chose it because when I was a kid playing Family Computer, I hated losing. I hated losing Mario. I hated losing that. I said, I want to be God. I want to be able to program my own system so I don't lose anymore. And that's what drives that interest. And because of all my grades in school, my highest was in math. The passion, because of math with a foundation in IT, got me to go into that. But it was because of my passion. Now, if a person is not passionate and he's getting underpaid, quit. Otherwise, you're just killing yourself. Don't. Find a job that you really enjoy. If you love to cook, you love to be a chef, go into being a chef. You want to be basically somebody else. You want to be a teacher, then be a teacher. But don't do something you don't like. Because at the end of the day, you're not going to last long in that career. You're wasting life. And again, just for everybody to know, time is more important than money. Hindi mo kayang bilhin. Kahit napakayaman mo, hindi mo kayang bilhin ng oras. So I guess that's basically the answer there I could give.
So sana po nasagot sa iyo, Mr. or Miss Anonymous.
Okay, so some organization would rather outsource highly technical cybersecurity functions through SMPs than developing the skill sets of their in-house IT people.
That's very true. It's because the priorities in the organization are not molded to include resource or capacity development. So if you don't have the budget, people, that's the reason why with Tech Ed, when we started out a year ago, 2 years ago, actually, in the government sector, and again, I really commend and acknowledge USEC, or ASEC, beg your pardon, ASEC Magsaysay, at the time director, and HTC, that she did this drive to provide free education for government agencies, through the ICT and through what we're doing right now with SciCon. Because organizations, they don't allocate the budgets. And because they don't allocate the budgets, we can't use it as an excuse na ay dahil wala tayong pera, okay lang ma-cyber breach tayo. It is also a social responsibility for people that have the skills, the knowledge to go out there and educate. If they can't get paid, do it for free. There's always good karma. You get known, people acknowledge you, appreciate your goodwill, and it just moves forward, And when they realize, hey, we had gaps here, we got problems here, they're going to come to you. They're going to come to you, they're going to talk to you because they knew that your primary intent was never because of money, it was because of the intention to help. So again, yes, organizations need to change that mindset. And when they change that mindset, I'm sure people will get the necessary budget for trading.
Hopefully, and looking
Hopefully.
Okay, another one from hindi na siya anonymous, unknown naman ang ginamit
Unknown
niya.
naman.
Here in the Philippines, many organizations, it could be private or government, are not taking it seriously about cybersecurity. What can you advise them to get protected? Do we need to attack them?
Very interesting. We always have to have maximum tolerance. But although there are certain things that I can't officially disclose because of the NDA that I have, I got a 30-year NDA with governments outside. But if you were, let's say, to do state-sponsored attacks, and these are actually linked to governments, it could cause international conflict. And we want to avoid international conflict. If private organizations are attacked, you don't attack them because you're also committing a crime. That's just common sense. It's not like I steal your girlfriend, then he's gonna steal my girlfriend type of thing. That's just folly. We're breaking the law, and we basically go down to the same level as they are. The primary purpose here is we have a judicial system, we have laws, and we got to follow the laws. Now, if we don't have laws that actually hit that, like what happened with the love bug, the cybercrime data privacy laws didn't exist at the time. We now know the gaps. We know now how to improve it. Okay, and we need to basically have, let's say, the Congress or Senate basically do something about it. That's the purpose of these government entities. That's where the taxpayers' money go anyway. But again, we should have confidence in the law enforcement bodies. They should do their job. They have the capacity. They get trained. Okay, and the collaboration should be there. A lot of our government agencies have been working hand in hand with Interpol, have been working hand in hand with Homeland Security, or at least on the international level. So they know what they're talking about. And I have full confidence that they have. And I'm not being biased, okay? Just because I do CICC work. Okay, I've been there. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. But just an additional comment on this question. Well, basically, it's a common dilemma to us cybersecurity practitioners. But on a management level, it's just a matter of convincing, laying out the truth to our leaders or decision makers to make them realize. And conducting activities such as this, yung awareness, itinataas natin. So wag tayong mawalan ng loob kung siguro ngayon hindi natin sila nako-convince, pero tanungin din natin yung sarili natin. Talagang nag-exert pa tayo ipa-realize sa kanila na the threat is present at nangyayari na. Wag na natin hintay. Yung mga data na yon, dapat yun ang pinapresent natin sa leaders natin to make them realize. And then ngayon, ang ginagawa natin, especially dito sa CEISSAFP, okay, na-convince mo na kami. Ano ngayon ang pinopropose mong plano? So dapat ready tayo doon. Ano ba yung education, policy, yung technology? Yun yung tatlong pillars kasi ng cybersecurity. Ano ang plano natin for the next 3-5 years? Kaya yung maturity level, doon na siya papasok.
Precisely.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that additional comment, sir. Moving forward, partner.
Next question, how do you see the development of IT security professional in the Philippine government in 5 years?
Huge, because the government is doing this now. 2 years ago, I would say we got a bit of a problem because people are not being as vocal, but because COVID, a lot of people criticize me for saying that COVID, in a way I look at COVID positively. We always have to have this positive aura. If you look at COVID negatively, we're just going to stress ourselves out. But from a positive opinion, COVID actually increased that need for cybersecurity awareness. And because a lot of organizations were hacked because these hackers had no other place to go but to find ways of getting money, these organizations literally had their gaps. And the gaps now opened up. and now they became public. And again, I would commend the hackers for going public on this, because without it, organizations, companies wouldn't know where to go. And again, when we have these similar situations, especially with the current global threat we have today, war happening in Europe, we don't even know where we stand right now here in the Southeast Asian region. We're not dealing with privatized hackers that need money. We're dealing with state-sponsored attacks. They could steal our data intel. They could steal information from us. And in those kinds of circumstances, without understanding our gaps, hey, we're vulnerable, then we're not going to get any, we're not going to grow. And as I said, after COVID, Philippine government has done an excellent job in developing. A lot to go. Napakalayo pa kailangan natin ma-achieve. But at least, inumpisahan na. Yan ang pinakamahalaga. We're taking a step forward.
It's like we're progressing little by little.
Exactly.
And that's a good thing. Moving forward, any chance that the salary of IT professionals matutuwa pag narinig, no? And the government will be standardized and at par to the compensation of counterpart talents in the private sectors. Kasi minsan nga naman, napakalayo daw talaga.
Why do you have to ask these kind of questions that are so controversial? No comment. I am not a secretary. I'm not part of BBM's cabinet. I cannot speak on his behalf. I'm not a congressman. I'm just a simple IT guy, all right, trying to make recommendations. So if I say this is possible, I'll be cited and I could get myself in a lot of trouble because I'm affiliated with CICC.
Sir, let's reconstruct the question.
Okay.
You being a distinguished IT professional, may mga lobbying efforts ka ba, sir, na ginagawa on your
Yes, we try. We need to. This is what we're trying to propose, especially specific to cybersecurity. We cannot compare a desktop support individual based on sa ating plantilla, existing plantilla, to a cyber analyst. That's just, you can't compare a secretary to a manager. It's an insult to their career. It's an insult to the effort that they put in. And financially, it's also an insult. So efforts are being put. Talagang pinaglalaban namin to. Okay?
Pero sa tingin mo, sir, anong agency sa government ang
The
dapat
ICT should do this.
at least clear from your
It's
perspective?
the ICT. It's the ICT. Well, unless you have an internal memorandum circular, then yes, or there's an executive order, special executive order requested, but it is under DICT's jurisdiction. And they're the ones basically responsible for that particular sector. So we are really doing the best we can to push this. Again, some voices are heard, some voices may not be heard. But pinaglalaban pa rin.
So, yung mga IT professionals, makibaka daw kayo. In a good way, ha? Baka mamaya
please,
matag tayo bigla doon.
Don't fight.
In a good way, ha?
Karoon ng pag-asa.
Siguro nabubuhay-buhay na lalo yung mga IT natin. Kasi di ba nga naman, kaya umukonti yung IT population natin dito ng mga experts kasi because of the wages they receive. That's the reason why, sabi nga kanina, sir, talagang dumadayo pa sa ibang bansa.
Correct.
Because they are being paid with a bigger one
Yes,
compared
and
here.
yung mga good, nagiging bad na lang
Yun
para
nga,
kasi
oo,
mas malaki
malaking ino-offer. Okay, moving forward, is SOC team should be separate from NOC team for purposes of check and balance?
No. It depends again on the organization. It's like, okay, when we talk about check and balance, let's use, how to say, I love food. So my wife has a food business with her family. And that's something that I'm trying to, once I retire from IT, going into the food business. I like to use the analogy here. Sa atin mga bahay, do we have to hire a sous chef just to check and balance how good nanay's cooking is? Absolutely not. So, but if we have a restaurant that we are pretty much in large production of food, we then need additional help. So with the knock and a sock, actually there was a particular slide presentation which we didn't get to this morning. relating to how we analyze SOCs, okay, for the cybersecurity maturity. It depends on the size of the organization. Size of like AFP, definitely they need not just one SOC, they need multiple SOCs. They need multiple SOCs too in different sectors of their, internal departments. But if let's say, for example, for an organization that has 10 people, you can have your SOC, you can even have your NOC all at the same time. So the answer is no, especially if it's for check and balance, because NOCs and SOCs have different expectations. NOCs are for monitoring network performance, system quality, delivery. It's like I'm monitoring the highway in terms of the speed of EDSA. Mabilis ba ang traffic flow? Mabagal ang traffic flow. Now, is there a terrorist in a car on EDSA? That's where the SOC comes in. That's where the security enforcement comes in. So they're two different sectors. But they should, if it's a large organization with large capital, yeah, paghiwalay mo, invest. But pag limited ang budget, absolutely not. But you still need a SOC.
Sabi nga nila, sir, no, kung maiksi ang kumot, matutong mamaluktot.
There we go.
So with another one, I think that's a comment lang. All private and government sectors should wake up. Talagang binip-emphasize ko po, no? But thank you daw po for this kind of summit and convention. Thank you for that good comment to Mr. or Miss Unknown.
And last question, or any word of advice or motivational statement to all of IT security professionals who are underappreciated but still decided to stay in the government? Pampalakas ng loob daw, sir.
Okay. What can I say? Don't lose hope, guys. You know, there are people like us. I went on, just to give you guys a little bit of story. In the government, there is no such thing as pro bono work. So you have to have, let's say, an HTC contract at a certain amount. When I joined some organizations in the government, I actually went at minimum. I mean, literally, that was a 1 peso contract, okay? Just to help the government. It was not because of financial remuneration. So there are people that actually go out there in the market and help the government pro bono. Now, of course, we have different paradigms. If there's budget allocation, then no problem. But there are certain departments, you know, they literally don't have anything. There was one particular department that had a cyber breach. Their budget for a VAPT for 3 months was only 50,000 pesos. Okay, now, as I said, if you are the type of individual na hindi mo mahal ang ginagawa mo, and you don't have that nationalistic devotion, get out of what you're doing. You know, move to something else. We know how the government works here in the Philippines. There are certain cases talagang mabagal ang proseso. Getting approvals, getting our CEOs to approve, having their CEOs approve, chain of command. It is not an easy thing. And everything basically starts and falls with the budget. So, kung mahal mo naman yon, mahalin mo pa. Diba? Not everything is in a utopic situation na perfecto lahat. But we're all in it in the long haul. The country needs more cybersecurity professionals. As I said, physical military defense is secondary right now. When I say secondary, why? Because nobody's just gonna, you know, send an army at the doorsteps of the Philippine shores and just invade. It's, you know, World War II style warfare. They're always going to do the first wave. First wave is always a cyber attack. We're going to check, because remember, with other organizations, and I always cite it from studying war strategies, going back so many years back. Countries invading, their primary intention is not to destroy. Their intention is to conquer. So they try to minimize as much as possible the damage. In this situation here, then, if we're faced with that one, they're not going to try to destroy, you know, flat out the country. They're going to attack, see basically, what are your, how can we attack your energy? How can we attack your fintech? How can we bring down your economy? They did that to Ukraine. And that's what they did as a countermeasure to Russia as well, when the hackers from East and West were fighting against each other. So what am I trying to point out here? The country needs cybersecurity professionals. dedicated cybersecurity professionals. Hindi lang yung mga, gusto ko lang maging cyber para makuha ko yung title hacker. Nobody cares about a title. And your dedication is appreciated by the Philippine people, even though it is not directly appreciated. Very few people knew who I was in the background because I've been doing so much work for the Philippine government as well. And it's not about me trying to get credits. I'm not here because I need the credits. I don't get paid for that. I might as well then do something outside the country. We're here to educate people. People working in the government need to help one another, not yung palakasan, pagalingan. Kasi it stagnates everything, you know, and nobody's going to grow. And sometimes, as I said, I have that kind of a tongue. It's you know, military here in the Philippines is different from military abroad. We say what we think straight up, especially if we don't have our COs in front of us. If we're the COs, you got no choice. You got just to hear whatever we say. And, you know, I got that kind of habit there that what's the point of beating around the bush? Let's get the facts out. Let's get this fixed. Let's get this done. And let's move on. Let's not waste more time. So for all those that are in cybersecurity today, pagtsagaan ninyo, you know, we're here, you know, this is something the government now is faced with. They know what's happening. Konting tsaga na lang, you know, salaries I hope will come up. There will be possibilities of increasing salaries. But what's important there is you're doing the country a favor with the service that you're doing today. Don't give up on your country. Kailangan ka ng Pilipinas. Thank you. Thank you.
Very well said, sir. Sana po talaga na nakapaggising, nakapagmulat sa kaisipan ng ating mga IT professionals, especially para lalong manatili po sa pagsisilbi sa ating gobyerno.
Salamat.
Sa good side.
Oo. Sabi nga nila, hindi naman lagi. Tama sinabi ni sir. Kasi at the end of the day and at the end of your life, hindi mo na madadala yung pera mo.
Yes.
Kasi napakahalaga yung oras na ibibigay mo. Pag halimbawa wala ka na dito, paano na? Paano mo babawiin yung oras na noon pala dapat ginawa mo? Okay? So it's a very well said and very productive conversation having with you, with us, Sir Mark.
Thank you.
And we're so
Thank you
grateful.
very much. AP, salamat po. Thank you all for having me.
Thank
God
you very
bless.
much. So again, that's Sir Mark, who actually told us about maturity. With cybersecurity.
Yes, so partner, na-mention ni Sir yung institutionalization process. So number one niya, if no commitment equals then failed efforts. If no ability, ang karugtong nun or ang pwedeng result nun is ineffective performance. And if no measurement, no improvement naman daw tayo doon. And if no verification, declining compliance naman ang result nun.
At in the end nun, there would be no success in
Yes.
every organization.
And good thing we have AFPTR na.
Okay.
So meron tayo, alam natin yung goals, may mga capabilities tayo and ini-improve natin. May scorecard tayo to measure and monitor.
Talaga namang hitting two birds in one stone ka na naman.
Yes.
Taga GSM mo po kasi itong partner ko. Magaling ka talaga, naisangat mo na naman yan, partner, ha? So hindi na natin patagalin. Let's move forward with our third lecturer or third resource person for this morning, who is actually going to give us updates on National Cybersecurity Plan 2022 to 2028. Please do the honor to introduce our speaker for this morning.
Our next resource speaker leads the advocacy and awareness team of the Cybersecurity Bureau of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, DICT, where she spearheads the Cybersecurity Advocacy and Awareness Program. Her work involves developing and implementing learning programs on cybersecurity, forging partnerships with stakeholders in promoting cybersecurity, working with academic and training institutions in establishing cybersecurity curriculum and training programs in the country, and liaising with national and international organizations on cyber policies. She also serves as the Secretariat Lead for the National Cybersecurity Interagency Committee and Auditor of the Philippine Cybersecurity Union of IT and Computer Science Professionals, or PH Cyber Units, where she has been volunteering in conducting trainings for cybersecurity enthusiasts since 2018. So she is a graduate of University of the Philippines, Diliman, where she took Bachelor of Arts in English Studies major in language. And in the early part of her career, she dabbled in the media and publishing world. Before joining the ICT, she was an advocacy officer of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, where she advocated for reforms and lobbied for legislations on taxation, transportation, infrastructure, logistics, ICT, services, and agriculture. And in 2017, she started working at the Cybersecurity Bureau and has been sent to various local and international trainings, conferences, and speaking engagements. She is an alumna of the Intermediate Cyber Investigative Training course conducted by the Federal Bureau of Investigation and a graduate of the course on the application of international law and cyberspace held in Bangkok, Thailand, and its alumni program. The alumni workshop on international law norms and CBMs applicable to cyber operations held in Singapore, conducted by no less than the authors of the Tallinn Manual 2.0 from the Cyber Law International. She loves photography, cake decorating, writing, storytelling, and dressmaking. Let us please welcome the Planning Officer 3 of Cybersecurity Bureau DICT, Ms. Flor Delise Nadua.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay,
Loud and
thank you so
clear,
much. From my end of the world, from my end of the world, from my side of the world, it's still 5:43 in the morning. So apologies if I don't sound good. I can't be as very active and as interactive like Sir Mark earlier, but I will try my best to present to you. Well, to present the National Cybersecurity Plan and its updates. I want to make it brief so that you can all have your lunch already. But I was told that I have to use up the 1 hour that was allocated to me. So, well, good morning again. I'm Fleur from the department, from the Cybersecurity Bureau of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, and I currently lead the policy team for the Cybersecurity Bureau. And we are currently working on the drafting and review of the National Cybersecurity Plan 2022 and the crafting, of course, of the 2028 version. So if you are wondering why is it 2020 NCSP 2022 and 2028, the idea is actually every turn of a new administration, we are going to revise and update our National Cybersecurity Plan to make it to align it with the thrust of the current government. So let me pull up my slides first. Okay, so in 2016 actually, in 2016, the DICT Cybersecurity Bureau started the work of crafting the National Cybersecurity Plan 2022. But it was in 2017 that it was published. It was May 2, 2017. Tandang-tanda ko kasi holiday muna bago namin launch itong National Cybersecurity Plan. So during that time, in this cybersecurity maturity model that I'm showing to you, you can find this in the National Cybersecurity Plan 2022. And if you want to read the whole plan, by the way, you can download it from the DICT website. That's dict.gov.ph. So if you see here, when we started the National Cybersecurity Plan, our maturity level, sabi nila, is E or D. We could measure reactive and manual pa tayo nun, no? People based following doctrine and doing their best to put out fires. So pag may attacks, we put out the fires. And then tools based also because we apply tools and technologies piecemeal, no? So pag may kailangan ayusin, doon tayo gumagamit ng tools. But the primary goal of the National Cybersecurity Plan is for us actually to get to this state. Sa A, we have to be resilient. So cyber resilience is the goal of the National Cybersecurity Plan. And hindi po yan nagbabago until now. This 2028 version of the National Cybersecurity Plan also aims for cyber resiliency, not just for the ICT. The plan is not just for the ICT, but it is for the whole country. Okay, so in the plan, in the NCSP 2022, we have this government framework. So you can see here how cybersecurity works in the Philippines and what are the agencies assigned. So we have the DICT, of course, that's us, as the lead for protection. So NCERT is lodged in the DICT. Actually, in 2012, when RA 1175 or the Cybercrime Prevention Act was put into law, was signed into law, the responsibility for NCERT, housing the NCERT, and creating the National Cybersecurity Plan was actually given to CICC, the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center. But in 2016, when RA 10844 or the DICT Act was put into law, signed into law, all the cybersecurity mandates of CICC were turned over to the ICT. Kaya po ngayon, kung napapansin niyo, kami ngayon ang nag-lead ng creation and crafting of the National Cybersecurity Plan, as well as we house the National Computer Emergency Response Team, which is officially called CERT-PH. We actually applied for CERT-PH at the Carnegie Mellon University in 2017. Okay. So for the lead in the investigation, enforcement, and prosecution, meaning our law enforcement agencies, we have the Department of Justice, National Bureau of Investigation, as well as the PNP ACG. Okay, but for the National Cyber Defense, ito pa, ang cyber defense natin would be AFP, and it is under the lead agency, DND po. Department of National Defense. And in the middle, you would see, by this time, hindi pa working ang CICC. I think we're just, we at this time, when this was created, we're still pushing for the approval of the OSSP of CICC. And that was also the team of the ICT who worked for that. And so in the middle is the National Cybersecurity Interagency Committee. So the NSHAC is the lead for the interagency body established for policy coordination among concerned agencies. And NSHAC is doing a good job actually at this time in engaging all agencies that that have roles in cybersecurity. It's an executive level committee where the members are the secretaries. So if the secretary of an agency could not attend the meeting, he assigns an alternate, which is in the position of USEC, ASEC, or director level. And okay, so on the pyramid, you see in the middle section, the intelligence community. So that is where cyber threat intelligence and attribution comes in. And it is led by the National Security Council and also NICA. And on the bottom part of the pyramid, you would see the National Cyber Intelligence, you would see all the data that were gathered to identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover from cyber incidents and cyber attacks. So this is the government framework in the National Cybersecurity Plan 2022. Okay. The National Cybersecurity Plan 2022 has actually identified 12 critical information infrastructure, or what we call the CIIs. So, itong nakikita nyo sa screen ninyo, these are the CIIs that we have identified. And of course, these CIIs would be is subject to change every time that we revise or review our plan, our cybersecurity plan. So it would depend on how we see or how important these sectors are in our specific time. So for 2022, NCSP 2022, we have identified the three transportation sectors as part of our CII. So that's land, maritime, and aviation, and also banking and finance. We have that, telecommunications, emergency emergency teams, and we also have water, power, critical government agencies. We also have media, and of course the health sector, and we have BPO. And BPO is quite a specialty in the Philippines. It's quite special because in a way we are the only, I think, country that has BPO as a CII. Why? Because of course hindi natin may tatanggi that BPOs still contribute a lot to the economy, no? And if it is affected, malaki ang magiging epekto niya sa mga tao. Of course, people would lose job, and as well as the economy, no? What kukulangin ng pumapasok na pera sa ating kaban ng bayan. So these are the CIIs that have been identified in the 2022 version of NCSP. And the plan has key strategic imperatives. These are our pillars. Okay, so this is the protection of critical information infrastructure, or critical or CIIs. We also have the protection of government networks, both public and military, and then protection of business and supply chains, and of course, because it has to be inclusive, the protection of every individual. So let me go through the programs that have been identified in NCSP 2022. So for the protection of government networks, we have under it the National Computer Emergency Response Program. So this is the creation of our national CERT, creation of government CERTs, and sectoral CERTs as well. Okay, and it includes the CERTs that have been created or are being created under AFP as well. And also, under this is the Threat Intelligence and Analysis Centers. So in the plan, it listed out the DND Cyber Defense Center as one of the projects that we should actually push for, and then the NSC Threat Operations Center, AFP Cyber Command, and the NICA Cyber Intelligence and Attribution Center. So on this part, I'll be updating you about what has been happening on the side of the DICT. So the ICT side lang po, no, ang ipipresent ko sa inyo on the updates of this plan. So over at the DICT, of course, we have NCERT was actually created in 2018, and we have applied for the use of CERT-PH name at the Carnegie Mellon University in 2018 as well. So under NCERT, we have this services. And one of that is the incident response. So our incident response team respond and handle cybersecurity incidents, received and detected, and provide assistance to the stakeholders for remediation. And then we also have the cyber threat monitoring and information sharing. This is the collection and analysis of data from publicly available sources and feeds regarding cyber threats in order to release daily cyber threat feeds and public security advisories for the mitigation of cybersecurity threats. So we publish regular advisories, cybersecurity advisories on our website, the CERT-PH website, and as well as using our social media platforms. We have an NCERT account on Facebook, and also we have a cybersecurity, the ICT cybersecurity account on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, okay, and Twitter. Okay, so we use these platforms to put out information, to share information about anything that's happening, not just in the Philippines, but all over the world. And also, if you are subscribed to our daily threat monitoring feeds, you will be receiving a daily email from our Handshake on these are articles and even articles that we have researched, and as well as the threats that we have monitored on our platform. Okay, and then also one of the services that we offer is the vulnerability assessment and penetration testing program. So if you're a government agency, you can actually just request from the ICP for a VAPP. Okay, so you don't have to spend much. You just have to write our director and request for a VAPP. And also, we have our own security operations center, which serves as a centralized facility for detection, monitoring, and rapid response to security incidents in the connected agencies. So right now we have 10 connected. Actually, they are not not all 10 are connected, but we have actually engaged 10 agencies to be connected to the platform. Okay, so here are the accomplishments from the end of CERT or CERT-PH. Other trainings and webinars on CERT trainings and technical trainings, webinars that have been produced in-house. They have offered 65 total 65 trainings, and from 2018 we had 13 trainings participated by 560 participants. In 2019 we had 17 trainings participated by 790 participants. In 2020 we had 21 trainings, and in 2021 we had 14 trainings. Okay, and the total number of incidents that were handled by NSERT since its creation was 3,950. Okay, and you can see the breakdown on the screen right now. Okay, and then for VAPT, we have 25 government agency 25 government agencies requested for VAPT service from 2018 to 2019. In 2020 to 2022, we have received around 309 because more agencies are becoming aware of this service, this front-end service of the ICT. So we have received 309 requests from other agencies. And in from 2028 to 2022, we have assessed and tested systems of different government of 2,844 different government agencies and offices. Okay, so yan. And I think palaki pa yan ng palaki through the as the years pass, because mas nagiging aware na po ang ating mga government agencies and CIIs on the importance of VAPP para makita natin kung anong nasa networks natin at kung ano yung mga kailangan nating paghandaan in terms of cyber attacks and cyber threats. Okay, so for the cyber threat monitoring and information sharing, we have published 2,940 threat monitoring reports through public feeds, Arctic and CASM. And also, we have released 494 cyber threat feeds. We have delivered it to those who are subscribed to our platform. And we have also published 67 advisories. We have posted them, of course, on our website and all other social media platforms. And of course, I have mentioned this earlier, we have 10 agencies that are supposed to be connected to the Security Operations Center, or SOC. So this is what we have right now, okay? So we have Bureau of Immigration, Department of Energy, Department of Health, Department of course, the ICT, our MISS, and then we have LICA. We also have the Office of the President and Philippine Coast Guard connected, are actively connected into the system. So, pero DND po is also part of that Kaya lang, we still lack the agreement on the MOA for the connection of our of their NOC to our system. Okay, so anyways, let's move on to the protection of critical information infrastructure. So protection for CII, we have NCSP has identified the CII Protection and Security Assessment Program. So under this, we have the Protection Assessment Project of ICT Systems, Security Assessment Project for Readiness, and Compliance Certification to Cyber Risk of CII. And also, under this program, under this strategy, we have identified the National Cyber Drills and Exercises Program to assess the capability and readiness of CIIs and government agencies in responding to cyber threats. Okay, and this is an annual activity. So if you can see on your screen, in 2018, we had our first National Cyber Drill in November. And this was participated by that time, 13 teams pa lang ang nag-participate. In 2019, we did it again. It already became an annual thing. And November pa rin siya. And participated by 17 teams from various sectors and organizations. In 2020, kahit may pandemic, we continued doing this activity because mas kailangan siya, mas naging need siya ng mga agencies to better see how prepared they are in in addressing and responding to cyber incidents. And so in 2020, we had the third National Cyber Drill, which with the theme strengthening cybersecurity and adapting to the new normal through incident response and collaboration. And this time, from 13 and 17, we had 208 participants from various sectors and organizations. And in 2021, we have actually stepped up a bit. So hindi lang siya once a year na ginagawa, no? We had a national cybersecurity drill for, we had a national cyber drill for all government agencies and CIIs, but we also had a different set of cyber drill for individuals. Okay, so tiniting na nag-open din kami ng program for individuals and to check if they are already ready, if how they would respond if they have been scammed or makita sila ng link, phishing, yung mga ganon. So that one, and also we have come up with a specialized program on it's a cyber drill specific to certain industries, to certain sectors. So yung mga CIIs po natin, our answer has created a program, mga injects, especially for our CIIs. So hindi lang po siya once na nagawa itong cyber drill in 2021. So you see, from 208 participants, we have increased to 1,752 participants for day one. That was actually for the individuals, and then day two, 503 participants. That was for the agencies. Okay, and for the protection of critical infrastructure, because we want to put prime on the protection of CIIs, because everybody else in the world, not just in the Philippines, are working on the protection of CIIs. Even in some other ASEAN countries, mga neighboring countries natin, no, they are already, actually, kaya mataas yung mga rankings ng mga neighbors natin in the Global Cybersecurity Index, because they have worked on really protecting their CIIs. Yung iba, they have created agencies that are specific to the protection of CIIs. So, but in the Philippines, we have also been working on CII protection, and we have been recognizing cybersecurity assessment providers, VAPT providers that could be used by our CIIs in their VAPT. So before, actually, this is not updated. This is not updated. This was like a month ago. So we had 58 recognized cybersecurity assessment providers, and we have done 23 capacity building activities for CIIs, especially for CIIs. And we have been engaging CIIs in a roundtable discussion and consultative meetings. So we have been encouraging them. We have helped them in creating their own cert. So yan yung tinatawag nating sectoral cert. Because of course, you can't just have our N-cert and G-cert. G-cert is for the government, no? Cert for the government. But we also have, CIIs also have to have their own cert. Kasi mas specialized kasi, di ba, ang mga sectors na to. So they have to have their own cert, and that would be the one to responsible for escalating cyber incidents within the sector. Okay, and then we have trained a total of 1,569 individuals from the CII sectors. So nag-offer din kasi kami ng mga trainings. We have helped these CII certs that have been assigned to be the sectoral cert. No? Now, we have been training them on the creation of certs. We have been capacitating them with basic knowledge of cybersecurity. And yeah, and we have created also, because of these efforts, we have created 24 G-certs and organizational certs, kasama na yung mga CII certs natin and government certs. So that's already something, no? Kasi we just started like 2 years ago in engaging our CIIs on the creation of their own cert. Okay, so let's now go to the number 3 pillar, and that is the protection of businesses and supply chains. And isa sa mga na-identify natin under NCSP 2022 as the National Common Criteria Evaluation and Certification Program. And under it, there is the ICT Equipment Security Evaluation and Certification Project and the creation of secure Internet of Things and systems. And then our next pillar strategy is the protection of individuals. And under it, we have the Cybersecurity Education Campaign Program, which uses the 3 E's: educate, empower, and encourage. And kasama dyan ang training of trainers project, cybersecurity outreach project using print. Print ay ang radio, TV, and internet. The use of these media to promote cybersecurity. And also the National Cybersecurity Awareness Month. Under the National Cybersecurity Month, I know that we are CEISSAFP has this summit because it's the Cybersecurity Month as declared by then President Gloria Arroyo. But under the National Cybersecurity Plan 2022, it has identified October as the National Cybersecurity Month and the 3rd week of October as the National Cybersecurity Week. And as part of promoting cybersecurity, nagsa-celebrate po tayo. Everybody, all government agencies, and even the private sector are enjoined to celebrate the National Cybersecurity Awareness Month through programs like this. Okay. And then we also have the Cybersecurity Awareness and Information Campaign. That is the use of all platforms. Before, it was done face-to-face seminars on basic cybersecurity, cyber hygiene, cyber wellness, digital parenting, and also the publication of infographics on our social media accounts. And also, kasama din po dito sa protection of individuals is the integration of cybersecurity in the education sector. Okay, and then also kasama pa din dyan sa protection of individuals is the increase of the pool of cybersecurity experts. Aminin natin that we have a dearth in the number of cybersecurity experts or even professionals in the country, and ito yung isa sa mga kailangan nating pagtuunan ng pansin. And yan yung gustong ma-address ng DICT during in 2016-2017 when they were drafting the National Cybersecurity Plan. So kasama dyan ang establishment of cyber training facilities and certification programs, the promotion of National Cybersecurity R&D program, attract and cultivate cyber experts, and trainings to develop cybersecurity specialists, promote communities of practice also, or COP. And then for the strategic collaboration on the national level, the National Cybersecurity Interagency Committee and CICC, of course, and now CICC is fully functional and doing a lot actually, as shared to us by Sir Mark earlier. And then also on public-private partnership, we have been engaging with our private partners, forums, and other partnerships as well on cybersecurity. And on the international front, we have enhanced international law enforcement and judicial cooperation against cybercrime information sharing, law enforcement trainings, trainings for judges and prosecutors, increased public-private and interagency information sharing in line with cybersecurity standards, and increased collaboration in between and among states. So these are the things that we have accomplished so far. From 2017 to 2021, in 2017, we have face-to-face pa kasi to. So we had 7 caravans. We have been, my team, then we have been going around the country doing this cybersecurity caravans. We partnered with universities, we partnered with the LGUs and other government agencies in doing this. In 2018, it increased to 9 caravans. 2019, we're still on face-to-face basis, 15 caravans conducted, and we have been engaging our regional offices more. And in 2020, we had 29 caravans conducted, but these are actually, hindi na siya caravans, no? These are webinars kasi it was the pandemic already. So initially, medyo nangangapa pa kami sa ano, how it should work. So 29 lang inaabot namin. But in 2021, it increased to 157 webinars, cybersecurity webinars. Okay. On the awareness program, we have had 800,000 individuals reach through cybersecurity webinars, and we had 3 million individuals reach and engaged through social media infographic campaigns, and 300 participants attended during the United Cybersecurity Standards Forum. We had that one conducted in 2021. Kasi nga, isa sa mga priorities din natin yung development of standards. And then we had 31 NSHAC meetings because the ICT Cybersecurity Bureau serves as currently serves as the secretariat of the NSHAC. And then we have conducted 2 Philippine International Cybersecurity Conference so far, and we are conducting one this year. Actually, it was supposed to be in October next month, but because of some turn of events, we will be conducting it in December this year. So magiging annual na po yan, the Philippine International Cybersecurity Conference. And these conferences, PICC, we had 700 participants on the first run, and around 110,007 participants from October 13 to 29. So because last year we did it in 4 tranches, every week meron kaming program, and we have used several platforms. So we live streamed it through Facebook Live, and we also also had Zoom, okay, just like what we are doing right now. And we have hosted 3 international events. The ASEAN Japan Cybersecurity Working Group meeting, ASEAN Network Security Action Council, or ANSAC. That's only for last year, and the ASEAN Japan Cybersecurity Cooperation Hub cyber exercises. And on the integration of cybersecurity in the academe, of course, one of the things that we have accomplished early on was the partnership with AMA Computer University. Now they are offering Bachelor of Science in Cybersecurity, and that is one of the early things that we have done in the integration of cybersecurity into the Philippine curriculum. And also, we have had a collaboration with CHED on the development of bachelor's program in cybersecurity, but it was put on hold for right now. But we hope that CHED would push through with this initiative. because pag na-approve po ito ng CHED, ang CMO na to, CHED Memorandum order, then mas mabilis na po for the colleges that are not autonomous, hindi autonomous ang status, to offer cybersecurity programs. And that's what we need right now, because we don't have an academic program that is naka-specialize talaga for cybersecurity, except for a few autonomous universities like I think LaSalle, Benil, they're offering one, and then some other universities like Ateneo de Davao, they're offering a master's degree in cybersecurity, and I think St. Paul has BA, it's IT, BS IT, major in cybersecurity, pero major lang po yun, no? Not it's not the bachelor's program mismo. But we want a lot of universities to offer cybersecurity program para dumami po ang ating mga cybersecurity experts and professionals in the country. That's one way. And of course, we've also been actively working with TESDA on their technical working group on cybersecurity training in creation of national competencies on cybersecurity. So right now, the TWG is pushing for the approval of NC1 and NC2 on incident handling, and we have also started working on NC1 and NC2 for threat monitoring. So I hope we don't get too much. We won't have too many bumps on the road in achieving this. And yeah, so what we have right now, those are the things that we have achieved so far on the side of PICT. But we would want, of course, to take note and to list everything. Kanina pinag-usapan natin yung maturity model, and of course we need to take note the milestones that we have, hindi lang sa BICT, kundi sa lahat ng ahensya ng gobyerno, and that includes the armed forces of the Philippines as well, and yung iba pang mga agencies, no, and even private sector. So right now we have prepared a survey assessing the country's compliance to the National Cybersecurity Plan 2022 and the Global Cybersecurity Index, o tinatawag natin GCI. So this is the ranking, the international ranking ng ITU on cybersecurity para sa iba't ibang bansa. And I think CISA for AFP would be receiving their copy. I hope next week. We're just waiting for some approval on our end for this survey. And after the survey, we are going to have a consultation to assess NCSP 2022, and tentatively set on October 6, 2022. Okay, so what do we have in the National Cybersecurity Plan 2028? Of course, ang dami nating kinonsider dito. We're just in the initial phase of the crafting of NCSP 2028. And one of the things that we have to consider is our Global Cybersecurity Index ranking. In 2020, the Philippines ranked 61st out of 194 countries. And mababa po ito kasi before, nasa 30s tayo in 2018, yung mga kasunod na year na yon. But this is the lowest that we have. Although, sabihin natin siguro pag titingnan natin yung index score, medyo mataas naman tayo kasi sa mga ratings natin before, no, in terms of index scoring. But the thing is, it's not enough for us to lead even in our region, even with our mga neighbors. We're just number 6 in ASEAN. And imagine mo, no, dapat nasa number 4 man lang tayo siguro, number 3, but hindi, nasa number 6 tayo. And some of them did not even, yung mga nasa baba natin, did not even submit. So we have to wake up. And so we have to, of course, take into consideration kung bakit tayo mababa in terms of the GCI index, no? Saan sa mga pillars na to, sa mga kailangan natin i-consider dun sa questionnaire ng GCI, saan tayo mababa, ano yung mga kailangan natin gawin. So the country has actually ranked low in terms of technical, organizational, and capacity development measures. Medyo mataas tayo sa legal framework, but then we also have to consider that. So we have to consider everything. Okay? So yan yung mga basis natin. And we have other unpublished pa na survey that the Asia Foundation has conducted on the cybersecurity status in the Philippines. And of course, yung mga yung mga findings nila, we also have to consider that. We have to consider everything in the crafting of the National Cybersecurity Plan 2028. And of course, these are all proposed pillars. So medyo proposed pa to, no? Because in crafting the National Cybersecurity Plan, it's not just the ICT who will be crafting it. It would be all of government and all of it's not just government actually, it's a whole of society approach, the thing that we're doing with the National Cybersecurity Plan. So we have to involve other agencies and as well as the private sector and CIIs in crafting of this. So we are having consultations. So in my later slides, I will be nandun yung mga scheduled consultations. But prior to that, we will be having a group of select experts from different or representatives from different agencies and CIIs to help us in doing the works, the groundworks for NCSP 2020. And these are the proposed pillars. Number one, this is based, basically if you would see it, it's based on the Global Cybersecurity Index, so that it will be easier for us to assess our standing in GCI. So we have the cybersecurity policies and standards. So that would be the assessment and identification of cyber laws, cyber regulations, policies. Of course, policy is very important in cybersecurity. Tulad ng kaninang sinabi ni Sir Mark, no? Cybersecurity is not just about technology. It's not just about your data, but it also involves people, policies, okay? And of course, technology. So we need to study these policies and standards that are necessary to attain cyber resilience. So another pillar is the technical measures. So the technical measures would cover the assessment of technical capabilities of national and sector-specific agencies implementing cybersecurity measures, and also the identification of various technologies and innovations that would strengthen government and military networks, and protect CII's business and supply chain. And then our third pillar will be on capacity development. That is very important in the Philippines because as some of you have voiced out in the question and answer earlier, na naabutan ko, a lot of you are concerned actually about capacity development, about developing our pool of cybersecurity personnel in the country. So kailangan din po natin pagtuunan yun ng pansinan. Sabi ko nga kanina, it's one of the areas that GCI is telling us to improve on. Okay? So it would include the assessment of current programs on cybersecurity awareness, technical trainings, academic programs, and incentives granted for cybersecurity capacity development. And also the identification of programs that will further improve its present posture. And then the fourth pillar would be cybersecurity cooperation. And this would include the review and assessment of existing local and international partnerships on cybersecurity forged between government agencies, firms, and private entities, and also to identify other areas of cooperation. This is very important, especially international cooperation, because threat intelligence is one of the the biggest factors in cybersecurity, no? Kailangan natin mag-share talaga ng intelligence information with other countries and international cooperation at this end, like forging partnerships, cert partnerships, like for example, yung cert page natin, nagkaroon ng partnership with, of course, member tayo ng AP cert, no? So anything that any information coming from AP cert could be very helpful for our cert PH. And if we keep on collaborating with other certs and with other countries we would be improving a lot in cybersecurity. So, but these are only the first pillars, but it would definitely this would change when we start conducting our TWGs and consultations with other agencies and other stakeholders. Okay, so what would be our priorities in the crafting of the NCSP 2028? So I thought priorities lang to, no? But it would include a lot more. So bolstering our computer emergency response teams or CERT capacities. Of course, that's not just about NCERT, pero lahat the cyber defense CERT and our GovCert and our CII certs. And by bolstering their capacity, we're not just talking about capacity building, the talents of our personnel here, but I'm sorry. But we're also talking about the technology that we use and everything else to support the work that our CERT is doing. And then strengthening the National Cyber Drill Program. So it would not just end on the responsibility of the ICT to do cyber drill programs, but also, for example, sa AFP, you can do your own cyber drills that is much specific and much specialized on the kind of the work that you do, okay, in cyber defense. And also, the implementation of cyber risk assessment and vulnerability assessment and penetration testing programs. That is very important as well. And then we also have strengthening of cyber threat monitoring and information sharing capabilities, partnerships with other countries and CERTs, and even their government through Memorandum of Understanding or MOA or MOU to improve our cyber intelligence sharing capacities and some other areas as well. And then, of course, the adoption of a national framework for cybersecurity standards. I'm sorry, it's very early in the morning in where I am right now. It's very cold. So, nananayo po yung aking lalamunan. So, my apologies. And also the expansion of the cybersecurity awareness program across the country. So, when we say cybersecurity awareness program, it's not just about yung mga webinars that we do, face-to-face trading, face-to-face fora or seminars that we do to let people know on how they could be protected, but also in the findings of one of the surveys that I mentioned about na lalabas in the coming days, we also need, they found out that we need to have policy awareness. That's one of on the top of their list. So policy awareness as well. And kanina na mentioned then in the earlier session, awareness about awareness of our executives so that they would appreciate cybersecurity. Because right now, kahit may mga tao tayo on the field doing cybersecurity, but most of the decision making would be from the executives. So we need to have a program that would make these executives, the bosses, appreciate cybersecurity para mabilis tayo makakuha ng budget, mabilis yung mga approval on things, okay? And also, yung mga specific awareness programs, for example, the judiciary, para mas madali nilang ma-appreciate if they have cases on cyber crimes, mas madali nilang maintindihan at madali lang maintindihan yung mga cases na to, okay, that are lodged in the courts. Okay, and then also, of course, capacity building. And we also would want to include in the NCSP the RASI chart, or the agencies responsible, accountable, and consulted and informed in terms of cybersecurity. Para hindi pa tayo nag-overlap ng mga ginagawa at hindi tayo nag-overlap ng mandate, ng responsibilities, okay? So, pag halimbawa, if it's policy, it has to be the ICT, of course, no? And if it's law enforcement, it has to be PNP, ACG, NBI, and CEISSAFP. So those things, but we have to, of course, we know them, we have the law, but it has to be also put there para makikita ng lahat, no? Because a country that has no strategy or has no plan, a cybersecurity plan, hindi nila alam kung ano yung priorities nila. But a plan would actually help in the cybersecurity posture, improving the cybersecurity posture of a country. Kasi nakikita mo doon kung ano dapat yung mga priorities na pagtutuunan mo ng pansin. Okay? So, those are the updates for NCSP 2028. And here are the dates to remember. October 6, we have the consultation on the assessment of NCSP 2022 and of course GCI. And then in November, we would be having our first stakeholders consultation on the crafting of NCSP 2028. December, the second stakeholders consultation. And then we hope to publish the NCSP 2028, I mean, in January of 2023. I'm sorry, my apologies, 2023. So that's it for my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer some of your questions.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Flor de Lis Nadwa, for giving us the updates about the cybersecurity plan of the ICT for our government. So there is actually a lot of questions we have online, ma'am. And I know you're very much ready to answer all those questions. May we see the questions, please?
Let me read the first question.
Go ahead, my partner.
How do you monitor the compliance of all government agencies to the directives of National Cybersecurity Plan and its related issuances?
Okay, so to implement the National Cybersecurity Plan 2022, we have published MC in 2017 also. We have published MC 005, 006, and 007. And in 2020, we had DC 003. DC 03. These are all about what government agencies should do to be able to comply with the National Cybersecurity Plan. On the assessment, I know that we should have an annual assessment, but we are starting it right now with the assessment that we are having on the National Cybersecurity. So that's the one that is planned that is set to happen in October this year.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So the next questions that we have here is that what level or rank is appropriate in designating the cybersecurity officer role in any government agency?
When you say, we have to qualify po kung anong cybersecurity officer role that we are mentioning here. But if it's the cybersecurity officer or the CISO that is mentioned in the National Cybersecurity Plan, right now we don't have any set of qualifications for them kasi yun nga, because of the dearth of cybersecurity experts in the country. But we would want this CISO to be the ones handling cybersecurity talaga in the agency. Aminin po natin na sa bawat agency, maraming walang alam sa cybersecurity, no? So we just use our IT personnel to go into cybersecurity, and then we just send them to training. So that would yun po yung mga ina-assign din ng mga agencies as cybersecurity officer that serves as the focal or the point person between for DICT. So sila yung kinokontak ng DICT cybersecurity when there's a vulnerability na nakikita ng DICT sa kanila, and they also serve as the focal para sa mga cyber threat monitoring updates ng DICT.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So to Mr. or Miss Anonymous, hope your question has been answered well. So moving forward, I think that's another question we have from Anonymous. What are the skill sets necessary for a designated cybersecurity officer? It's almost in line with the previous question, ma'am.
It's the same. So right now, wala pa tayong nire-require talaga ng mga skill sets. Just precisely because in the government, as mentioned earlier in the prior session, we don't have any cybersecurity plantilla officer, plantilla possession pa. So yeah, we just make do of what we have in the IP, and then we train them. So, and I think that also answers the next question, no? If there are any plantilla possessions specific for cybersecurity. At the DICT, of course, we have those because we have the national cert, no? So we have cybersecurity possessions, but for other agencies, wala pa po tayo nun.
Thank you very much. That's already been answered. Na yun nga po kanina, actually, ma'am, if you have heard that, sana, di ba nga daw, if I'm not mistaken, the DICT would be the one to fight, or rather to lobby it to our national government for those other plantillas needed for a cybersecurity expert. And others are really looking forward for that. And that is one of your concerns, right, ma'am?
And I think that's one of the things that we should be putting in the in our national cybersecurity plan 2020. That's on the end of the ICT and also the National Cybersecurity Interagency Committee. Sorry, I also represent kasi ENSHA. So we have been doing something about it. We have been pushing. There was even a move for us to we drafted an executive order. But it hasn't been signed yet. So we have to work again on it, I guess. For the additional plantilla possession, it's a request actually for DBM to add a cybersecurity officer possession for all agencies. So let's see po how we can do about it.
That's actually good news, ma'am. Kahit hindi pa naman siya nasa-assign, at least looking forward and maybe by the grace of God, mag-intermediate naman siya doon na mapirmahan yung sinasabi niyong EO na yan. Ano po, ma'am? Di ba, ma'am? Okay. And that would really be a good news for our IT experts. Partner?
Yes, partner. Our next question, ma'am. How to avail for a free VAPT service of the DICT?
Right now, you can own. It is available for everybody, for all government agencies. So, lahat ng offices po pwede mag-avail niyan. You just have to write request to the director for cybersecurity for this service. So, our current director for cybersecurity is Director Marivic Castro. So, or you can contact me if you need to request for that. I'll give you the information. My colleagues are also. I also have colleagues, by the way, attending the face-to-face the face-to-face event. So you can also seek out Mr. Kenneth Ho if you need more information on this.
Okay, thank you very much. But ma'am, in connection with that question of Anonymous about the free BAPT services, as you have mentioned, they really need to write a letter or for request for data free services. What would be the turnaround time before that request of a particular organization or an office would be granted? For example, would it be a 1 day? How long would it be?
I think within the week it could be provided. So it will depend actually on how many requests we receive in a day or in a week. So yeah, pero mabilis naman yung turnaround. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Then we have a next question again from Anonymous. We want to connect our agency to the ICT's SOC. Do you accommodate such requests?
For now, as I have intimated earlier, we have 10 priority agencies, but we are updating our SOC. So yes, we would accommodate such requests, but we have to wait for the development on the updates on our SOC. If we could already accommodate more agencies on the network.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And for our next question, can we designate our data protection officer as our cybersecurity officer also, or should this be designated to a separate individual?
Some agencies would actually they actually did appoint their DPOs as a CISO, no? But depende po yan sa agency or dun sa tao if okay pa sa kanya, if kaya niya pa yung responsibility. But right now we don't have any wala po tayong patakaran on if they should be separate individuals. And some agencies are already practicing it. They have assigned DPOs as CEISSA also.
Kasi tayo ng mga Pinoy multitaskers tayo talaga.
Slasher
Yes.
tayo, marami tayong kayang gawin.
Kaso nga lang sana darating naman yung time, sabi nga kanina Sir Mark, tiyaga-tiyaga lang tayo, marirealize din ng ating mga nasa higher
Yes.
officials natin that they will really be paid according to what they have done. Okay?
Yes, yes.
Next question. Does DICT provide scholarships to government employees with cybersecurity role for any educational program such as the BS Cybersecurity of AMA Computer University?
For now, yung sa BS Cybersecurity of AMA Computer University, we don't have that yet, but we have a lot of things lined up in terms of training for cybersecurity personnel across agencies and CIIs. Right now, we have a new platform for learning, for training. We have the Cyber Range by our CERT-PH. So, ano na po ito? It's being implemented already. So, I think if you need more information, you can write CERT-PH so that you could include some of your personnel in the program. So, lahat po ng government agencies, nakaschedule na siya dyan, lalo na sa mga nagre-request. So, Cyber Range, and then we also have some partnerships with different agencies. No? Like, for example, we have a current partnership with the U.S. Embassy, with the USAID Beacon on mga CISSP certification. So we actually look for ways that where we can cascade, where we can get trainings, technical trainings for cybersecurity personnel with our partners, from our partners, and cascade it to other agencies. Hindi lang po kami, pati ibang agencies as well.
Thank you very much, ma'am. But before we go on with those online questions, there is a question from Anonymous here who is actually physically attending here at the social hall of CEISSAFP. Based on the NCSP 2022 traffic high protocol or traffic light protocol, the role of national defense is not clearly defined during the massive cyber attack on critical infra. What is your position on the role of DND on the draft or proposed NCSP 2028?
What would be my
your own position or on the role of DND in the drafting or proposed NCSP 2028?
That's precisely why I mentioned earlier, sir. Now this is not just a work for the ICT. It's a whole of government work. It's a whole of society work, actually, not just government, because we are going to invite some other private sectors, CIIs. So kung ano pa yung present ko kanina, those are just the groundworks. Hindi pa po yun final. Okay, yung sa bandang dulo, yung sa 2028. So it is subject to change depending on what would come out from the consultations. So that's why I encourage DND and AFP to participate in this assessment, in this consultations, so that we could include, kasi gusto natin inclusive ang ating plan, inclusive ang ating strategy, no? We don't just want yung DICT's concerns lang yung nandoon, because this is a national plan. This is not DICT cybersecurity plan, but it is the National Cybersecurity Plan. Ibig sabihin, dapat kung ano yung kailangan natin on cybersecurity, mari-reflect doon. Okay? Mari-reflect doon. So, that's why I encourage you to participate in the consultations.
Okay, it's like it's a way of collaborative effort of agency of the government. Because sabi nga nila, it's like parang walisting thing, hindi mabubuo or hindi tayo makakalinis if there were just only a piece of the walisting thing, but it should be really yung isang bugkos ng walisting thing, di ba, ma'am?
Yes. And the role of the DND and AFP in cyber defense, kayo yung lead doon is very important. That's why, and we don't know anything. I mean, we might know anything about cyber defense, but it is you who is on the ground. It is you who knows what you need and what we need in the Philippines to be able to be more cyber resilient, or to be able to improve our cybersecurity posture.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So moving forward, another question, partner.
I'm sure maraming nag-aabang ng answer neto. So does standardization of salaries for IT security professionals working in the government included in the future NCSP initiatives?
We could include that po. Actually, that's one of the things that we should look into. Kasi experience din po namin yan. Attrition rate in government when it comes to cybersecurity personnel is really high. Even in DICT, we experienced that. So we need to address this.
Thank you very much, ma'am. But as a personal question in line with that question being shown, accordingly on the slide you have shown with us, one of the priorities is the capacity building. Are you referring, is it with the personal capacity or the logistic or infrastructure capacity that you do have in mind as one of the priority?
Well, what we have in mind is the capacity building for personnel to build up their capabilities in handling incidents and in protecting their own networks and systems now. But we could also look into depends on we could also look into developing our capacities in protecting our infrastructure we saw. So yeah, we could definitely include that in because NCSP 2028 is still blank. We need to yung mga na-miss natin sa 2022, I know you have a lot in mind na na-miss natin dun sa 2022. And of course, because cybersecurity is evolving and it's evolving very fast. Sabi nga nung, ito yung favorite line ko from one of the deputy ministers, cybersecurity deputy minister of Singapore, that cyber criminals are working at the speed of light, but of course, we in the government are working at the speed of law. And so, we need to keep up somehow, no? We need to keep up somehow. So, kung ano yung mga nakikita natin, let's include it there. So, yun.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now from Anonymous again, what would happen if our agency head would neglect its compliance responsibilities to NCSP?
Okay, right now, the ICT has no regulatory power. So, but we have released memorandum circulars and department circulars on the implementation of NCSP. And right now, we are actually pushing for an executive order mandating because we don't have clout. No, I mean, wala pa kaming power to punish or to penalize mga hindi sumusunod sa NCSP. But yun nga, we are pushing for an executive order mandating CIIs and government agencies to for a minimum requirement on cybersecurity. So meron silang mga dapat na gawin. Okay? May mga dapat silang gawin at a minimum para hindi sila ma-sanction. Yung parang ganon. So yeah, we're actually looking at ways on how we could impose cybersecurity in other agencies.
Thank you very much. Moving on.
Next question, ma'am. What would happen if our agency had...
It's actually been shown the next one, please.
Any plan in the future that the DICT would provide dedicated communication channel for purposes of knowledge sharing and reporting by all CERTs?
Okay, right now, it's our CERT page. So you can actually contact CERT page for information sharing. Sila po yung naka-assign dyan. And CERT page is the highest CERT body in the country. So may escalation tayo, no? Kasi meron tayong mga GovCert, and we have also a sectoral cert for CII. So pag halimbawa sa GovCert, may incident, cyber incident or cyber event na nangyari on their end. Syempre, i-report nila yun sa GovCert nila. And then the GovCert would try to address the incident, respond to the incident. If hindi nila kaya, it's not in their capacity, then they could escalate it to CERT-PH. So CERT-PH is the main entity, no, where you could report and also share for information sharing. So it would be answered po. And kanina, shinare ko din yung about sa threat monitoring feeds. So they release that every day. May threat feed sila na every day nila nilalabas through emails. And if you don't have it yet, if your cybersecurity unit is not receiving it yet, you can always send a message to answer it at dict.gov.ph.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And now, I think that's actually a repeated question. However, meron lang siguro gusto niya talagang linawin. What will be the legal implications? Kasi kanina, di ba, para bang may tinatanong kung anong gagawin sa mga head nila. Now, ngayon po, pinalalim niya what could really be the legal implications if our agency, binuo na talaga, hindi lang isang taong binibigyan ng responsibility. Kung ma-found out daw po na non-compliance to all the directives under the NCSP.
Okay, I still have the same answer. Right now, we don't have imposed penalties or punishment for those who do not require. But we're working on magkaroon ng way para maging liable bawat ahensya at ang bawat cybersecurity measures and in implementing kung ano yung nasa plan. So yeah, that would be it.
Thank you, ma'am. And for our next question, from Anonymous, can we outsource the CERT functions to any competent third-party service provider?
Sorry, nanahan po ba ako? Anyways, I would be answering this I'd be answering this question not as the ICT or cybersecurity bureau now. I would answer this on my personal capacity. This is my opinion. So I think for me, it would be better to have the CERT function within the agency and just and then have your personnel trained, because of some some confidentiality and what we do and what we handle. But hindi po natin may iwasan na ma-outsource yung CERT functions if you do not have the capacity, if you do not have the technology. So yeah, but that's my opinion.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Tama naman kasi para on the personal note ni ma'am, for the meantime, kasi lagi sabi nga na, di ba, never trust anyone. So kung halimbawa within your capacity, you're gonna throw out other information, baka mamaya mas lalo pang mapasama ka, di ba? So moving forward,
Zero trust policy na.
Zero trust. Zero trust talaga. Moving on, masyado kang mabenta, dami nagtatanong. So, NCSP 2022 is only for 2022. Is this plan already in full implemented or full implementation, or were there items not yet implemented? If so, what are the plans for 2023 onwards for NCSP? Maybe you could also give the percentage percentage rate of how long na po ba or gaano na kabigat yung na-implement siguro for the year 2022 since we're already near to the fourth quarter na, ma'am.
Okay, so NCSP 2022, that covers 2016 to 2022, 6 years yan. Tulad ng sinabi ko kanina, 6 years because of the administration. So pag nag-change naman tayo ng administration, another 6 years for the plan. Pwede naman siyang i-change in the future kung ayaw na natin ng 6 years, maging 3 years, para mas mabilis yung updating ng plan, no? But for NCSP 2022, yung present ko kanina, that was on the end of the ICT. So nakita niyo, may mga na-miss din naman kami, no? May mga, hindi natin maiiwasan yon. That's why we have to work really hard in implementing and implementing the plan. But we are hoping that through the assessment, the survey that we are sending out, and also the assessment consultation that we're going to do, we would be able to get a grasp of how it was implemented by other agencies. Okay? Para makita po natin. So for now, hindi ko pa masasabi kung hanggang anong percentage ang na-comply natin dito as a nation, not as the ICT, but hopefully after the consultation, we'll be able to get a clearer picture of how we have of how many percent or how kung ano yung naabot natin in terms of the plan.
At least thank you very much being so honest, ma'am. Kasi mahirap din nga naman magbigay si ma'am ng
Yes.
exact percentage or gaano na ba. Mamaya ma'am, quote-unquote siya mahirap na, di ba? So, ma'am, just a follow-up lang din, parang it's connected with somewhat that has been raised a while ago. For you, ma'am, daw, sabi po, who will be on top of situation during cyber attack that affects energy, water resources, business establishment, if NCSP 22 is concerned?
It has to be the sectoral cert first, no? Sectoral cert muna, yung mga CII certs natin. And then if hindi nila kayang i-respond or remediate yung incident na to, they have to escalate it to the national cyber, to the NCERT, to CERT PH. So meron po tayong escalation procedure. We have the CERT manual that's also downloadable on our NCERT website, no? So just to give you a guidance on how incidents should be escalated. But of course, for CIIs, it has to be the CII certs or sectoral certs that we call.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So again, from our online participants, would you say that the previously released NCSP 22 resulted to a failure since you reported that the global ranking of the Philippines fell tremendously?
This is a very controversial question. Parang hindi ibig sabihin na nag-fail ang NCSP 2022 just because we went down in the ranking. As I have also mentioned earlier, pag tinignan niyo yung index ranking natin, tumaas naman tayo kasi sa mga previous natin, but that's not enough to compete with our neighbors. Kahit neighbors pa lang natin, Indonesia, Vietnam, they did really well. So ibig sabihin, ang daming reforms in terms of cybersecurity na comply nila, no? And that's why we are starting at the ICT to have this GCI monitoring every year. Kahit hindi tayo magsasubmit ng questionnaire, ng answer or ng survey, hindi tayo magsasagot ng survey ng ITU on the GCI on GCI items, no? Gagawin natin every year ang pag-uusapan natin ang GCI, kung ano yung mga nire-require ng GCI, because some of the items at GCI pwedeng wala sa NCSP natin. That's why we would want to align also our NCSP with the Global Cybersecurity Index. But it does not mean na dahil nag-fall tayo sa ating ranking ay ay nag-fail ang ating NCSP. And of course, hindi pa nga natin nakikita, no? Hindi pa natin na-assess talaga kung ano yung mga nagawa na natin for NCSP, tulad ng sinabi ko kanina. So in October, I hope we'll be able to get a clearer picture of what we have attained in terms of the strategies that we have put or placed in the National Cybersecurity Plan 2020.
So that means that let's just wait and see on October, right, ma'am? So that we could really have a clear version of what
but it does not mean na it doesn't really mean na we have failed.
Yeah,
but
of course.
kasi may mga items talaga sa GCI. That's why we would want to align everything.
Yes, ma'am.
We would want to align everything yung hinihingi ng GCI, yung gusto nilang makita, together with our plan para yung focus natin hindi lang kung paano tayo maging cyber resilient, but at the same time kung ano yung standards for cyber resilience ng IPU for the Global Cybersecurity Index.
Now, ma'am, from Bluebird, it's been observed that in procuring cyber tech of government agencies are following the provisions of RA 9184 through public bidding, which becomes a vulnerability. So maybe this online one is actually asking, don't we think na dapat medyo ma-waivin kasi it could really cause vulnerability kasi nga pina-public bidding natin. And on the other hand, para diretso na po, ma'am, what are the possible workarounds to address this challenge?
Yeah. I think personally, no, for this, we have a law kasi right now that we have to follow. So, kaya ginagawa natin yung publication ng POR, ng mga ganon. But I think we have to, that's why we have to have certain policies, push for certain policies para ma-address natin ito. It's, ano, lahat yan, ilagay natin sa, ano, put it in perspective. Tapos lahat yan ilagay natin sa strategy natin para in the future, ma-address natin itong mga ganitong problema.
So with that, Mama, as just a follow-up, so on your own point of view or your own opinion, do you think there should be an amendment when it comes up procuring when it comes to cybersecurity with that kind of law that we have right now?
Yes. We have to look at the pros and cons of our procurement process. And tingnan natin kung makakatulong ba talaga siya. And tingnan natin kung ano yung mga reforms that we need in our procurement process for cybersecurity equipment, cybersecurity technology that we are acquiring. So yeah, kailangan siya talaga ng matinding pag-aaral.
That's correct.
Thank you. And for our last question, can a government agency ask assistance from the DICT in auditing, assessing, building, and procuring ICT infra? If so, who do we contact for assistance?
Our straight page team could help in the, like, if you already have the POR, yung mga ganon, so we could look into it. We can always maybe write requests to our director. We can, but we can't. We don't have a team that would. If you're gonna start from scratch, yung mga ganon. So no, but we could give our opinion on the PORs, or yeah, for auditing we don't have. We only offer VPT. So on that end, yun. Pero sa yeah. Yung sa pag-procure ng mga infra and mga assessing, we can help if give our opinion or give our inputs to those if you would request for it.
Thank you very
much. This is in
ma'am.
terms of cybersecurity, cybersecurity. I can speak for other bureaus and other services.
Thank you very much, ma'am. But actually, that's not really the last question. May humabol lang po, ma'am. And this will really be the last one. If national security is at stake during massive cyber attack that will result to kinetic form, will it be CICC to lead the counterattack?
If it's cyber defense, it has to be AFP.
So let me just clear up with
defense. In the area of cyber defense, it has to be AFP. CICC, law enforcement, pag may mga law enforcement po sila, and pag may mga kaso na. But for cyber defense, it has to be DND and AFP.
Ma'am, let me just repeat the question. The question is actually if national security is at stake during massive cyber attack is what they are pertaining, that will result to kinetic form. Will it be CICC to lead the counterattack? Because we're talking about the cyber attack.
Let me just clarify po. I'm actually right now in a training about cyber laws and norms, and we can't just make a counterattack in any attacks that we get. Okay, so we have to before I answer kung sinong agency. I mean, I cannot answer you kung kaninong agency because the yung pinaka-concern natin dyan, if we are attacked and there's a massive attack, we have to consider what international law applies. We have to consider these things para alam natin kung ano yung if we're gonna use countermeasure, retortion. Retortion is like yung ganti natin about mga economic sanctions or something like that, or does it have to be armed attack then, or yung mga ganun. So it has to be settled muna kung ano yung pwede natin gawin. Hindi pwedeng pag in-attack tayo ay we will attack in the same way, yung mga ganon. So because well, we have UN, we have international laws.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So that would be all the questions being thrown to you, ma'am. And thank you very much for gracing this actually afternoon here. And I think that's actually already midnight on your end right now. And
It's actually
we're so
7
grateful.
a.m.
Okay. And we're so grateful that you actually give your precious time with us, sharing all the updates about the NCSP updates for 2022 to 2028. Maraming salamat po, ma'am. Ingat po kayo lagi dyan.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be joining you today. Thank you.
Okay, have a great evening po sa inyo dyan. Salamat. So that's actually Ma'am Flor de Lis Nadwa, who actually gave us an update about the 2022 to 2028 NCSP plan of the ICT.
Right, partner. So, parang nabusog din yung ating mga participants dun sa diniscuss ng ating resource speaker. So, bigyan natin sila ng break muna. Para since day 3 and last day na ng ating convention, may chance pa sila na mag-ikot sa mga booth. Kasi meron tayong mga pa-prize, pa-premyo later.
Partner, meron lang din po tayo palang i-request sa ating mga participants. For the meantime, as we are going to have our short break, baka mamaya mapahaba yung break, partner. May papakisuyo lang po tayo sa ating mga naririto ngayon na merong sasakyan po dyan sa harapan ng dalawang mangga. There are other personals around who would actually lead you to transfer your vehicles on an area po na kailangan paglipatan. So makikisuyo na lang po muna doon sa mga merong car na nandyan sa harap natin na pakiano muna yung ating mga sasakyan. And there are personals again who would help you in moving your cars on a different parking area po. Pero looking forward that after you actually move your cars to the other area, balik po sana kayo. Kasi meron pa rin po tayong mga papremyo na inaabang-abangan nyo rin po. And again, and that one of those is actually the 43 inches TV po ulit. Okay po? So makikisuyo na lamang po sa ating mga kasama ng ating mga sasakyan po. And afterwards, please be back here as we will continue as well of the conference. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's thank our sponsors. Okay, thank you, Brainstrong Technologies Incorporated.
Netplay Incorporated.
Red Rock IT Security.
3-Layer Technologies.
IP Systems Incorporated.
Bid Defender.
Sonic Wall.
Ardent Networks Incorporated.
Microsoft Philippines.
Contact Point Incorporated.
TechEd Global Academy.
Sophis Information Technology Services Philippines or SitesPhil.
Microfocus.
Handlink Incorporated.
Wide Integrated Solution, Expert Corp, Wise Corp.
Sangfor.
Trellix.
Fortinet Security Philippines Incorporated.
Citrix Computer Shop. Computer Corp, sorry.
Evolve Solutions Incorporated.
Cisco Systems Philippines.
Redenta.
Secure Age Technology Private Limited.
Connex Philippines Incorporated.
Micrologic Diversified Technologies Incorporated.
Sophos.
Netplay Incorporated.
So thank you very much again for our proponents. So, yan tuloy po. Gutom yata ang aking partner pa rin. At naging computer shop yung corporation. So, pakabang-abangan po natin yung atin pong parapol. So muli po, yung raffle natin for that television is actually for those who are physically present here in this hall. So, mamaya po ulit paghaliban ni raffle natin yon. At halimbawa, tinawag kayo at the count of 5, you were not able to approach us, wave ulit siya hanggang may manalo. Hanggat hindi po nabubunot yung pangalan namin, bibilisan namin yung mga... Just kidding around. So ano nang naging fruitful talaga this morning, no? We were able to have some updates from the DICT about the cybersecurity plan, as well as during the time na nandiyan si Sir Mark. Hindi lang tayo minulot ang mata na with our national stake attitude, we should really be that one. Kasi sabi na nga lang, di ba ni Sir Mark, good karma will come in as long as we outreach ourselves to our government or to our country.
Yes, and yun dapat kapag nag-work ka, work with all your
Heart. Parang naalala ko tuloy yan Talagang kailangan talaga. Dapat naman talaga sa partner, pag halimbawa if we're not working with our heart, it could really be useless and it could not be really a fruitful one. Kasi if we are just aiming for something, but if we are doing it not for a purpose, but just on a mere purpose of a material thing, you will not even feel happy with what you are doing, right?
right partner.
Okay, so for the meantime, sit back and relax, and maybe you could ask for coffee if there's still coffee over there as we have our break, and please just enjoy the music being played.
Alright, welcome back. Yan, so, super short break, di ba?
Kaya nga sabi ko kasi kanina sa iyo, we'll have just a short break kasi kailangan natin matapos tong mga bagay nito. Pero sabi nga natin kanina, hindi talaga yan minamadali. Maybe medyo konti lang. Kasi we're medyo running out of time na rin tayo na count yan. So hindi natin pabayan, partner?
Yes, introduce na natin yung next resource speaker natin. So he provides security consulting with a special focus to financial services, government systems, and telecommunications industry, while teaching computer and network security for graduate students in UP Diliman and DLSU. He is currently taking his PhD in computer science from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, majoring in computer security. He and his teammate, Siege, won the much-coveted Black Badge at DEF CON 24, the world's largest hacking conference held annually in Las Vegas, for winning the CTP contest. They are now free for life at DEF CON, aside from bragging rights. And he regularly takes security certifications and is the first GIC security expert or GSC from the Philippines. Okay, so to discuss the securing online activities, let us welcome the CTO Director for Forensic and Security Analytics of Red Rock IT Security, Mr. Raymond Nunez.
Hello?
Hi, good afternoon everyone. So, I think ako yung may pinakamahirap na slot after lunch. So, antok mga tao. But anyway, so let's make this lively. So, good morning everyone again. Well, good afternoon. I'm Mon. And I'm currently CTO for Red Rock Security. We do security for a lot of the financial institution, and I also we're a consultant for a lot of government agencies in regards to security. And long story short, I've broken into a lot of banks, corporates, government infrastructure, legally, of course. That's basically they're hiring us to test their systems. No? So from mobile banking, online banking, ATMs, even yung mga fintechs, they do require a lot of these tests. And we've got some pretty interesting vulnerabilities discovered, and hopefully they were able to patch it to minimize exposure, especially in the financial sector. So my discussion today is about online security, and there's a lot of exploits, a lot of tools going around, but looking at this list, number one still on how threat actors get in your network, either your AFP, PNP, government agencies, even the banks, no? It's really social engineering. Okay? They con people to get to click a link, install a malware, or send their credentials. No? Of course, there's still web application vulnerabilities. A lot of this stem from API exposure because not a lot of people knows how to test APIs. Okay, yung web application testing that's done. Okay, maraming gumagawa na magagaling. APIs, not much. And this is when checking with fintechs, no, and banks, this is their vulnerability. They think that they solved the API issue, but they haven't. And yung mga nakikita namin dito, we could transfer funds out of some wallet. We could reset a password ng isang user just by knowing the username without even knowing the old password. So there really needs to be awareness in API security testing. Okay, and most of these are because our education sector, in regards to security, is lacking. No? We were taught in the university how to make web application, how to make mobile application, never how to secure it. Okay, may isang subject siguro, one elective lang, but that's so let's say mababaw eh. Okay, and yung lessons nila is once they're in the industry na, but you are producing an application that's gonna be used worldwide, if not nationwide, and it's not secure. So we got that kind of issue. Okay, so number one, securing ourselves. Again, the easiest way for attackers to gain access to your network, they would just ask for it. Okay, so we encountered this, di ba? Mga SMS, calls, even emails. I would say medyo mature na technology to filter that, but still may nakakalusot pa rin. But still, they are just asking for your credentials, no? So you got this short comic strip, no? So akala nung girl interested yung ka-date niya, no? Ang daming tinatanong. Yung pala it's more of password reset question lang pala yung kailangan i-reset. And if you think that won't happen, no? Think of Sarah Palin, vice presidential candidate ng US. This is old news, but yung Yahoo account niya was taken over by an attacker kasi nag-password reset lang yung attacker, and then they were able to guess or research online yung mga sagot sa mga questions ng password reset. So, and that's bad. Okay? And well, since we're in the military, no, so this was an issue again more than a decade back. So there was a threat actor, gumawa siya ng LinkedIn profile na Robin Sage yung pangalan. Girl, maganda. Guess what? Pag-add niya ng mga defense contractor, lahat sila nag-accept. Okay? I wonder why. Okay, but common to sa social media or they call it catfish ba na, di ba? Yung pa-post na ganyan, sexy, di ba? Add, accept ka naman na accept. Yung pala kinukuha na ka na ng information sa social media mo. Okay, and it's not just for us, no? Even sa US, this is happening. So again, phishing, easiest way, human factor. When threat actors send malware, old school na yun. Ang dami ng filters for that, diba? You have email solutions, filtering any active component. So their go-to now is they would just send you a link, fake login, hihingan ka ng username and password. Even with multi-factor authentication. Kasi, just imagine, MFA, ipapatype sa iyo yung OTP. And if at that point, nagbigay ka na ng username and password, what's the chance that you won't complete with the OTP? So, it's still, it's being done. And we were taught, HTTPS, threat actors use encrypted websites too. So it's not something na out of the ordinary. Okay, so this is on one of my engagement. No? I was asked to help investigate breach investigation at isang large financial company. I'm sure you know them, but I can't name them, of course. What the threat actor did was they sent an attachment, not a malware, na invoice daw. And they targeted finance guys on this company. When you click on that link, naka-HTML siya, pero it's just a local file. It's not actually a website. Okay? And it looks like an Office 365 login. And populated na yung pangalan niya sa taas. So they're just waiting for the password. Diba? How would you filter this if it did not go through your web proxy? Diba? Nandun sa local file. And the good thing, well, in a way, of this phishing link, phishing email, if you submit your password, pinipaste niya sa Google site.
Sir, sorry to interrupt. Let me just caught the attention of these following honors of these following cars.
Okay, sorry.
Pasingit lang, sir, ha?
Sure.
Toyota Vios with plate number November Alpha Sierra 9942. Ford Ranger with a plate number November Delta Charlie 6386. And a Kia Block with plate number Alpha Oscar Alpha 6531. Makikisuyo lamang daw po. And there would be other people or personnel around who would assist you para po matransfer yung sasakyan nyo. Ulitin ko lang po, Toyota Vios November Alpha Zebra 9942, Ford Ranger November Delta Charlie 6386, and Kia with plate number Alpha Oscar Alpha 6531. Sorry for that inconvenience. Thank you very much, sir.
Ang problem po, baka mahatak yung kotse nyo. Diretsong motor pool daw yun. So, yeah. Again, when they do submit their credentials, the victims submit their credentials, it gets posted to a Google form. Now, Google tend to be benign. You don't filter Google. So how would you see this even if you are monitoring network traffic? It's hard. So ito na yung go-to ng mga threat actors nowadays. It's not really malware. Meron pa rin, yes, of course. Pero if you're attacked by these kinds of cons, most likely you're gonna get compromised. Oops. Then early this year, no? Medyo matunog yung smishing tsaka vishing. And this was pre-pandemic 2020, no? One bank of us was compromised, na hijack yung SMS nila. And imagine, diba, as a user, you have your OTP on top, then biglang may message sa baba like this one that there's gonna be a call from this number. So maniniwala yung user. Okay, but ultimately what we understand here is the attacker already has the username and password. Diba? They just need the OTP para ma-take over your account. And that's what they did. And ito, early this year, a lot of the banks were compromised, at least yung mga accounts nila, because there was an SMS aggregator that were hacked. Okay? And then pinagsasend ng threat actor using multiple banks. No? You got MCC, got UB here, you got R Bank, that were claiming that you will get a 10,000 loyalty points or may compromise, diba? And please click on this link to validate. And again, a lot of our countrymen were victimized by this one because they would really think that this is a valid message. I mean, 10,000 pesos is actually big, no? Especially sa mga nawalan ng trabaho. And worst case is they click on the link, no? Na-take over your account, yung natitirang ipon nila doon, nalimas pa. So, wala talagang itong mga taong gumagawa ng scam na to. Not sure why they would want that. Anyway. So, ito isang example, no, on one of the phishing links that we saw. No? Take a look at the link. It's HTTPS. No? So, if you're taught na, encrypted, it's secure, then yeah, looks good. And they have the bank domain here. But it's not actually the bank domain. It's actually used as a username kasi before siya nung @ sign. sa URL. The domain here is yung lnkd.in. So this is actually a phishing link. But ang ganda ng pagkakagawa ng threat actor here where if you click on the link, you're presented with a site, pero may address bar ka dito, but if hindi mo napansin sa baba, it's actually the phishing site yung pinupuntahan mo. And a threat actor sends this to 10,000 users, may 100 na mag-submit ng creds. That's good enough ROI for them. Okay? And then, once you log in, magsisend ng OTP, and with yung mga iPhone and Android na sobrang seamless yung pagpadala. Tatap mo na lang to. Okay? But you're actually submitting it to the phishing site. Okay? And on the back end, nakala mo, binavalidate ka, but it's actually registering a new device para hindi na kailangan ng credentials after that. That's bad. And then ito nagreklamo sa social media, no? So Arthur may nag-login daw na Android, although naka-iPhone siya from the US. And then eventually nag-transfer out ng 12.5. And this is just one account, no? Paano yung marami pang nadali? Okay, and then meron silang InstaPay, they cashed it out to GCash. So there's a certain account, Marjorie, Florida. But yeah, it's very easy to get validated GCash now. Usually pupunta sila sa mga slum area, di ba? Bigyan nila 500 pesos kada isa. Easily. 50, 100 accounts. Di ba? They're gonna get verified GCash SIBs. Okay, and they're using this to cash out. Anyway, so again, phishing. Since the pandemic, there's an increase in COVID phishing. Okay, COVID-related. Dati, infection, and then now mga vaccines and ayuda, no? So they're promising cash. So it's really increasing na vector for infection, no? And case in point, as mentioned, we're part of Red Rock. Okay, we're tasked to penetrate organizations legally. Again, inas kami, hindi illegal. Baka ma-arresto ako mamaya if illegal. But no, it's a legal engagement. But yung target namin na organization was very security aware. Okay? May multi-factor sila, lahat security conscious, lahat paranoid. And the CIO and the CISO was asking us to do some phishing engagement just to test kung vulnerable pa rin ba sila sa phishing. And may mga scenarios kami na niran na nahuhuli nila agad. So, no one's submitting credentials. But so, medyo on our case, parang, that's good. Okay? But how could we create a scenario na magkiklik sila at magkasabit na credentials? And then it came to us. Pandemic. This was March 2020. There was an announcement na March 16, ila-lockdown tayo 1 week before. So kagulo yung mga tao. And then around that time, there was a building in BGC na may nakitang na-infect. And yung protocol was close the building and disinfect. Di ba? So as in panic lahat ng tao. Then biglang kami, okay, bright idea. We presented this to the board nila and kinabahan sila. Sabi, mukhang madadali tayo, but only one way to find out, di ba? Push it through. So, what we did here was we were claiming, kasi mag-google mo naman yung building nila, address, that there was an infection na na-detect sa building nyo. And if you want more information, click on this link. Okay? Just be careful. Ganun. And we submitted this March 16. This was Monday nung lockdown. Imagine kung gaano kagulo yung Pilipinas at that time. Hindi mo alam kung ano gagawin. Wala kang vaccine. Ang dami na infect. So we submitted this 9:25. Right that time na mag-online sila. Di ba? Medyo kulang pa sa kape. Inaantok. Biglang pagdingin mo sa email mo, uy, may positive sa atin. Okay? But we cannot replicate the domain. So meron sila, it's a lookalike domain. And they have sa subject EXT, meaning it came from external. So, at the very least, this should have been an alarm sa kanila na in external email, bakit nagka-claim to na HR? But it did not. So, once they click on the link, oops. Yeah, they're going to be presented with the cloned login, enter nila username, password. Okay? And they cannot really tell ano yung difference na itong dalawa. Okay? Unless they look sa URL. But, if they're using a mobile device, that's very hard to do. Hindi mo masyadong ma-validate yan. And even with multi-factor authentication, again, you are leaving it for the human to decide, tama ba tong site o hindi, and papasok ko ba yung OTP ko. So that's bad. Kasi the moment you give out your OTP, that's done. Okay? Yeah, merong 5-minute window, but we're doing this automated. Once you give out the OTP, automatic yung script yung magla-login. And then we got a valid session. Okay. So within 1 hour, 50% yung nag-click. It's that bad. And then that's just the click rate, no? But sabi naman ng board, continue muna, di ba? Credentials and OTP, just to be sure. Okay? And 15% nag-send ng valid credentials, 11% nag-OTP. Now imagine, if you have an Office 365, a Google Drive, a SharePoint, isang employee lang yung mag-submit ng OTP. Imagine the access ng threat actor dun sa internal documents nyo. So that's bad. Okay? So OTP helps, but it's not a silver bullet. Okay? And ano yung solution? Okay? Well, not a shareholder of YubiKeys though, but this is what we're using. It's a hardware token. You are removing the human factor. Kasi one of the challenge and response for YubiKey multi-factor authentication is pina-factor nila yung domain. So if the domain is look alike at hindi siya yung original domain na pinag-registeran mo like Facebook, Gmail, Twitter, it's gonna fail yung crypto. Okay? So kahit nabigay mo yung username and password, if ito yung multi-factor mo, chances are hindi magpo-proceed yung threat actor. Okay? Actually, and one of their best use case, Google. Kasi Google, lagi silang under attack ng mga nation states, of course. So they got all the data. So they started deploying this 2017. So that's almost 5 years now, no? And until now, they were claiming that there has been no successful account takeover. Kasi nga, even if their employees gave out username and password, the YubiKey would prevent kasi ibang domain yung sinasubmitan nila. Okay, so that's not gonna proceed. So far, wala pang use case of man in the middle or interception with this one. So I would say that's a pretty good security. No? And cost, not much, $20 to $30. So that's 1,000 peso, 1.5 for the safety of your account. So that's good. But do note, if you're using this, make sure you disable yung OTP na numeric. Kasi may what we call downgrade. Meaning, naka-YubiKey sila, ipe-prevent namin mag-pop up yung YubiKey. Diretso namin sila sa OTP. So kahit naka-YubiKey sila, if they still enter their OTP as a multi-factor, then pasok pa rin sa account. Okay? So that's the only way to do it. So that's one. That's the phishing. Again, that's the most common problem. A lot of the incidents I'm working on, karamihan sa kanila stem from a phishing incident. Next is securing our home network. Okay, it's the Wi-Fi provided by telcos most of the time. Change the default password, update the firmware, common. Para kung ano ginagawa mo sa machine mo, sa bahay, sa office, do it here also. There is latest encryption, WPA3. Most of our devices for the past 3 years supports it. It's the router that doesn't support it. So we need to upgrade it to a degree. And mas robust yung WPA3 sa cracking. So if you've done wireless network testing, if the encryption key is dictionary-based, you could crack it with some CPU power, of course. WPA3 medyo mas resistant siya. Still crackable to a degree, pero mas makunat, so to speak. Right? So you might want to use that. If you have this in your infrastructure, upgrade kayo ng Wi-Fi nyo, ask the vendor. Most likely, they're supporting WPA3 and then upgrade to WPA3 lahat ng wireless connectivity. Okay? There's also another DNS sa setting. This is Cloudflare, Quad 1. You might want to set this. Sanay tayo sa Google, 888. Si Cloudflare daw meron siyang specific feature, may malware blocking siya. So if you put 1111.2 or 1002, then you have malware blocking. For known malwares, mawawala yung command and control nila. If may bata kayo sa bahay, ayaw nyo ng adult content, then yung DNS nila, pwede nyo iset dito sa 1113. Okay? Para, again, I would say, poor man's porn filter. But kayo, malamang doon kayo sa 1112. No? So para hindi filtered yung access nyo. Pro tip, at least for me, I never connect to public Wi-Fi. Okay? Kasi it's easy to intercept. Your phone remembers the SSID. Diba? If a threat actor knows you're going to SM, Starbucks, whatever, diba? 800 pesos for an access point. Pangalanan nilang ganon. Pag lumapit yung phone nyo, automatic sila na yung gateway mo. Guess what they could do with that traffic? So you don't want that. Again, use VPN if you can, HTTPS, is common, network security. Again, ito isa, yun sa baba. If you have previously connected networks, you want to forget them. Kasi, di ba? Punta kayo SM, di naman kayo pumunta, gagamit na, di ba? Forget it. Baka mahuli pa kayo ng asawa nyo, no? Bakit may sogo dyan, no? Sogo, I mean, napadaan lang, di ba? Nagbantay, naki-wifi. Pero ingat, marami nahuhuli sa SSID na remember. So easy. And there's a site called Weigel, no? I think Wi-Fi Google, na you could historically, ano yung mga sites within that area na naka-geo. It's public knowledge. So you could actually use this to investigate. Okay, next, securing our devices. So never use admin accounts. You only need admin to install and configure. Pag nagbabrowse kayo ng Facebook, email, you don't need admin. So always have a separate account na regular lang kasi if you get infected, you want to contain the malware. Wala silang privilege. Okay, they still need another step to do that. So this one would have you much more secure. For homeschooling na mga online, no, have a separate computer for kids or tablet. If not, make sure may separate account. Again, non-admin. So keep it safe. Sensitive devices. At may mga office confidential documents or whatever. No? Never leave them out of your sight, of course. Don't update when on untrusted network, no? Sa public Wi-Fi, di ba? Download ka ng updates, that's bad. Abroad, especially for military, di ba? Kasi the moment na lumanding kayo, may nakatoka na sa inyo na intelligence on the other side. Parang tropa, pero pag nag-update ka, infected yung phone mo. So you don't want that. Update before leaving and then pagbalik nyo after leaving. Common to sa mga nakakausap ko na intelligence guys, na sa airport pala, nakamonitor na raw yung mga key personnel. So you don't want your mobile phone to get infected. Enable this encryption. Ito is pag nawala yung laptop nyo or phones nyo, ang iniisip mo na lang yung pambili ng bago. Pag hindi naka-encrypt to, ang iniisip mo yung scandal na lalabas after it. No? So you don't want that. Again, full disencryption would solve it. It's free. It's built-in. And if you can, enable remote wipe. Ito marami nagtatanong, nawala yung laptop yung phone. Pwede bang burahin yun? Na-enable mo ba yung remote wipe beforehand? Hindi, ngayon ko pa lang in-enable. So that's not good. So you have to enable it beforehand. Ensure devices are locked by PIN and passphrase. So yung mga sundalo at police natin dito, sigurado naka-PIN yan para kay misis, no? Hindi mabuksan. Auto lock, enable nyo yan after a few seconds. Para pag naiwan nyo nakabukas, di ba? Maglalak agad. Hindi pag naiwan nyo sandali, nahablot ni commander, yari kayo. Enable firewall, antivirus, auto updates, common. Diba? And stay away from jailbreaks and routing. You only use that kasi to install pirated softwares and diba? Feeling nyo ba libre yung pirated softwares? May credential stealers yun. Okay? So you don't want that. Again, phones natin ngayon, modern day tracking device. Why? Diba? Siguro kung mga 10 years ago, diba, bibili pa tayo ng equipment abroad na intelligence, Israelis, US, diba, mga bagong device na. Now, you have a phone in your pocket, multiple connection, multiple sensors, may coordinates pa. So, if this gets infected, you're pretty much done. Okay, monitored na lahat ng ginagawa nyo. And yeah, phone gets infected. I'm sure you know about that. So, dapat medyo mas paranoid tayo than usual. If you don't believe me, well, this one's a key personnel, no? Sa UAE. So one of their, they call him activist. So depends on which side of the fence kaaway ba siya o hindi. He was targeted with their intelligence agency and with NSO. That's Israeli technology that could infect phones. And yeah, he was being targeted for the longest time. And eventually, nakahanap sila ng kakasuhan sa kanya. So, kaya nakakulong tong guy na to. Okay? And it could be as simple as this link. Ito yung pinadala sa kanyang link. Medyo tamang duda siya. Hindi siya nag-click. Pinadala niya sa isang research facility. And true enough, recent iPhone, latest iOS, when they click on this link, na-infect yung device nila. Okay? But these types of weaponized code, this cost $800, $1 million. No? So it's not gonna be targeting ordinary people. No? So key personnel talaga to. But it does exist. So hindi mo alam kung kasama ka ba sa target list nila. Okay? And well, kung target kayo ni Mrs., may mga family monitoring software na you might want to check if baka meron ganito yung device nyo. So may mga nahuhuli na. No? So may iPhone, may Find My Friends, may mga location tracking din na naka-embed sa device. Ito, sakto, last year. Nahuli ni Mrs. yung, sorry. Nahuli ni Mr. sa Quezon City. So, apparently may nilagay doon sa phone. So, na-track kung nasaan sila yung nahuli. And may new tech now, si Apple. Not sure if you are aware of this one, AirTags. Right? Battery life 2 years, walang GSM connectivity. It's just Bluetooth low energy, and all the iPhones doon sa environment nila, ang ginagamit nilang sensor that reports yung location kailan nakita. So, very low powered, very small. Maraming case sa US na sinisingit sa kotse. I mean, how would you find this small device dun sa lahat ng mga area na pwedeng singitan ng kotse? Ilagay lang sa may window sill to, hindi mo na makikita to. And may binibenta na mas mahal, although hindi to official Apple. May mga online sellers, they disable yung buzzer. So pag hinahanap mo, hindi mo talaga makita kung nasaan siya. Okay? Kasi nagbabasto after some time para malaman, diba? Anti-stalking. But there were a few that were selling this na how do you call this? Na walang speaker, naka-disable. So again, tingnan niyo yung bag nyo. Baka may nilagay pala si Mrs. doon. But over time naman, at least for this one, if na-notice nung iPhone na merong sumusunod sa inyong AirTag, mag-alert siya. Assuming naka-iPhone kayo. Pag naka-Android kayo, there is a software that you could install to detect meron ba sa inyo sumusunod. But diba, hindi siya default sa Android so that's bad. Okay? So baka selling point din ni Apple para mag-Apple lahat ng mga mister. Anyway, so that's 3. Accounts and password. So again, ngayon, pahabaan ng password. Okay? Multi-factor whenever available, as mentioned. Do note, you probably have seen sa mga password policy nyo, diba? 8 characters, alphanumeric, special characters, blah, blah, blah. That was created as a policy ng US government 1983. Sino ang hindi pa pinanganak noong 1983? Ay, maraming hindi nagtaas, so hindi na lang baka. Pero imagine, that's 40 years old. Right? So the power now is really on the length. The recommended approach is, well, use password manager para wala kang passwords across multiple systems na pare-parehas. Dapat magkakaiba. Kasi pag may na-compromise na isa, threat actors reuse that password to attack your other accounts. So may mga password managers. So, I'll be providing the slides then in case you want. So para malinaw. Next ko is create burner emails. You don't want to use yung regular email nyo for all this submitting to just any other subscription. No? Meron akong different account for that. And if you are on Gmail, I'm not sure if you know this. Yung plus, tsaka any other string, you could use this, maglaland pa rin siya sa inbox mo. And I use this to subscribe to banks, social media, okay, or other organizations. Para in case bigla ako makahanap ng phishing email on one of this unique username, alam ko na na-compromise yung sinubmitan ko na bank na yun. Okay? And that's the only way to detect. Kasi biglang dadating yung mga phishing email nyo, diba? Hindi nyo alam sino na-compromise. Bakit nahanap yung inbox nyo. Okay? So this one would help. Also, dots are ignored. So if hindi tumatanggap ng plus sign, there are some organizations that accept plus sign, pwede multiple dots na different pattern. And you store it sa password manager para natatrack mo. Kanino ko ba sinambit itong ganitong pattern na to? Next, for credential security, biometrics. No? We've been using this. Fingerprint, retina, facial recognition, to a degree DNA. These are not secret. I do hope everyone agrees here. Bakit? Well, yung mukha nyo nakapaskil sa Facebook. Yung fingerprint nyo, humawa kayo ng baso, malamang dinadas na ng intelligence mamaya yan para matra kayo. Okay? So, it's not secret. Secret is something you could dispose and then palitan. How do you replace your face? Well, may Vicky Bello, no? But mahal yun. Yung fingerprint, mahapde kung gusto mong burahin with chemicals. But still, these are not secret. And sample, this one, with a high enough definition camera, German Defense Minister, no? Pinicturean yung fingerprint niya for proof of concept at kinopya yung fingerprint for authentication. They were able to do it with specific lens and SLR camera. So ito siya. Yung mga fingerprint, yung mga vein pattern matching for biometrics, diba? Kasi yung fingerprint naiiwan. Sabi nila yung veins, hindi mo naiiwan to. So, not sure if you've seen this, papasok mo yung kamay mo, iilawan ng malakas, your vein pattern is unique, and that becomes your authentication. Now, they were able to do this with a specific flash and a specific lens filter. Pwede picturean yung kamay mo and then lalabas yung vein pattern. And what they did, printed that vein pattern, create on top of ballistic gel, and then authenticate, valid ulit. So again, biometrics is not secret, but it's being used for convenience. So just keep that in mind. Good. Going back to passwords, the recommended would be 16 characters or more, at least for me. Okay, that would make sure na check out gano'ng katagal i-crack yan. Kahit na lowercase letters lang yan. 34,000 years. I'm sure matagal na kayong patay bago pa mabuksan ni Mrs. yung password sa Facebook. No? So, wala nang hahabulin. 16 characters. Okay, as of now. Maybe in the few years, bigla mag-increase, but as of now, this is good. Okay, last. What do we do when we think we're compromised? No? Well, hopefully before you're compromised, backups. You have backups ng system nyo sa office, ng laptops nyo kasi uso now, ransomware. That encrypts your data tapos kinuha pa nila. Double whammy. Diba? So kung di mo babayaran, di mo ma-restore. Kung di mo babayaran, bibigay kay Mrs. yung mga pictures nyo. So again, delikado. Babayad ka talaga. So before you do that, may backup tayo. And if you suspect, again, compromise, change the passwords. Contact your IT security department or law enforcement if needed. Okay. And then ito, yung mga banking transactions, GCash, credit cards. If may weird transaction, di ba? Pakat ka agad yung card, then replacement. It's the only way to do it, unfortunately. Now, for your email accounts, at least for Gmail, no? If you go dun sa baba, meron silang sessions. So you could check, di ba? Ano yung mga device na ginamit to log in, tsaka IP address. So Philippines is generally okay, but the moment you see here something like Hong Kong, Singapore, hindi naman kayo lumabas ng bansa, that's an indicator. So you want to check this, maybe from time to time, maybe once a week, just to check lang. And then yung browser, there is, ito for mga technical, no? May browser details. Meron ditong browser version. Now, what I want you to check there is yung version number is dapat increasing. Pag may biglang latest login tas mababa yung version, that's a sign. Kasi hindi naman dapat nangyayari yun. Aside from that, if Firefox user kayo, dapat makikita niyo puro Firefox. Nakakita kayo ng Chrome, baka si Mrs. naglagin ulit. Nakamak. So, yun yung mga behavioral na meron namang pwedeng i-check, diba? To check kung may anomalies nangyayari. But this is one of those that you want to check. And lastly, if a threat actor compromise your account, they know the password, they know that they have limited time. Yung unang ginagawa nila, nag-create sila ng email forwarder. Para anything na papunta sa inbox mo, meron silang copy outside. And kahit palitan nyo yung password nyo, hindi nyo alam na ba't na monitor pa rin kayo, check out yung forwarding rules ng mga email nyo. Chances are may nakalagay doon. Again, hard to detect, wala antivirus mag-prevent na to, you have to do it manually. Okay, even on office emails, no, GovMail, we do see these kinds of attack happening. So be careful. And yeah, this is a condensed version. Actually, this half-day talk to pero I want to just to give you yung highlights, and hopefully it's gonna be something useful. Yeah, I think that's my talk for today. In case you have questions or nahiya kayo, may email ako. We could talk then via email. Gusto nyo pa-check yung phone nyo, baka may install si Commander. Pwede natin silipin na mabilisan. But yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you, JC.
Thank you, sir.
So partner, ang atin naman di ba naging topic about securing online activities kasi napakarami na nangyayari ngayon through online talaga. Kasi minsan di ba magta-transact ka through GCash, through your online banking, and we really have to be always, we should always be mindful of securing ourselves when doing those activities. However, we do have already lots of questions online, and let's start with the first one coming from Anonymous. Some IT managers think that phishing is something that can be solved completely by technology solutions. Is this really the case, or is it more of a human factor?
Phishing, again, it's been there for quite some time. It's the basic con, no? And when users gets phished, it's actually us that failed, the security side. Di ba? They should be aware, there should be technology in place. And as mentioned kanina, we have solutions as of now. That's, I would say, that could counter most of the phishing attacks, yung UB keys. Again, you are eliminating the human factor to decide if the site is phishing or not. Okay, you leave it up to the key. Kasi even yung mga tokens na, I'm not sure if you've seen that, yung mga secure token na pag kinlik mo may 6 digits na lalabas na randomized, that helps. But if the victim still inputted that 6 digits to a phishing site, then it really won't matter, diba? Ilalagin lang automatically nung threat actor yun. So as of now, the current technology would state that it's YubiKeys would solve it. It does cost, again, $20 to $30. Hindi ako shareholder ng YubiKey, but we've been using it, we've been recommending it. If hindi man for all employees, maybe for key personnels. But again, think of the scenario kanina. No? One employee has access to G Drive, SharePoint, tas na-phish, expose yung buong organization, and you don't want that. So still, best would be deploy everything for the YubiKey and disable yung SMS and OTP na fallback for multi-factor.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. For the next question, what if a certain information in your phone was stolen and used for illegal activities? Will you be found liable? How would you defend yourself in court?
Interesting. Well, for one, if some information sa phone mo is stolen, I think it's very hard for you to determine na nawala. Okay? It's not like pera na, di ba? Pag nanakawan ka ng 10,000, di ba? You feel it eh. Pag yung details mo yung nanakaw, unless you're directly affected na biglang may loan kay Appsline, no? Tapos sinisingil ka bigla, yun, medyo, you could contest. Okay? And at that point, medyo failure naman ng bank yun eh. Kasi yung KYC nila, bago nila aproban yung loan, diba? Malamang kumuha sila ng mga Xerox copy lang, tapos inaproban nila. So it's on them. Just prove na hindi mo nakuha yung pera. But it's a hassle. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people that gets victimized by identity theft na they have to go to that process. No? But yeah, for the most part, yung nakikita ko, yung mga nanakawan ng data, hindi nila alam na nanakawan sila for the longest time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you po. So next question again from Anonymous. What if a certain information, or rather, there's been, next one is, there are lots of vendors offering POCs to assess their product for free. Eventually, security breach happened. Who will be liable in a legal standpoint?
Not a lawyer, but it would depend on their terms of agreement when they signed up for the free solution. Kasi most of the time, wala silang liability. No? So if you do sign up for social media, for email platform now, lalo na yung mga libre, wala silang liability. Sabihin nila, you came to us in your own free will, diba? For free, so why would we be liable? To a degree, meron sila liability talaga kung na-breach to with the regulators. No? But as an individual, I doubt na you would be able to press something. And yun din, let's say for banks, no, marami ngayong nabibictimized by smishing, phishing. Ang isang rule nila, if an OTP was provided, tanggal yung liability nila. Kasi yung tao yung na-victimize, naniwala ka doon sa message. If walang OTP, then it's a problem with the bank system, then you might be able to contest. But yung iba, basta maingay sa social media para tumahimik. Parang, sige na nga. so may mga ganun din sa instance.
Thank you very much, sir. Masyadong medyo mga legal yung mga ano natin. Tanong
kay
sir.
Take it with a grain of salt. Di po kapagado.
Next question, Sir Mon. What if somebody used your photos online without your consent and affects your reputation? Can you file a case against that person?
Not sure po, baka NBI yung makasagot niya. May identity theft, pero meron din, sir, kasi na free use na clause. Depende on the site kung saan mapinost. Diba? Kasi, again, read the terms of agreement, which yep. Yes, once you submit, it's there. So, It's in the terms of reference pero no one really reads that. No? Ang sign up ka, check. Tapos
Kasi mahilig tayo lagi ng click na lang ng
Yep,
click.
and that's
Kaya
what,
lagi dapat nating tandaan yung think before we click, di ba? So moving forward, any recommended security apps for Android mobile phones? Kasi syempre, yun ang napaka-handy talaga sa mga tao.
There are antivirus solution for Android, so you might want to check that. Siguro yung recommended lang na for security for mobile phones, always keep it updated. Wag mag-jailbreak, and then don't install pirated apps. Always get it from the official store. Okay, so yun, that's for the mobile phones. No? May mga antivirus, maraming antivirus vendor, so just check kung ano yung mga legit na install niya. So that also helps.
Kumbaga at least alamin natin yung mga reviews kung maganda, di ba, sir? Before we actually download those apps. Go ahead, partner.
Next question, sir. What is your take in using open source solutions that are free? Since proprietary solutions are quite expensive and not all IT managers see InfoSec as important.
Open source, basically if you go online, everything that you are most likely accessing is in open source. Google uses open source, Facebook uses open source, Microsoft has open source too. So it's really more of yung mindset. There is bugs in open source. There's also bugs in proprietary systems. So it's more of how you manage and maintain it. And yung IT managers that thinks expensive and hindi important yung InfoSec, antayin yung ma-breach kayo, bigla kayo magkakaroon ng unlimited budget. So, but you don't want to go there. Okay, you have to be able to explain it to them beforehand. Okay, but unfortunately, that's what happens. Diba? Limited budget, mamaya na yung training, mahal yan. Pag nagka-breach, 50 million. Bili mo kung ano gusto mong bilhin. Parang too late, di ba? Baka magsara na kayo before that.
Parang related lang sa sinabi kanina ni Sir Mark the previous ano natin na really always prevention is better than cure. Kaysa iisipin natin masyadong mahal, pagdating pag na-attack na tayo, mas malaki pa yung gagastusin. Diba?
And for the prevention kasi, I mean, we do have a lot of preventive technologies na still gets breached na. It's more of now, it's detection. Diba? The sooner you could detect the threat actor, hindi naman automated yan. Diba? As long as initial access pa lang, tapos nahuli mo na, tanggal mo sa network, then you should be okay. So, they have this saying, prevention is ideal, but detection is a must. Kasi if lumusot siya, most likely lumusot, and hindi mo nahuli agad, then that's where it all comes down.
Bali, sir, mahirap pa rin pong gumamit ng mga password managers.
Nowadays, medyo madali na. May mga autofill, may mga auto-generate. So, they are trying to minimize yung complexity, but you still need to study yung mga password managers.
Yes, sir. Kasi, what if na-open yung device mo? So, lahat na lang ng pwede niya puntahan, okay na lang kasi nakasave na.
Then, dapat hindi ma-open yung device. So, yung mga if 3 minutes hindi wala kang activity, mag-auto-lock yung workstation mo, yung phone mo, 5 seconds na, kasi may biometrics naman, diba? You could auto-lock it, but yun yung pang-prevent on that kind of attacks. But if you did not set that, then yes, expose ka with password managers kasi autofill lang yan tapos accept.
Pero siguro it will really boils down with the individual responsibility of a person. Kasi if you're not really responsible enough, that good thing would really happen to you. Kaya laging mag-iingat.
Yes, maiwan mo nga lang yung phone mo, pagpalit mo meron ng pictures sa gallery. Diba?
Halos akala mo, ikaw na iba na pala yung mukha mo. So moving forward, we will have a last one question on the other side. Go ahead, sir.
Sige. First and foremost, Sir Raymond, maraming salamat po. Actually, I do admire yung humility ni Sir Raymond. Pero for the information of everybody, siguro kung may national artist for cybersecurity, si Sir Raymond yung nasa top 5 nun. So ano po, talagang ang achievements po ni Sir Raymond is talagang loading talaga ang dating. Talagang siya yung mga tinitingala in terms of cybersecurity. So thank you very much for that, sir.
Thank you, sir.
But ang question ko, sir, is with all those credentials that you have, hindi ko na sir sir, kasi hindi ko ipinagpaalam sa iyo kung pwede ko bang divulge So baka makasuhan ako ng data privacy. but with all the accomplishments and all the credentials that you have, do you have any thought of, increasing the cybersecurity, let's say, awareness lang ng Filipinos? Meron ka ba doon, sir? And may drive ka ba sa puso mo na ganon? And how can the armed forces siguro perhaps help you on your endeavor to share the knowledge to our countrymen?
Thank you, sir. Well, for that, I do teach in UP actually for free. Adjunct professor, walang salary. So that, to a degree, na-educate ng technical security yung mga students when they go out of the industry. Also currently teaching for LaSalle, masters and undergrad na nila for some elective subjects. And for AFP, close at heart, any request sa akin, I go kung saan mang office ako kailangan. I used to live in condo sa may tapat ng bahay ng SND. Parents ko is AFP officers. So, mom ko former TAG and then dad ko retired Navy. And kami nasa Bonifacio pa kami nakatira. Apobay. So, any request, sir, happy to
Yung
answer.
mga sir, kasi ang nakikita namin yung grassroots, sir. Halimbawa, high school pa lang, imulat na natin sila.
Yes,
Kasi,
sir. Yeah. May mga request yung mga ibang agencies that
Yes,
requires me to talk even in the province as long as the schedule permits. I go there to talk to them.
Kasi sir, if you as an educator, nung pandemic, bigla lang tayo nag-go online. Pero yung mga bata, 'di ba, hindi sila na-educate on how to safely navigate internet. Some things like that. So,
yes, sir.
Medyo natin, sir, dalhin natin sa grassroots.
Yes, sir. We do have a talk dun sa mga bata. So it's separate from this one kasi ito medyo mas technical and mas mature. So more of cyber safety at home for kids and parents. So mas layman's, so to speak.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you very much, sir. Moving forward, again from Anonymous, any advice on how to understand 100 pages of EULA or something it is intended to deceive interested users?
Unfortunately, wala. They intentionally made that long para wala magbasa. You just have to read it if you're a paranoid person na you want all your data authorized ba na di-disclose mo or for use nila. Unfortunately po, walang shortcut. It's a legal document and everyone has to understand it. Yung signee tsaka yung provider ng service. Walang shortcut. Pwede siguro yung text to speech. Pero mga half day din 'yon, 100 pages. Kape ka muna, pakinig ka. So,
Makikinig na lang.
At least makakaiwas sa eye strain, di ba?
Thank you, sir. Last question. Of all the organizations that you legally hacked, what sectors of society are more negligent in implementing InfoSec and cybersecurity responsibilities?
I would say those in the sector na hindi regulated. No? Kasi let's say financial industry, they have DSP that would whack them if they released a mobile app or online banking na hindi secure. But for the most part, all of us are covered with the data privacy law. Diba? So they are scared to comply to data privacy law. Kasi pag na-breach sila, meron silang corresponding penalty tsaka liability. So, but for the most part, they won't care until they're breached and then doon sila bigla pinagpapawisan na malamig. Diba? So, unfortunately, puro reactive tayo. And I would say the data privacy law actually increase yung adoption ng cybersecurity. Kasi even though they get breached, and chances are it's just a matter of when, not if. They would want to be covered na hindi kami negligent. Diba? It just so happens na magaling talaga yung tumira. So, yeah.
Sakto, partner, nag-end na yung timer natin. Last question na rin.
Last question. Tamang-tama lang. So, I hope everyone were able to engulf all the messages being given and shared by our resource person for this afternoon. And we're so glad, sir, for sharing your special time with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So hindi na po natin patatagalin. Let's proceed with our last resource person for this afternoon cybersecurity conference. Our last resource person will be talking about the briefing on United States Cyber Command. Our resource person is a senior cyber analyst that is responsible for all areas of IT, cybersecurity, and assists the USARPAC G61 in managing the risk of operating a network, including the command cyber readiness inspection, organizational inspection program, exercise support, and certification and accreditation. Support and tracking using RMF with a focus on foreign cyber engagements. He is an important component of the cyber engagement team and brings a wealth of knowledge through his work and travel to foreign countries. Prior to working at CSPMO, our resource person was an ISSO at PACAF headquarters with the MPE program. He worked with multiple branches and countries to assist the cybersecurity of multiple systems and networks of the MPE domain. His insight and knowledge help to develop security policies, packages, administered training, and created and implemented security practices that are still in use today. He began his cyber journey over 10 years ago as a member of the Hawaii Air National Guard, where he was a cyber system operator. He participated in many deployments and exercises with countries in Africa, Europe, and Asia. He was not always engaged in cybersecurity prior to his service in the Hawaii Air National Guard. He was an English teacher for over 7 years in Japan. Naglalakbay talaga to si Sir, no? Traveler. Working with the Japanese Department of Education and private companies. He developed and implemented lesson plans and programs that are still used, give students the best route and tools to achieve proficiency in the English language. Our last resource person is a senior cybersecurity analyst of USARPAC G61, other than Mr. Trevor Locker.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Trevor Lulker. I work with USARPAC for US Indo-PACOM in the G6. I'm one part of the cyber engagement team. So we go, basically my job is to go around to different countries and help them and help their militaries develop their cyber programs and cybersecurity initiatives. So to be completely honest, I do not work for Cybercom, technically, but we do work a lot with Cybercom. I was in country to do another engagement, and my good friend Nick Romero asked me if I would speak on Cybercom, and I told him I would. So thank you very much for having me, and it's a pleasure to be here. First, I'll just go over briefly the reason that Cybercom was developed, what it is, and a brief history of how it came to be. So the United States Cyber Command, or US Cybercom, is the nation's unified combatant commander for the cyberspace domain. So we try to have a combatant command for each domain. So Air Force, Navy, Army, Marines, Coast Guard. And so it was recognized that we need to have a cyber command in the cyber domain. So the command comprises military intelligence and information technology capabilities. And its mission is really to direct, synchronize, and coordinate cyber planning operations to defend and advance national interests in collaboration with the domestic and international partners. So basically what Cybercom does is it's developing ways right now to secure the cyber domain to the United States as a whole. On the next slide, you'll see that it works closely with the NSA. So it's a both private sector and a government sector cyber domain command. So the mission statement of the US Cybercom is to defend the DoDIN from cyber attacks, which is the Department of Defense internal network. It's to defend the nation from cyber attack. And it's to conduct cyber operations to achieve combatant command objectives. So the creation of Cybercom actually was, it was created in 2009. And that was because of the recognized information technology and computers and cyber that needed to be addressed by the United States. You know, so ever since there was computers, there was hacking that became a growing concern. They realized that the Department of Defense networks needed protecting. They needed a way to operate on the cyber battlefield. And so they developed the US Cyber Command. There was a very important exercise called Eligible Receiver in 1997, in which they put a team of NSA, the National Security Agency, programmers against US military personnel. And just to raise awareness of cyber vulnerabilities in the United States military. Unfortunately, with that exercise, the United States military lost badly. In fact, it was so bad that from 1997, every year they ran this test just to try and improve their cyber capabilities. All right. So with that being said, going into their mission, the DoDIN, so their first mission is to defend the DoDIN from cyber attacks. Now the DoDIN consists of 4 million computer devices. So the United States military and the Department of Defense run about over 4 million devices on their network, which means that it's susceptible to attacks, it's susceptible to hacking and to different kind of adversaries, whether it be within the DoD or outside the DoD. So it's also a very complex network. The United States has hubs in, I believe it's over 120 different countries right now. So it's a very complex network. So they had to develop something that, or a combatant command or people that would actually defend the network from this, from the headquarters, which is located in Fort Meade. The second mission is to defend the nation from cyber attack. So the whole nation. This is a whole of government effect. So as we'll see, Cybercom actually works with different agencies as well as different components in order to ensure that the nation is protected from all kinds of cyber attacks. And then the last mission is to conduct cyber operations to support the combatant commands, which we'll talk about more in the next coming up slides. So in this slide, we can see that actually the general in charge of US Cybercom is also the NSA director. So he wears two hats. On the Cybercom side, we talked about the objectives. The NSA has different objectives. They're the ones that their main focus is cryptology and gaining intelligence and utilizing that intelligence to increase cybersecurity. So this is a brief slide on how Cybercom uses its capability and to the capacity that it uses its capability. So under Cybercom, there is, as you can see on this side right here, there's the components. So the cyber partners under the components are Cyber for Army, and that's the Army Cyber Command. And the Army's Cyber Command directs and integrated electronic warfare, information, and cyberspace operations as authorized or directed to ensure freedom action through cyberspace and the information environment. Next, for the Navy, we have Fleet Cyber Command, or 10th Fleet. They are actually the main cybercom component for US Indo-Pacific. So anybody in the US Indo-Pacific will be under 10th Fleet as far as the US Cyber Command. The Air Force has 16th Air Force, or Air Force's Cyber. They're located in San Antonio, Texas. They deal a lot with the MDTs and SATCOM and defending the nation's cyber from forces that will attack the Air Force or prohibit the Air Force from achieving its mission. Marine Corps Forces Cyber Command is the Marines component of cyber to support US Cyber Command. So they all have a special region or group that they support. So MARFOR Cyber supports US Special Forces operations. So Cyber Command component for special forces within the United States and outside of the United States. Our cyber also, this one, do you have to turn it on? Okay. Sorry. Okay, so our cyber supports US CENTCOM. So those are the countries like Canada and Mexico. US AFRICOM, which is US African Command, which is all of Africa, and US Northern Command, or US NORTHCOM, which is the United States of America. Fleet Cyber, which is the Navy, they support US INDOPACOM, US SOUTHCOM, which is South America, and the US Space Command. And Air Force Cyber is EUCOM, so that's Europe. Strategic Com, that's STRATCOM, and Transportation Command. So that's the all the satellites and all the transportation that happens will go through Air Force Cyber. So the Cybercom is actually broken up into cyber mission forces. There up on the screen here, you can see 3 of the main mission forces. Offensive forces are actually divided into 2 smaller forces. And then we have, so there's about 133 teams. These are the 4 main hubs that they reside in, although there are more around the world. And so it's 40 defensive teams, 40 offensive teams, 68 defensive teams, and 25 support teams. Those are your CPTs, your MFTs, your NMFs, and all of those all fall into the cyber mission forces. Altogether, there's about 6,000 personnel. Those include military, civilian, and contractors. And this is the breakdown of the command relationship. So you'll see that Cybercom is actually dual-hatted with NSA and US Cybercom. They report to the combatant command, whether it be EUCOM, INDOPACOM, or AFRICOM. And then each combatant command has a COIP. and they're in charge of running the CNMF HQ, or the Joint Forces Headquarters Cyber or Surface Cyberspace Component, the JFQ, the Joint Forces Headquarters Defensive Cyber Operations internal network. And they further break down into CVTs, NSTs, CAMTs, and CPTs. Okay, this persistent engagement is actually a new concept. Probably the most interesting thing about US Cybercom now is that what they're trying to do is they're trying to develop a way that they can actually work with our partners and allies and nations in order to assist them in developing and protecting their network. So what they want to do is they'll do hunt ops, effect ops, and info ops. And essentially what they're doing is they'll scan a network, and what they'll do is they'll come up with all of your threats and all of the vulnerabilities on your network and give you a report of that and help you actually eventually teach you how to run your own hunts, effects, and info ops. And then through that, you can develop your cybersecurity that way. And that's in order to achieve the most, so people like me, like Cyber Engagements, we actually use this to actually assist partner nations in developing their security, because it was thought that the cyber domain was a closed network, that each country had its own vulnerabilities that they needed to take part in and that they needed to solve and that they needed to fix. But as we grew, as the United States Cybercom grew, we realized that actually it's everybody's problem as a planet, as a global entity. Networks that are vulnerabilities on my network, on your network, they can actually be used to attack other networks as well. So that being said, the cyber as a whole should be looked at as not only an individual problem, but as a global problem. And that's why we're working with other nations now in order to help them achieve and actually learn ourselves how to further protect our network. So with questions, I'll try and answer any questions that you may have. If I can't answer it, myself or Nick Romero, you can email us and we'll put it through to Cybercom in order to get those questions answered for you. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Sir Trevor.
So we're actually been given some briefing about the U.S. Cyber Command, my dear partner. And while we are waiting for taking off of that of the lapel of Trevor, so there's a lot of questions we have. So may we invite you up here on stage. Thank you very much, and take that seat. So let's show the first question for you, Trevor. So from Anonymous, how would you assess the readiness of the Philippine government on the threats of cyber attacks from a scale of 1 to 10, and 10 being the highest, and why?
Okay, that's a very good question. That's a difficult question though, because and it's like the US government as well. We have a lot of organizations, a lot of components,
and some are better than others. Me personally, from what I've seen, the Philippine military is doing very well to improve their cyber defenses and their readiness on cyber threats. They're very open with working with other people, and they understand that cyber threats are a serious issue, and that's the first step. So they're on the government as a whole, I'm not sure, but I can tell you that the military is taking all the steps needed, and we're working very closely with them to try and get them more ready and more capable of handling their cyber threats. So eventually they'll be a 10.
Okay, so good for the military, right?
That's why.
So since actually Trevor is actually working with the military, that's the reason why he could not speak in behalf of the totality of the Philippine government. And that's correct. If you don't really have any affiliation so much with the totality of how a government is working, and if you are just on a partial part of the government, and that's why he just actually speak on behalf of talking about the military aspect of the government. Let's move forward, partner.
Okay, next question. Does the US and Philippines under any agreement that would help our country in mitigating cybersecurity threats that involves national security?
Yes, actually we do. Not from the totalitarian government. I don't know about that. But as far as our militaries, we actually do work together. That's actually my job, is we actually do work together to try and mitigate threats that involve national security, because we learn. We learn from each other. If there's a threat on a Philippine network, there might be the same threat on a US network, and vice versa. So we're working on sharing that information and trying to look at what's our threats and what are your threats and how can we mitigate them together. Yes.
Thank you very much. So there's actually a piece of paper, written question here. Is the I2CEWS or multi-domain unit is under Cyber Command?
Which multi-domain unit, I'm sorry?
The I2 India to CEWS.
I am not aware of that, but there are, so the components have been developing units that incorporate cyber that are not under US Cyber Command. So for example, the Air Force has MDTs, or Mission Defense Task Force, and the Army came out, it's Mission Defense Teams. And the Army came out with multi-domain task force. Now, both of them use cyber, but they're not under Cyber Command. They're under the command of the Army and under the command of the Air Force. So yes, there are units that use cyber that are not under Cyber Command, but I'm not sure about that unit.
With this one. Okay, thank you very much. So moving forward, most of intelligence gathering nowadays are done online. Unlike traditional spying activities being done before, how do you mitigate leakage of intelligence data?
So that's another good question. It's very tough to mitigate, of course, with all the intelligence being able to be gathered nowadays. One of the most important ways to mitigate leakage of intelligence data is actually through education. Educating your people on, because a lot of people don't know this, but the number one vulnerability in any system is the human being, right? And so we learned that, and so education is probably the best way. Knowing your classifications, your workforce knowing what they're allowed to talk about, what they're not allowed to talk about, what they're allowed to post, what they're not allowed to post. You know, it's impossible to fully, completely secure a system, but you can take ways to mitigate it, and that's one of the most important ways.
Thank you very much.
Next question. Are there any U.S. Cyber Command Center deployed in the Philippines or in any Asia region?
I think if you cannot answer that one, because maybe that could be confidential
Yes.
on your part.
So to the intelligence data leakage, I can't say anything.
Okay. But with that matter about the deployment of your command, maybe that's really very confidential, right? So let's just proceed with another questions. Do you provide intelligence information to the Philippine government in order to prevent any threat concerning national security?
That's a very good question.
I'm sorry, Tom.
Yeah, but we can't we can't get into that one either.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, let's just move forward, because that's our online participants are really so tough in giving questions and that could not really be divulged. How would you help the Philippines in any massive cyber attack that will be executed by China? Again, I think that's really a very tough one, and that's still confidential. It's like already giving the questions of how we will actually, if ever there would really be some attacks, it's like we are already giving the enemies of how they will actually counterattack us. So let's move forward. And I hope that the following questions will not be the same one, no?
Okay, next question. Does cyber attack be considered an act of war?
Yes, it would depend on the cyber attack. And on that note, so for example, if someone was to attack your water supply or the system that pushes your water supply and it affects people, but with that question, it becomes very difficult because for it to be considered an act of war, it has to be done by a government, right? So if the government has, and this we've seen it before, where governments, maybe they're a part of it or maybe not, but they'll have individuals hacking systems with no ties to the government, but are actually working. But so it's hard to prove, right? And so that's one of the difficulties in talking about cyber attacks and acts of war, is who actually did it, right? On that note, there's also been consideration with, or one of the things being considered by Cybercom is, where does it stop? Does it stop with, now if somebody attacks private financial institutions in the country, does that mean Cybercom should protect or defend against that? Where does the law finish and then the military come in, right? So those are gray areas that we're still looking over right now and still trying to figure out right now. But there are conditions that, yes, a cyber attack would be an act of war, yeah.
We really have to evaluate and assess what has really been the parameters in order to say that we could really do an act of war, where those acts been done by the other actors actually coming from other government.
Okay, sir, so any advice of improvement for the cybersecurity here in the Philippines for the government sector and private sector?
Yes, what I can say is that for the government sector, the improvement well, I can tell from the US side that for us on the government sector, it's difficult to keep people. We're keeping our employees, and because once they're trained, they can make more money in the private sector. So I would, my advice would be for the government sector is to explore a lot of different options. So for me, for example, I am from the Air National Guard, which is a reserve unit, right? That allows me to work in the private sector but I can also serve my country and in the military sector. So that's one option, and also giving competitive training in the government sector would be a good idea. So there are things to do. So explore a lot of opportunities. For the private sector, my advice would be work closely with the government too. Is don't push yourself away for the, because a lot of, unfortunately, private sector, they'll financial institutions, they want to keep their things secret. They don't want to, but if they work together, right? If you learn from each other, then you're going to only improve, and you'll improve a lot quicker than if you try to do it yourself. So work together. Yeah.
So it's like you were saying, we have to work hand in hand in order for a better collaboration and for the defense of our cybersecurity. Right. Moving forward, again from Anonymous, what are the levels of coordination between the military and the federal agencies in case of an attack?
For the US side, they work very closely. Very, very closely, because like I was saying earlier, a cyber attack can affect everybody, right? It's not just, you can't say that a cyber attack is only going to affect me, because once they're in my network and I'm talking to you on your network, they can go through that, right? So you have to work closely, and they absolutely do. It's very, very close, the coordination. There is room to improve, but military and federal agencies work closely. Yes, they do.
That's great to hear. Thank you.
And since you mentioned earlier about trainings, do you provide highly technical trainings on cybersecurity to improve the skill sets of our cyber defenders in Philippine military?
We absolutely do. So we just had a cyber SME with the Army back in, well, actually, they were in Hawaii. Well, so the Philippine Army came to Hawaii. We went to different locations to train on their cyber capabilities. We had an event in May and June that we came to the Philippines, and we worked with their army with Kali Linux, and we had some MAR4 pack guys come, and so we worked with the Marines. We had Air Force there too from the United States, training in different scanning techniques and different vulnerability mitigation techniques. So yes, we do actually work very closely with Philippines.
That's great to hear. Specifically, our military personnel is being sent abroad just to do those trainings and to attend those trainings. So moving forward, again from Anonymous, any advice if we can trust Huawei? I think because Huawei is really a China-based company. That's the reason why this person or this participant actually raised this question in any of our IT infrastructure. What would be your point of view about that question? Any advice if we could really trust Huawei technology?
Well, I will say this, and this brings up an interesting point, because so there's a lot of open source out there. So do your own research. Don't trust one person, whether you can trust it or not. Do your own research. There's a lot of open source material out there. There's a lot of discussions like we're having here today that you can actually hear and talk about what you feel you can trust on your network and what you can't, depending on the network as well. So different classifications. So you yourself should actually do research and listen to these forums and take part of these forums, that you can actually hear different sides of the situation and maybe come up with an opinion for yourself. So I don't really want to give advice if you can or cannot, but I will say this, that there's a lot of open source software and a lot of open source forums out there that you can actually do research in and come up with your own conclusion.
Okay, I think and that's the boiling point, that we have to be mindful of that so-called zero trust, right? So that we could really be safe.
Yes.
Because having, as the saying goes, you could never trust anyone,
Never
even your
trust
friends,
anyone,
right?
even your friends, but you can trust me.
Okay. So that would be all. And thanks again for gracing this afternoon with us and sharing about the briefing on US Cyber
Thank
Command.
you very much for having me.
It's been our pleasure. So that's actually the thing that we have. We have already covered everything for the cybersecurity conference, and hope everyone were able to enjoy, even though it might be information overload for everyone. But that would really be a fruitful 3 days cybersecurity conference. While we're actually waiting for our guest of honor and speaker for the culmination, let's go forward with, I think we do have our raffle draws, the weighted part. So maybe we could already ask some of our personnel from cybersecurity group about this particular raffle. Do we have, right? Actually coming from Microsoft, if I'm not mistaken. And we'll start first with our online participants. Siyempre, pakakabahin muna natin yung mga ating mga physically present dito. So please let the roulette rolling. And make sure po nandyan daw yung mga pangalan ng ating mga online participants ha. Baka mamaya may mag-chat na naman sa akin, Sir Jay. Wala dun yung pangalan ko kasi ini-screenshot tuloy talaga nila yung ruleta. Nung i-check ko nga, oo nga no, ba't wala ka? Okay, ayan na. Dahan-dahang gumugulong, umiikot yung ating ruleta. And that's for our online, right? And again, the prize will be coming from Microsoft. Parang grabe naman yung ating ruleta, parang ayaw tumigil. So again, that is from our online participants. So the winner is Technical Sergeant Mike S. Faril, 8446613, Philippine Navy Marines. Nakalagay ba dyan kung saan galing unit yan? Wala na. We'll just verify it. So andun lang naman yung ating mga prizes, no? And ano ba yung napaprize pala natin?
Anong laman?
Ano ba yung nun? Lapitan nga natin muna natin si Microsoft. Oh, jacket daw. That's actually the first online winner. Baka mamaya sabihin, Microsoft expert yung nanalo. So, with Tumblr pa. Magkahiwalay ba? Okay. So, pakilista na lang yan, paki-take down note na lang. Next one, lipat naman tayo is i-jacket uli natin muna, sir. Para naman dito sa physical naman tayo. Baka sabihin ng ating mga nandito sa physical, online ng online si Sir J. Oh. Physical naman. Oh, hihiluhin natin yung yung operator.
And Sir J, physical lang talaga ha? Baka may nakamix na
baka mamaya may
online.
nag-double entry na naman dyan ha. Baka mamaya kumbaga sa accounting, hindi tayo magiging balance kasi nag-double entry. Ayan na po. Magandang klase po ang jacket ni Microsoft. Kaso nga lang pang foreigner yata to.
Congratulations!
Nag-physical to, pero I know for a fact wala siya dito, so null and void po siya.
Okay.
Pasensya na po dahil wala talaga dito yan. Paki-all yun na po uli. Okay, again, the winner is Sergeant Mayan A. Cal, Philippine Air Force. And let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry po. Hindi po pa, kasi wala na rin naman talaga siya. Nakikita ko wala talaga dito.
Maliit lang yun, pero obvious na wala siya.
Kasi kung nandito talaga yan siya, hindi pa po ako nagsisimulang bumilang kahit maliit man. Makakatuwing talaga. And moving forward, Mr. I don't know, Ivan James T. Medul. Oh, so with that, wave na po. Okay. Bait naman. Moving forward. Ba't pa yung pangalan ko? Hindi ko rin nakikita dyan. Okay. Coast Guard. Grabe, kahapon meron din yung Coast Guard, no? Coast Guard, SN1, Romel A. Papros, 010127. Congratulations, sir. Baka sabihin nyo kasi hinihilo ko kayo. Diyan ulit tayo kukuha sa online para nakikita ko kasi yung ngiti ng ating mga participants. Dito ka, sir. Sir, congratulations. Dalaga pa po yung aking katabi, ha? Congratulations, sir. Lipat naman tayo ng Tumblr.
Tumblr partner pero online participants ba yan?
Dito muna ulit kasi
dito pa
mas
rin.
nakikita ko nagigising yung ating physical participants. So online po ulit tayo, mga sir. Partner, ang dami nating natutunan, no? Even though we're not really techie. Pero talaga, ayan.
Congratulations, Jessa V. Sahul.
Civilian Human Resource. Online ba to?
Online.
Sabi ko kanina, no eh. O sige, sa online pala
sige,
daw to.
online.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Lumungkot tuloy yung ating mga physical attendee. Okay, so from online, congratulations kay Ma'am Sahul. Pakilagyan po ng pangalan. Pangalan po ng winner, ha? Hindi po pangalan yung nandyan.
And kung online participants.
Ano po ito yung susunod natin?
Ano to?
Tumblr uli ng, ano na yung dinodraw mo? On-site to. Yan, nakangiti na uli sila, narinig nila, on-site na daw.
Congratulations, Miss Melanie A. Quaresma.
5, 4, 3. Dahil nandiyan naman na siya. Sabi tuloy ni ma'am, ako pala nanalo. Congratulations, ma'am. Ma'am, tagisan nga po si ma'am? From the Office of the Ombudsman. So, bigla tuloy natulala yung ating mga from the government agency. Mahirap itong kalabanin. Mawawala tayo sa serbisyo. Ma'am, hi po. Saan po yung mga taga-ombudsman? Hi po mga sir. Mababait po yung mga taga-AFP.
Oo naman.
On-site ba ulito? Ako yata ang hinihilo nyo na eh. Okay, I think it again. Tuwa na naman ang mga taga-Coast Guard. CGNO Abiena.
Congratulations!
Doon naman tayo sa online uli. Tanggalin muna natin ng kaunti ang ngiti yung ating mga physical attendee. Let's go back with our online participants. Online to ha?
Online.
Naninigurado lang. So again, winner from the online is no other than Staff Sergeant Dennis T. Torda from Philippine Navy Marines. Pakilagyan na lang. Dyan ulit, jacket ulit sa online. Another one from the online.
Online ba ito, Sir Jay? Online. Anong price? Jacket. Ayun. So, online participant, Corporal Maylene S. Rojas.
Yan.
Congratulations.
Naku, mag-chat agad to. Kasi kahapon, sabi niya, Sir Jay, wala naman yung pangalan namin, nag-register kami. So, Ma'am Maylene Rojas, ayan na po, dinadasal-dasal mo, nanalo ka na. Okay, congratulations from Mamaylin to Mamaylin Rojas. On-site na to. Ayan po, bibigay uli natin yung mga ngiti sa inyong mga mukha dahil kayo na po ang ito-draw natin. Okay, our winner is no other than Chief Petty Officer Michael P. Caliao, 809-265 Philippine Navy.
5!
Naku, very participative kanina yan si Sir. Pero bago natin ibigay, mag-recap kaya siya.
Oo nga.
Ay, joke lang. Congratulations, sir. You're very much welcome. Thank you very much, sir. Congrats. So, sa i-online uli natin po ito para matuwa po kayo. It's a leather bag po, di ba? Yan. Para masaya kayo. It's actually a leather bag. Pakita po natin. Baka sabihin nila, si Sir J, leather daw. Pero leather daw po ito eh. O, di ba? Pwede na kayong tumabel abroad. Okay? Baka akala nila tayo ng winner. Ang bilis naman itong mga to. Wala man lang makasuspense. Oh. Kunwari tayo na suspense. Wow! Okay? Our winner is other than Technical Sergeant Michael C. Cabanes of Philippine Air Force. Naku, parang wala pa yata. Online. Sabi po natin, dito po physical. Oh, pasensya na po Sir Michael, hindi po kayo talagang nanalo ha. Papaluin natin itong mga nandito sa gilid namin eh.
Congratulations! A1C Joelson B. Torres, Philippine Air Force.
Nanggaling naman na po yan siya sa abroad. Baka mag-a-abroad uli ito. Kaso hindi ko naramdaman nung nag-abroad to. Oo. Kaya parang wag na lang uli pa-iskulingin. Ito talaga, siguro para sa kanya baka nararamdaman ko nga mag-schooling abroad. Alam mo na kung saan mailalagay, sir, yung pasalubong para sa akin, para sa kanya. Sabi nga nila, kahit maliit daw man, basta galing sa puso. Okay? Pero hindi naman siya kakasya dyan. So, congratulations po. So, still we have, how many minutes that we have? So, by the way, giving you a mind setting of what would transpire with our culmination activity, that would be that we will just have a simple introduction of our co-host. Then the co-host will be giving you the speech. Then afterwards, there will be a photo opportunity with those proponents that we have here. Okay? By the way, if I'm not mistaken, the certificate of participation would be sent through their Gmails. Am I correct? Tama po ba? For those who actually participated, that would be sent through their Gmails. The certificate of participation. Okay, so kayo po mga nag-participate for this one. So kindly just check your email. So, syempre medyo may madami-dami din pong from the first hanggang kayo po yung mga last man standing. Dati naalala ko, puno-puno pa yan. Kaya po kayo ay pagpapalain ng ating cybersecurity. Kaya kumbaga parang kayo daw yung mga the chosen ones IT specialists of your agency. So meron pa po ba magpapahabol ng ating parapol? Kung hindi po kayo magpapahabol ng parapol, may ibibigay ding item sa MC nyo po for this morning, for this 3-day convention. So kung wala naman po, maraming salamat. So let's just wait for those other remaining time as we await for our guest of honor and speaker for this activity of the culmination. Ng TV, maya-maya, sir, medyo binibitin lang natin sila. Kasi medyo parang gustong-gusto nila malaman, pero at least we still have enough time before that. Kasi nag-iintay pa tayo, sir, baka there would be some other proponents dyan. Malay mo, may magbigay dyan ng laptop from other proponents.
Yes.
Para sa ating mga physical na attendees, di ba?
Hindi siya shop, corporation siya.
Oh, kaya alalahanin mo it's not a computer shop, it's a corporation. Hindi ka mabibigyan ng laptop, my friend.
Laptops.
Oh, laptops talaga ang gusto mo.
Yes.
By the way, as we await for our co-host, let's think again our sponsors or proponents. Yan. Tandaan mo na ha, hindi siya computer shop. Okay, let me start by thanking our Red Rock IT Security,
3-layer technologies,
Sang4,
IP Systems Incorporated,
Bit Defender,
Sonic Wall,
Ardent Networks Incorporated,
Microsoft Philippines,
Contact Point Incorporated,
TechEd Global Academy,
Office Information Technology Services Philippines or Sitesville,
Microfocus,
Handlink Incorporated,
Wide Integrated Solution Expert Corp or WISE Corp,
Trellix,
Fortinet Security Philippines Incorporated,
Citrix Computer Corporation,
Revolve Solutions Incorporated,
Cisco System Philippines,
Redenta,
SecureAge Technology Private Limited,
Connects Philippines Incorporated,
Macrologic Diversified Technologies Incorporated,
Sophos,
Netplay Incorporated,
and Brainstrong Technologies Incorporated. Thank you so much.
Okay? So, gusto niyo na pong makuha pa yung TV? Excited na po ba kayo? Ay, parang tulog eh.
Oo nga, parang ayaw nila i-paraffle. Gusto na ibigay na lang sa atin.
Nasaan po yung mga taga-ombudsman na mababait at nagwagwapuhan at nagagandahan? Wala, hindi yata nawala yata yung taga-ombudsman. Andun pala. From our Philippine National Police.
Police, yan.
Kanina sila yung sinampol ni Sir, no? Doon sa about sa misis na nakahuli.
Mga misis talaga lagi ang target market.
Kasi daw mga mag-test kayo minsan kadalasan. Pero hindi nila alam, mag-amin na ring tolits, lalo na pag nasa Signal Company, ako Signal Family, di ba? Ay, yung atin po from our AFP Cyber Group and other AFP offices, nasa na po yan? Pang ayaw nagtatago kasi confidential din sila. Kasi kailangan natin ng security. Okay? From our LGU, do we have any other attendees from LGU? Parang nung nakaraan, meron yata. Meron ba? Apparently. From Coast Guard. Ay, ganun na lang sila. Tahimik na sila kasi nakailan na silang panalo. Pamula kahapon hanggang ngayon. Inaabangan yata nila na sila yung mag-uwi ng Citrix sa television. Siyempre yung mga taga CEISSAFP. Ay wala, tahimik na yung mga taga CEISSAFP. Ayun. So I think, hindi na natin patatagalin. Pero wag naman po kayong aalis pag natapos sa ating ma-draw yung ating television. So may we request? On-site po O ganito friend, bago muna natin talaga i-draw yun, I think let's give a floor to our friends from Expo Asia just to give you some information. Siyempre talagang patatagalin natin ng kauntian yung
Pa-excited natin
pa-excited
sila.
natin. So, may we give the floor to you ma'am and kindly just introduce yourself.
Let's watch the video first before I introduce myself. So, hi, good afternoon. So, mukhang gising pa naman lang lahat. So, I'm Tessa. I'm from Expo Asia. And Expo Asia, just to give you a brief background, is a professional organizer focusing on events, some related to defense, security, and of course, cyber. So, para mas makilala ninyo, we were part of actually the organizing team for ADAS. I think yun yung familiar sa military. So, next year, on 2023, we are organizing the first Asian Cybersecurity Congress with the theme Defending Asia's Digital Economy. So it's an international event, and we're expecting foreign vendors and of course speakers. It will be a 3-day event, and we will be having trainings, conferences, by invite only dialogues, and of course there will be an exhibition. So I mentioned international because as of now, actually, we have confirmed participations already from Japan, Korea, Turkey, and finalizing with US, hopefully. So they're all getting a pavilion each. So do expect vendors and exhibitors to join us. And of course, importante yung plenary natin. So aside from those, meron din tayong what we call the Shangri-La Dialogue. So it will really be a platform for cyber experts, to discuss the most pressing issues about cybersecurity, cyber infrastructure. So do expect that we will be sending more details in the weeks to come, since now we're just launching it. So kayo yung first actually to hear about it officially. So this will happen next year in September also. So I'm hoping you dropped your business cards earlier with my colleagues so we can send you more details. And then I think ang sabi nila is you requested for your business cards because I'll be raffling off some items also. So 2 birds with 1 stone po. So we can send you updates in the weeks to come. Okay? So if you want to know more details about the event, I'm just here. Feel free to reach me. If you weren't able to drop your business card, we can connect personally while I'm still here. So we can exchange our contact infos, and I can send you more info about the event later on. Okay, so let me just call a few winners. So let's see, sino ang, madami ng mga winners kanina.
Di ba ho, hindi pa pala natatapos yung raffle. Kaya hindi pa talaga natin yung TV. May bibigay pa pala si ma'am.
So we have from Radenta, Mar Ben Aranda. Ay, mabenta talaga sila, sir. So,
you're actually a
so
winner.
pampagising din ang aking mga prize. So thank you. Okay, this time from NetPlay. Where's NetPlay? So from NetPlay, we have Mary Angela Pangilinan. Hello, Mary.
Ilan po ba yun?
Salamat. Our last one. Parang wala pa kila sir, Parang walang mga nakapag-drop ng business card, basta samaan tingin sa akin ng mga nasa table. Oo nga. Last one. Hindi nag-drop ang mga nasa table. Last one, Apple Ursua. Where's Apple? Ay, neighbor pala.
Baka nga naman, ma'am, yung iba naglagay dyan, ilang calling cards nila. Iba-iba lang yung design na nilagay.
So thank you to everyone, and I hope to see all of you next year. Same time, September 2023, in the Asian Cyber Security Congress, Defending Asia's Digital Economy and Pre-preempt ko na rin. On 2024, we have the CEA, Defense and Security Expo Asia. So that's the new ADAS in 2024. So thank you and good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So partner,
Yes.
so handa ka na rin bang ikaw ang isa sa manalo doon sa TV kaya?
Oo naman. Kagabi pa ako
Nakita mo
ready.
yung pangalan mo doon?
Nakita ko naman.
Nakita mo yung pangalan ko pa parang hindi ko nakita.
Hinanap ko talaga yung pangalan ko.
Grabe naman ang talas pala ng vision mo, no? So, it is your awaited time. So, mga ating mga ano po dyan, may we request na? Medyo patagal-tagalin natin ng kauntian. At huwag yun na munang ipa-flash, ha? Lagyan natin ng suspense.
Partner, biglang dumami yung CEISSAFP participants natin.
Oo. Kasi nararamdaman nila, baka sabi nila, ay, baka pagkakataon nila. Eh, ang tanong, nag-register ba sila? Oo.
Yung mga
Sana
yan.
naman, no?
Parang kidlat yung mga yan eh.
Okay. So,
Mapibilis.
kindly have that roulette rolling. Yan na po, yung ating television. Again, from Citrix. Thank you very much, Citrix. Andito lang po yung mga MC nyo. Natanggap po dito yan ng, ng laptop, lalo-lalo na siya. Or kung ayaw nyo naman po ng laptop, pwede yung desktop set. Kung gusto nyo po. Kung yun po yung pinakamagaan sa loob nyo, naku po.
Tatanggapin po yun namin kahit wala na po yung ibang tao. Tapos tayo-tayo na lang.
O, isisimple lang natin. So, meron na ba?
I-click na daw ba? Sure ba daw tayo?
Think before they click. Kaya tuloy. Eh, sigurado pa kayo, mamaya sa online na naman yung nalagay nyo.
Oo nga, kayo ba yung sure na?
Kayo ba sure na kayo? Eh, sila kaya sure. Ay, na-excite yung mga.
Oo nga.
Tayo yung ngiti ni na sir kanina. Parang, ayan na yung TV. Totoo na ba to?
Totoo na yan. Kinakabahan na nga ako eh.
Nakaseal pa naman siya. Kaso nga lang, friend, ewan ko po kung yun pa rin yung laman, ha?
Oo, yun
Oo
pa rin yung
naman.
laman.
So, ayan na. Ayan na. Sige nga, paikutin na natin ang ruleta.
Tsaka partner yung mananalo, isa-summarize niya yung lahat ng natutunan niya mula day 1 hanggang day 3.
Pag may kulang,
wala, tatawag
oo,
ulit tayo.
Ipapaisa-isa pati natin dapat sino yung day 1 speaker, yung first speaker.
Yes.
O, di ba? Pag hindi niya na voided ka, carjack ka na.
Excited na rin sila eh.
Fred, parang yung ating mga kasamahan dito, excited. Yung ating mga...
Mas excited pa eh.
Hindi na, pantay na. Yung talaga yung with excitement pa yung mata.
Pero hindi ko sila maramdaman, hindi ko sila marinig.
O sige nga, tawagin nga natin ulit isa't isa. From the Coast Guard. Yon. From Ombudsman. Nako. Dapat may lumanay pag sa ombudsman. Kasi baka mamaya magkaroon tayo ng reklamo, yari tayo. Matandaan tayo, ito daw, pinagreklamo na ng ganitong constituent. Okay na mga kasamahan. Ay, from CEISSAFP. Wow, gising na gising ang mga taga-CEISSAFP. From PNP.
Ayan.
Gawin na natin from the branch of services na lang. From Philippine Air Force. From Philippine Army. Ay, parang konti. From Philippine Navy. Philippine Navy Marines. Boom. Kasi lagi, di ba, pag ano yung sinisigaw ng mga hurra. Baka mamaya, mali yata ang pagtawag natin, from hurra. Okay? So, ready ka na ba? O, tingnan mo, kitang-kita sa mukha niya, no?
Namumula.
O, sige, iparolo na natin yung ruleta natin. Baka tayo mamaya mahura pag dumating na yung gawas natin. Please, do the honor. At nakatago ba yan? Suspense muna. O lalabas na yan, no? Yeah. Lalabas agad. Yan. Umiikot-ikot yung ruleta. Wag mo muna ilalabas para at least may excitement tayo. Ako na lang ang sisilip. Nasaan ba yun? Ang nanalo po ay nasa serbisyo.
Okay.
Magalak po kayo lahat kasi lahat tayo nasa serbisyo. Nasa serbisyong pampubliko at pampribado. Ngunit datapwat, may ranggo o matuwa pa rin ang kapulisan, kasundaluhan at ang ating taga Coast Guard. Pasensya po sa ating mga civilian human resource. Sa tingin mo ba, gwapo o maganda to partner?
Basta may itsura. May itsura siya.
Kilala mo ba siya?
Hindi, pero kilala niya ako.
Wow, famous. Okay. So, ang nagwagi po ay isang mula sa?
Saan ba tayo papawid?
Lahat naman kayo, taga Philippine Navy, Philippine Marines, Philippine National Police, Philippine Coast Guard. Anong ahensya kaya to?
Lumilipad ba to? Gumagapang?
Grabe ka talaga naman sa gapang, ha? Baka mamaya sabihin mo, maninisid?
Maninisid?
Paano pag Coast Guard?
O humuhuli? Nagbabantay?
Nagbabantay. Kaso po, ang nanalo po, ay di ba tamang-tama nga naman, 2 letra lang sa kanilang serbisyo. So pasensya po sa Philippine National Police at Philippine Air Force. So natitira ang Philippine Army, Philippine Navy, at ang Coast Guard, CG, di ba? Coast Guard, 2. So 3 pa. So lumapit kaya tayo ng kauntian dahil tanungin natin, maghanap tayo dito ng Navy. Sa tingin mo, sir, nararamdaman mo po ba bilang isa kang Navy, from Navy ba ang nanalo?
Ramdam ko na baka oo.
Baka oo. Dahil
Baka oo.
CG, di ba, 2? How about sa inyo po na talaga namang todo-todo yung pamamayagpag ng panalo nyo mula pa kahapon hanggang ngayon? Sa tingin mo, ma'am,
Taga Coast
nasa
Guard
inyo
kayo.
ba yung panalo?
Sir, Hello? Out of 4, sir, 3 na yung nananalo sa amin. So, ako na lang yung natitira. Baka naman
May
ako na.
chance.
Mag-uuwi ng television. So, sana ako.
So, tamang-tama pala yung tinanong ko kasi hindi ko naman alam no? So, siya pala yung hindi talaga nanalo at lahat sila nanalo na. Okay, ano yung...
Army naman, Army.
Sa Army naman tayo lapit. Sir,
pwede ka
sa
ba
tingin mo,
maabala
sir?
saglit lang, sir?
Tatanungin natin yung 2 nating officer. Actually po, ating officer pala to. Ang tanong, ikaw ba, Sir C8, si Major Sabangan, nag-register ka ba? Ay nako, hindi pa siya. So, muna, hindi ka mananalo.
Si sir kaya, si Major Veracion. Nag-register po ba sila, sir? Colonel Veracion, nag-register po ba sila?
Nag-register ako.
Yun, may chance! Tapos sabi mo kanina may itsura ba? Kung si Sir Veracion, may itsura.
Okay. Syempre itong 2 natin nagaganahan na officer din. Do you think, ma'am, ikaw ba, parang kala ko humahabol si ma'am ng
Mag-register.
Yung palang stroll lang. Ma'am, sa tingin mo po, nasa inyo ba talaga nasa Philippine Army ang nanalo?
Yes, I claim.
Yes, I claim it.
Manifestation
Yung
is the
ating
key.
admin and personal officer, ikaw ma'am, nasa mga tao ba natin or baka ikaw sa tingin mo, nararamdaman mo ba?
Mag-uuwi ng ating TV.
Feeling ko, Army.
Sige. Feeling lang naman nila. Pero sa tingin natin, balikan natin.
Feeling mo rin ba nandito siya?
Oo nga, nandito nga ba siya?
Nandito
Paano kung wala pala, no?
Magbibilang na naman tayo.
Di masaya sila. Yung pala pinahaba-haba natin, wala naman pala dito yung nanalo. And, kindly reveal the winner, please. At ang nanalo po sa ating 43 inches, Janjaran.
Congratulations sa'yo!
Second Emmanuel Rivera, Philippine Navy. 5, 4, napitan mo kami! 2, 1. So,
Congratulations.
Sir, taga-saan ka po, sir, na office?
CSG.
Okay. So sila rin yung
Sila rin talaga.
Sila yung swerte. Kasabay nga naman, di ba, para bang pag ikaw ay may tinanim, syempre sila yung nagpagod para dito. Siguro talagang para sa kanya yon, di ba?
Tsaka
napakatahimik lang niya.
Oo, si Sir tahimik lang.
Si Sir tahimik lang. Dahil minsan pag tahimik tayo, talagang minsan pagpapalain ka. Kaya ingay-ingay natin dalawa.
Kaya
lalo.
Pero syempre hindi naman tayo uuwing di ba, partner, kasi yung Citrix hindi naman yan hahayaan.
Nako, mamaya kahiyaan to, baka may iabot.
Okay, so hingihan daw natin ng speech si Sir.
Di ba, partner, single ka?
Hindi, double talaga ako eh.
Sa size lang yun. Sir, namumula si Sir.
Crush yata ako ni Sir namumula.
Bakit ka nag-blush agad, Sir?
Sir, ako lang to.
Sir, sabi ng partner ko, single ka daw ba and ready to mingle?
Married na.
Married. Sige, next. Forfeited na.
Forfeited na. Nalamboy na pagiging panalo niya. So, for how many long years in the service with AFP organization ka na, sir?
18 years in service.
18 years. Fourth long pay na. Malapit na mag-fourth long pay.
Kaedad ko pala yung servisyo niya, sir.
Grabe siya. Parang may sinasabi ka kay sir. Anong gusto mo i-imply? Thunders na si sir ay tahimik lang. So with that, sir, as being part of the cybersecurity, and as we celebrate this, or as we actually have this cybersecurity convention, ano masasabi mo? Ano bang nararamdaman mo ngayon? Bukod sa syempre, alam ko masaya ka na ikaw yung mag-uuwi ng television na to. Aside from that, as being part of the cybersecurity group, and we would say that you as being a cybersecurity enthusiast.
Yung isasagot ko is yung para sa lahat. Syempre yung iba, hindi pa masyadong aware regarding sa cybersecurity. So, this is isang kumbaga is first step para bigyan ng emphasis yung cybersecurity sa atin. Hindi lang sa AAP pero sa buong Philippines.
Ang lawak ng perspective ni sir. Hindi lang siya pang AFP-wide, kundi nationwide. Ganyan talaga pag tahimik lang. Okay, so once again, congratulations, Sir Rivera. Pag gusto niyo po, pwede hong laglagan agad natin ng sabay sabi ng report. 1,000 lang ho naman kasi nakuha mo lang ng free. Ha? Teka, ba? Nasa? Okay. Wag po daw pala tayong malungkot.
May chance pa tayo.
May chance of winning pa rin. Kahit pa paano, nawala naman yung television, meron pa rin daw po tayong from Sang4, and this is actually para makita po ng lahat. So this is actually the from
Sang4. Sang for you, sang for me, and sang for everybody.
And this is actually a anong tawag nga dito? Wireless charger. Pero with other wires din naman na provided. So, yun po.
And my stand.
Mayroon pang stand. So again,
Kuya, box pa lang, panalo ka na, di ba? Dito daw, yung mga
cave for physically.
attendees natin dito.
Sa physical po on-site.
Yes, congratulations!
Mr. Jace Nathaniel Chohanko. Is he
Jace
around?
Nathaniel Chohanko. 5, 4, 3, 2,
1. Okay?
Wala
Is
talaga?
that around? Pasensya po.
Okay. Next, congratulations, Rica May Vargas. Vegas.
Andito po ba? Okay po, bibilang po kami. 5, 4, 3. Dahil nandito siya, naglalakad na, approaching na. Okay, may we ask everyone to kindly settle down because our guest of honor and speaker is already approaching. So maybe for those who are, you may actually occupy the other front seats. Maybe we could move forward. So may we ask everyone to kindly settle down and have on your seats, please. Again, may we ask everyone to kindly settle down. And actually, our proponents would stay with us until such time naman. And maybe you could visit them until the rest of this afternoon. May we request those other people to kindly occupy some vacancies in front po. And may we request those other officers, other senior officers to kindly be on these front seats po. Please occupy the front seats or the front tables and seats. Huwag po kayong mag-alala, hindi naman po mangangain si Deputy, si TDCS. Mahal na mahal po tayo ni TDCS.
Yes.
So kindly, please, may I request those other senior officers and other officers around to please be on
the seats in front.
Again, as we wait for the coming of our guest of honor and speaker, we would like to thank again our sponsors, Brainstorm Technologies Incorporated,
Red Rock IT Security,
Netplay Incorporated,
3-Layer Technologies,
Sophos,
IP Systems Incorporated,
Connex Philippines Incorporated,
Beat Defender,
Macrologic Diversified Technologies Incorporated,
Sonic Wall,
Secure Age Technology Private Limited,
Ardent Networks Incorporated,
Redenta,
Microsoft Philippines,
Sang4,
Contact Point Incorporated,
Cisco System Philippines,
TechEd Global Academy,
Revolve Solutions Incorporated,
Sophis Information Technology Services, Philippines Sites Phil,
Citrix Computer Corporation,
Microfocus,
Fortinet Security Philippines Incorporated,
Handling Inc.,
Trilix,
Wide Integrated Solution Expert Corporation or WISE Corp.
Thank you very much for being with us and hope you would stay as long so that there were other visitors or other participants who weren't able to approach your table would be able to at least deal with you and know some of your products that you offer. Test mic 1, 2, 3.
for our guest of honor and speaker. We would like to thank our sponsors, Brain Strong Technologies Incorporated,
Handlink Incorporated,
NetPlay Incorporated,
Microfocus,
Connects Philippines Incorporated, Micrologic Diversified Technologies Incorporated,
Sang4,
Secure Age Technology Private Limited,
Surface Information Technology Services Philippines or CEISSAFP,
Radenta,
TechEd Global Academy,
Cisco Systems Philippines,
Contact Point Incorporated,
Revolve Solutions Incorporated,
Microsoft Philippines.
Citrix Computer Corporation.
Naalala mo kasi kanina is computer something. Ardent Networks Incorporated,
Fortinet Security Philippines Incorporated,
Sonic Wall,
Trellix,
Bitdefender,
Wide Integrated Solutions Expert Corporation or WISE Corp,
IP Systems Incorporated, and Three Layer Technologies. Thank you very much again from our proponents who actually been here since the day one until this last day of the CEISSAFP Cybersecurity Conference. And for those who've been with us for the 3 days conference, thank you very much for having your time with us. We gladly appreciate your presence, sir and ma'am. And looking forward that in the coming days or months, if ever there would be some other activities like this, you would not tire being present in this kind of activities that CEISSAFP will be conducting. Once again, thank you very much to everyone.
Sandaya Bear.
Yung isa na lang. Nakita yung ano.
Ito ulit. Medium mo.
I can try it.
Walang.
Isa lang po na.
Bata.
Tignan mo ako may karton na anak yan.
We all stand as we acknowledge the presence of our guest of honor and speaker. Please be seated. Good afternoon again, dear participants who are actually physically present and to those who join us virtually via Zoom, Facebook Live, and YouTube Live, as well as to our proponent friends who've been with us from day one until this day. Every activity is to be said, it is fulfilled, is through its culmination. And that is why we are gathered here today to culminate this activity.
Okay. So may we call Colonel Cesar Martin B. Villaris, General Staff Corps, Philippine Army, the Acting Chief of CEIS Staff, CEISSAFP, to introduce our guest of honor and speaker.
In behalf of the Acting Commander, CEISSAFP, Colonel Joselito T. Lopena, Philippine Air Force, General Staff Corps, it's my honor and privilege to introduce our guest of honor and speaker, the Deputy Chief of Staff, Armed Forces of the Philippines, Vice Admiral Romel Anthony Santo Domingo Reyes, Philippine Navy.
Please take your seats. At the outset, yes, at the outset, my apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I should have been here more than an hour ago, but due to, you see, I'm also the acting Vice Chief of Staff. As mentioned, I'm also the Deputy Chief of Staff. Sa mga kasamahan po natin dito na hindi po gaanong familiar sa organization po ng AFP, ang talaga pong regular position ko ay ako yung number 3. Pero po yun po yung the Deputy Chief of Staff. Yung Vice Chief of Staff po, yun yung number 2 ng organization. Ang number 1 po namin si Lieutenant General Bartolome Bacaro. Siya po yung Chief of Staff AFP. So ngayon po, I'm basically holding 2 jobs with only 1 salary. So very unfair, diba? But again, despite that, I need to do my duties, and isa na po ito. And again, my apologies because I have to be at so many places at the same time. In fact, doon sa mga, if napansin nyo, medyo iba po yung aking boses. Hindi dahil sa naiiyak ako. Pero I'm actually not feeling well. Ang sabi nga ng mga doktor, it's already on 2 days ago, sabi baka papunta ka sir sa flu. But please don't worry. Araw-araw po binoborswab yung ilong ko. Laging negative naman yung result. So please, I think talagang uso ngayon at yun nga, may mga inuubo sinisipon. But again, let us be careful. So before I start with the remarks, allow me to acknowledge the acting commander na, acting chief of ano pa? The acting chief of CEISSAFP of the CEISSAFP, Colonel Cesar Martin Buñuel Villarreis, Philippine Army. May I also acknowledge the guest speakers and lecturers. I'm not so sure if they are still here, but nevertheless, allow me to mention them. The Director for Forensic and Security Analytics, Red Stock IT Security, Mr. Raymond Nunez. Okay, palakpakan natin siya. The Senior Cybersecurity Analyst, United States Army Pacific, G6-1 JUSMAG, Mr. Trevor Looker. The Asian Security and from the Asian Security and Investigation Agency, present by a BTC, we have Captain Julimar Ramos, Philippine Navy retired. Talaga? Sa inyong ano? Nandiyan pala. Sabi, via BTC. Ito pala standard ng BTC. Good to see you, Julimar. Ha? My colleague when I was assigned here. May I also acknowledge the participants from the government agencies and counterparts in this cybersecurity convention. Let me start with the Chief Operations Management Division, Philippine National Police, Police Colonel Tirso Dawaton Manoli. We also have Coast Guard Weapons, Communications, Electronics, and Information Systems Command from the Coast Guard Commander Myrene Light Boleche Regino. I hope I got that right. Doon sa likod. Then we have from the GRAF Investigation and Prosecution Office of the Ombudsman, Attorney Kathleen Uy Alcober. Then we have from the National Bureau of Investigation, Agent John Mark Kalilong. Huwag niyo nang pilitin tumayo. Agent nga eh. Okay, may I now acknowledge our proponents from the private sector and stakeholders in no order of I hope not in any order. Allow me to mention from NetPlay Sales Manager Mariby Dayag. Dito po ba siya? We have from RevLev Integra Systems, Ria Eliorda. From Data Shield OEM Solutions Incorporated, Head Cybersecurity Solutions, Nick Ang Ojing. From Connex Micrologic, Solution Architect Leo Blanco. From Microsoft Radenta, Client Executive Sunny Carodan. From Black Ops Tech Ed, Chairman of the Board, Irenaeus Laszlo Legesa II. From Citrix, Sales Manager Annalyn Capote. From Brainstrong, Head of Events Maria Teresa de la Cruz. Then from the Office of the Ombudsman, I think I mentioned her already, Attorney Kathleen Sheila T. Uy Alcober. From Wise Corporation, Rodolfo Mendoza. From Sonic Wall, Jonathan E. Lapore. From Handling, Joel Para. Red Rock IT Security, Raymond Nunez. Fortinet, Arabella Marie S. Evalia. And from Cyber Bureau, Kenneth Po. Other participants present via video teleconferencing and social media platforms. Oh, are we on FB Live?
Yes, sir. So, YouTube Live.
And YouTube Live. Masyado na akong na-expose Okay. Hindi na ako makapasyal sa mga mall. Okay. The officers, enlisted personnel, and civilian human resource of the Communications, Electronics, and Information Systems, AFP. Also, those from the AFP Cybersecurity Group. Ladies and gentlemen, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Now, to give justice to the prepared remarks, allow me, first of all, let me take this opportunity to commend my former unit, the Communications, Electronics, and Information System Service, Armed Forces of the Philippines, under the leadership of its acting commander, Colonel Joselito Torres Lopeña, Philippine Air Force, General Staff Corps, including Colonel Cesar Martin Buñuel Villarreis, Philippine Army General Staff Corps, the acting chief of CIS staff, and all the men and women of CEISSAFP for making this event possible. I would also like to thank you for inviting me today to address our technical experts who steadfastly secure our communication and information infrastructures. In this day and age, people are developing new technologies and products faster than most of us can even begin to use and experience. Even when we briefly glance at our smartphones right now, which are still fairly new, there are already upgraded versions with better features, higher multitasking capabilities, and of course, steeper prices. In the rapid phase of technology development, it is vital that we in the AFP keep up with the latest innovations and advancement in as much as our capability would allow. Notably, our experts from the Signal Corps of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, complemented by the esteemed pool of technically proficient civilian human resource, have been diligently crafting more relevant and responsive measures to address the challenges in our cyber environment. Through the conduct of gatherings such as the Cybersecurity Convention, we are presented with the best venue to discuss the current state of our cybersecurity operations. apprise everyone on the latest development and progress of our AFP modernization program, identify best practices and gaps, and formulate new concepts that shall further strengthen our cybersecurity measures. Likewise, today's convention underscores the crucial role of cybersecurity in supporting the AFP's mission by delivering secure, interoperable, and integrated information management and information technology for warfighting, warfighting support missions, and disaster response. Furthermore, this year's theme, Resilient Cybersecurity for Modern AFP, resonates with the AFP's efforts in pursuing the completion of the cyber defense modernization projects. It reflects the fortitude of our personnel to optimize available resources and materials in order to keep up our information and communication networks safe and secure. The importance of a robust and comprehensive cyber defense structure is integral to the success of our military operations and the efficient management of our administrative functions. Thus, we must focus on enhancing our data protection, identity access management, cyber threat intelligence platforms, the conduct of VAPT, and other offensive and defensive cyber services. With that, I would like to express my utmost gratitude to our guest speakers who shared their experience during the 3-day convention. Let me also congratulate the participants who actively participated and interacted with each other, which I am sure broadened your networks of contacts for faster coordination. Lastly, I commend our cyber warriors from the Cyberspace Security Group for organizing and hosting this first ever CEISSAFP Cybersecurity Convention in observance of the Cyber Awareness Month 2022. So, Cyber Awareness Month pala tayo? September or October? September. Wala kasi yan noon eh. Nung panahon ko, hindi ko natutuloy. Once again, thank you and congratulations. Please give yourselves a round of applause. With that said, let me reiterate one of the command guidance of our Chief of Staff, AFP. That is to strengthen our cyber defense through continuous capability development, interoperability trainings and exercises, and more partnerships with stakeholders in the information and communications technology industry. I encourage all of you to translate your new learnings into actions that shall empower our cybersecurity warriors and the rest of the AFP personnel to vigilantly secure their respective workstations and networks. On a personal note, allow me to give, I know you have been, how many days to? 3 days, and today is the culmination, ano? So just to give you, especially to the younger generation, my experience with this area perhaps started also when I was in a very young age. My love for communications in general started when I was still a young civilian. Nung usong-uso pa yung VHF, yung mga 10 codes. 10-4, 10-20, mga 10-20, mga ganon. Usong-uso yon. At a very young age din, kasi usong-uso na yung mga jammer noon, natuto rin ako yung basic triangulation. Ginagawa namin noon, may yung mga kasamahan ko may kotse, tatanggalin namin yung mga antena, mga handheld namin. Tapos itatriangulate namin kung saan nanggagaling yung jammer, yung nanggugulo ba. At natitrace namin kung saan yung bahay niya, nakikita namin yung antena. I learned how to identify what different kinds of antennas at that time, and looking at the antenna, you know, the type of radio, power ng radio niya, makukuha mo na yon. So lahat walang formal training noon. Lahat through your friends, usap kayo. Then came when I entered the academy, straight from high school, I entered the academy. Then I joined the radio club. Tapos doon ako unang na-introduce din sa academy yung basic programming language. Ewan ko, tinuturo pa yun ngayon. Yung mga go-to. So that was my first sojourn into the electronic and computer world. Then high school pa rin ako, nag-continue hanggang kadete. Even when I became a young officer, yung mga game consoles, yung mga 8-bit pa na mga gaming na isa-isa mong sasaksakan ng floppy disk para lang makalaro ka. Diba? So, then, the term cyberspace wasn't known then. The term internet wasn't known then yet. Kaya nga, looking back, napakatanda ko na pala talaga. But what doesn't stop is the yearning to learn more. And I'm just happy with activities like this. And kayo, nakikita ko at nagmi-mix na, no? Nagmi-mix na. Kasi relatively, and honestly, there are always generation gaps. I'm not sure if you will agree with me. But when it comes to technology, especially sa atin, doon ko nakikita na nagkakaisa tayo. Especially when it comes to our country. Ito, actual to. Ewan ko kung napag-usapan nyo to. Kasi nga, the reason I rose sa armed forces is actually through this area. Communications, electronics, and information systems, to include cyber. I recall there was a time na there was an incident up somewhere in our country up north. Then there was actually an announced cyber war between these two countries, between us and another country. Tapos doon ko nakita yung sense of nationalism ng mga kababayan natin na magagaling sa computers. Kasi at that time, we were still trying to form the cyber warriors sa Navy. Nasa Navy pa ako noon eh. Pero doon ako nabigla at natuwa na nung ina-attack nung kabilang country, kasi nga because of that maritime incident, ina-attack yung country natin. Meron din, bumabawi rin. Kasi ang pinabagsak yung dine-deface, dinididos, yung websites ng government, ng military. Ang nagsabi pa nga sa akin yung sinabihan na ako noon ng mga kasamahan ko sa Navy. Tapos tumawag din sa akin yung telco provider namin. Tapos tinuruan na rin kami anong gagawin. Then I was really observing yung ibang mga kababayan natin, hindi ko alam kung iba kayo nandito sa inyo na bumabawi. Talagang nag-aatake rin. So that was it was actually a cyber war already. Buti naman hopefully walang casualty doon na physical Pero ito na ngayon. Fast forward. You all are aware of the Ukraine conflict that is happening. Although far away from us, we cannot say that it will affect us soon. Soon, hindi natin alam, di ba? Kasi meron din tayo mga challenges in this part of the world. Then doon ko reading between the lines kasi wala na akong mainstream balita on the cyber when I took this position. Medyo nawala na ako sa tawag nito sa area ng cyberspace to include the gaming community. Gamer pala ako. I'm a gamer. So baka ewan ko yung mga nagka-Clash of Clans dito yung ayoko mag-Mobile Legends. Yung hindi ako nakakatulog sa sa Clash of Clans lalo na pagka nag-MOBA pa, nag-Mobile Legends, mag-ML pala baka siguro pag-retire ko. 'Di ba? Basta maging wag lang walang galang ha kasi hindi niyo alam baka mamaya 50 anyos na yung kausap niyo, yung ka-chat niyo. 'Di ba? So, yun lang pero taking from the Ukraine conflict, dito mo na talaga makikita. Although there were previous conflicts, pero dito mo talaga makikita how cyber space operations has a direct impact on kinetic operations in conflicts, in wars. And although we are here to apprise ourselves of what is going on, parang updating ourselves, ewan ko kung naisama yun dito, yung may nag-lecture dito about the Ukraine conflict and how cyberspace operations impact or continues to impact on that. There are actually articles right there, and as we speak, baka who knows, few months or maybe next year, na lalabas pa rin yan. Pero right now, I already have news and reading between the lines. The conduct of cyberspace operations before, during, and even after conflict, kasama na talaga in all dimensions. Before magkaroon ng land operations, air, sea, space, and even electronic warfare. Kasama ang cyberspace. So, ibig sabihin, you can solely operate within cyberspace, whether it's offensive, defensive, or even computer networks defense, but hindi nalalayo yan in conduct of kinetic operations ay hindi nawawala na yung cyberspace operations. So, sa inyong lahat, I would like to congratulate you. I would like to thank again the subject matter experts who shared their knowledge. And of course, our stakeholders, yung mga nandito. I hope I will have time to go around and tingnan ko na kung ano yung mga bago ngayon na pwede na pala natin i-avail. Lalo na yung kung may cheat codes dyan sa Clash of Clans, ibigay niyo na lang sa akin ng kapirasong papel. Di ba? Yun, yung mga, hindi, biro lang. So again, I hope this is just a beginning wherein not only the armed forces, but also with the other uniformed services like the PNP, the Coast Guard, and the other government agencies, to include our partners and stakeholders in the private and business sector. Let us continue doing these kinds of activities. As one who is about to bow out in the service in 6 months, I entered the service na grabe yung casualties both left and right ng our counterinsurgency. We have one of the longest counterinsurgency or insurgency problems in any part of the world, 50 years, more than 50 years na tayo. It really has saddened me na all of this for what? Ideology, conflict of interest, conflict of ideas, and yet, ang kalaban mo, kapwa mo Pilipino. I would like to see more of these gatherings na nagtutulungan tayo, kapwa Pilipino. No uniform, no ranks, no titles. With the simple view of sharing information, improving our relationships. And if ever, when the time comes, it should not be against each other, but it is to protect what we dearly love, our very own Philippines, walang iba. Again, maraming salamat. God bless us all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vice Admiral Reyes, for that very comprehensive and inspiring message to everyone. So moving forward, it is a way for us to witness the giving of memento to our guest of honor and speaker. And may we request our guest of honor and speaker to be on stage, as it will be given and handed over by no other than the acting commander, as well as the acting chief of staff of this Communication Electronics Information System Service Armed Forces of the Philippines, Colonel Cesar Martin Villaris, as he will be assisted by Lieutenant Commander Nomer C. Bilbao, Philippine Navy. Thank you very much, sir. Now, may we request for a photo opportunity with our GOHAs? As we may call the companies, please proceed in front. Okay, again, we'll start with the Brain Strong, Wisecort Sonic Wall, Sitesville, and NetPlay Incorporated, please. Again, a representative from those companies that I have called. Brainstrong, Sonic Wall, or Wisecorp, Sitesville, and NetPlay Incorporated. Sonic Wall, please come over, please. We'll do it by group. Now with Sonic Wall, please. Moving forward, it would be followed by Sitesville. Or this Office Information Technology Services Philippines, Sitesville, please. Representative from Sitesville. If there's none, let's move forward. NetPlay Incorporated. It will be followed by Cisco Philippines or an Ardent. Cisco Philippines and Ardent. Anyone for representative? If there's none, let's move forward with Citrix Computer Corporation. Citrix. It will be followed by Microsoft and Redenta. And that would actually be followed by Revolve. Please stand by for the contact point. Revolve. Contact point.
Connects. Connects Philippines Incorporated.
And please to stand by Fortinet Connex, please. Where's the Connex? Macrologic or Connex? Macrologic and Connex, please. Paki-receive na lang din po.
Micrologic.
And Connex. Together
And
with Connex na
Connex.
po yan. Kasama na yun yung Connex and Macrologic. Fortinet, please stand by. After the Fortinet, may we call on to stand by the Secure Age.
Please stand by, hand link.
Thank you very much, sir. Once again, that ends our culmination activity for this morning. We would like again to thank each one of you for gracing the 3 days CEISSAFP Cybersecurity Convention
2022.
Thank you very much. A simple snacks will be served on your table, so sit back and relax as the simple snack is being served. Have a great afternoon. Enjoy the snacks. Once again, we've been your host for this 3-day convention. My name again is Jay.
My name is Michi.
And we are signing off. Have a great day. Mabuhay tayong lahat.